everybody, and welcome back to Blaster 6 Europe League. Play to number 5, Stage 1 of 2023 season begins. And it is our final day of the group stage. You might have seen, we talked about it over the past couple of weeks, things have swapped out for this year. And now we're starting off with 2 groups that taper off into a playoffs bracket to know who qualifies directly from Europe League into the major, and who'll have to fight their way through the open qualifiers or the closed part of the open qualifiers. That's about it. Last chance qualifiers. I'm El Samek, your host, and with me on the analyst desk are my experts, Anne and Fresh. Hello, good morning. How are you doing? Good afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, doing pretty good. I mean, it's been kind of crazy how fast all of this group stage has been going. It's 2 weeks and a day, and I just had that realization, and we're now deciding the final 2 teams out of 5, which can make it to the decider playoff bracket. Crazy.
But the one good thing about these groups is today, and I'm very, very excited for today, because there's still a lot to play for, Milos. Basically, every single team, apart from one, has got something to play for.
Yeah, and that's something that we will talk about in depth here today, because there's always that question of, first of all, how is the format for the year? How's the format for Europe? How is it globally? And then how do things actually get to when we talk about playoffs bracket and LCQ? And we're going to talk about that starting off with our individual groups. We'll go through to Group A first and tell you about how things have been, but also who can still qualify and how, because games are interdependent. Virtus.pro at the top, G2 tied in points in.
Exactly, yeah. There will be some importance in the game for Virtus.pro today to potentially secure in their top spot. Virtus.pro and G2 are through. We already know that TT9 will not be able to make it into the decider bracket, so that leaves Heroic and BDS to fight out for that final spot, the 3rd spot today. BDS will need a 7-1 or a 7-0 over Virtus.pro to make it in that decider bracket, but that the same match also matters for Virtus.pro, because if they get a 7-2 or better, they will secure the first spot and then give themselves a bye into the decider bracket. With said, that match for BDS, if they don't get 7-0 or 7-1, that will mean Heroic is going to go through.
And why is that? Because it's only the number 1 team that gets the bye. Similar thing for second group. How do you see this going in this case, Jack?
In terms of the Group A, do you know what? I've made a friendly wager with our resident caster, Desertu. I believe BDS are going to do it. I believe BDS are going to get that 7-0, 7-1. I don't know. I'm just creating a little bit of jeopardy, but they've definitely got the quality to do so.
Virtus.pro.
Over Virtus.pro, yes.
Top of the group.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
really hates Virtus.pro.
I don't hate Virtus.pro. I don't. I just believe BDS. It's as simple as that, Milosh. But also, there is going to be a nice scrap between VP and G2. You know, that G2 game at the end of today might seem meaningless, but they're going to want to lock in first place at every round, because the tiebreak is round difference. Every single round matters.
Yeah, and if Virtus.pro can't get the 7-2 or better, then there's still a chance for G2 to overtake them, because it will matter on round differential. Even if Virtus.pro win, there's still a chance for G2 to overtake them.
And now for Group B, because thought Group A was tight as a drum, it is even tighter here in Group B. Look at that differential. Wild, 12 points. Amazing. They're number 1. They cannot be shaken from their spot. But then 6 and 2, Jack.
Yeah, so first and second is locked in. Nothing is going to change between Wild. They do not play today. They will be first place. M&M do play today, but cannot be overtaken by any other team. They will be in second place. We will see them in tomorrow's schedule. Now, for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, Secret, Koi, Wolves all play today. Koi actually play against Secret, and any of those teams can go through depending on a number of scenarios. So we've got a graphic that we'll go through from Spruni with the different graphics, with the different score lines coming up in just a second. And here it is. Now, across the top, you have the Koi against the Secret game, and then across the side, you've got the Wolves game. So basically, for Koi to guarantee themselves, so we'll start with Koi, to guarantee themselves going through in any scenario, they need a 7-0 or 7-1. Any win will get them through as long as M&M win against Wolves. Now for Wolves, they've got to get a 7-0 and hope a result goes their way in the Koi Secret game. They would love an overtime between those 2 teams, basically. Any win, the bigger the win, the better for their chances. And then for Team Secret, they need a 7-0 to a 7-3 win, and they will guarantee themselves through no matter what.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I don't want to be Wolves watching that first game happening and seeing what might happen. But then again, the fact that we have a almost straight shootout between Koi and Secret, depending on what the round differential score is going to be, obviously, that is super, super exciting. I'm all there for it.
So we're going to have to watch intently. Like you're saying, Wolves will be watching with eyes clear open to see what's going on.
It's literally every single game today, every single game, there's teams in it that need not just a win, but a big scoreline win, 7-1, 7-0, 7-2s, to guarantee themselves going through to deciders.
And what happens when you put teams that are under pressure against one another, where they not just have to win, but they have to win with a margin? Chaos.
I like that. Yeah, sure. I'm all up there for it.
That's why we're here in Europe League.
Yep.
That's why it's the most competitive league, at least in my opinion, and the best league in the world.
Yeah. And obviously it's worth saying, if you do finish 4th or 5th in your group, it's not over for you. You will go down to the Open Qualifier playoffs, but you will have to play through the Open Qualifier playoffs this weekend against a load of teams that have been playing the last 3 weekends to qualify to that. Those teams are M&M Academy, Makers, Team 86, Saint Speedboat, Death Row EU, Class of 2022, Valor Team, 92 Dream Team, Ice Force Esports, Denny's Bank Istanbul Wildcats, Okakor. So no pizza time, but not far off.
Look, one of them will rename, I'm sure of it, 92 Dream Team. That's a throwback for everybody out there. I'm sure Antero will be watching. Will know exactly what we're talking about. But I want to talk about the bracket real quick before we start off with our first game for today. Here's what the bracket will look like tomorrow. Now, only Wild and M&M, like we talked about, are the teams that are locked into their spot. G2 VP can be shaken out of their positions. We'll see that as the day progresses, but it's a GSL bracket with a twist.
It is, yeah. And I mean, M&M will indeed play against the 3rd place of Group A. That can be Heroic, can be BDS. And then we have either Virtus.pro or G2 playing Secret, Koi, or Wolf. So there's a lot to decide for. These will obviously then go through to play against Wild and the 1st place of Group A. As mentioned, can be G2, can be Virtus.pro. And from there on, they play a seeding match as well.
So this bracket qualifies 3 teams for the majors. As you can see, the top bracket, the 2 teams that get to that final match on the top right of your screen both go to phase 2 of the major, but they will play the final match in the final of the deciders bracket for seeding purposes. The loser semi-final 1, loser semi-final 2. The winner of that game, that fixture down on the bottom right of your screen, will go to phase 1. The winner of that will go to phase 1 of the major. So 3 major spots are decided from this bracket alone. And obviously, this bracket starts tomorrow. So there's a lot of teams where if you're playing tonight, you could be playing 11 p.m., 12 p.m. tonight. Then you've got to back it right up for a best of 3 at 5 p.m. tomorrow, where you don't even necessarily know your opponent just yet.
That is a lot to work through. Of course, support staff will be doing extra, but this is what it is. When you have a competitive week that's really smashed into the Monday, Tuesday, you're expecting that, hey, you're probably going to have a sleepless night and prepare your team. I know Shas will know all about it, and all the coaches out there staying up every single night, be it online or on LAN, to make sure the team is ready for that game. But that was our bracket. That'll be for tomorrow. At the end of today, we'll show you the bracket again with everybody seated into position, so stick around for that. Here's our schedule, though. What can you expect with our 4 best-of-1 series, where every match matters to qualify through, and the round differential, like our analysts were talking about. Koi versus Secret is up first. Wolves are watching. BDS versus Virtus.pro. Basically, winner will have a massive advantage. G2 TT9. And then finally, Wolves versus MNM. G2 TT9, that's going to be, I guess, the off game for today.
Well, no. I mean, if VP win with a not that great scoreline, G2 can still overtake them. So for G2, that game still very much matters.
Exactly.
It's potentially a very, very important game, or it's potentially a dead rubber. You don't know
Yep.
at this point.
A dead what?
A dead rubber. It's a time used in sports for
Tired.
games that
Is that
have
I think.
an outcome that, yeah.
fair enough? Well, there you go. That's what we have for today. We're learning new words, also new idioms. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
and we were talking about the food later, and I think Des said something down the... What did he
Down the
say? I
gullet.
yeah, it was like
Down
a
the
new
gullet,
expression
yeah.
for me too. I'm a visual thinker, so I imagine something like going down a... I don't know, it's just... I'm learning
Yeah.
a lot of new things here as well, with
Yeah.
all these...
You're becoming part British.
Oh. Anyways,
I'm going to
New
keep
units.
practicing.
please stop right there. I need a shower after this. Anyways, let's take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be game number 1, Koi Secret.
feeling confident. We are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys, let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win. We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS.
It's all koi, baby.
Team M&M are taking home that trophy.
Welcome back, friends. And I wonder, what was your score for Rainbow Six?
I was only watching some of the questions. I'm very bad at
We did
maths.
answer most of them.
Yeah, getting the points in then in calculation in the end.
To be fair, we all call it a mute jammer anyway, so...
What was it
I
called?
just
A
didn't
drone-
know-
a drone
I like the
denier?
drone disabler. That
Drone
was really
disabler,
nice.
yeah.
Yeah,
So the
that was
casters
funny.
have to use that in
Yeah.
the game, a drone disabler. We're going to recall it that and then have NA scream at us and just not listen to them the entire month.
Nice.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's start off with our first game for today, Koi versus Secret. Like we talked about in our pre-show, it's extra important because it doesn't just determine Koi and Secret's trajectory to the major and to the playoff bracket, but also Wolves who are watching this intently. Koi are up first. Can they do it, Ant?
Yeah, well, they've been gradually improving over the league, we could say, but then still were unable to get at least 1 point from their game last week. They lost it against M&M on Clubhouse in regulation, and now they're just set at 2 points, similar to Secret. They'll have to win to secure that third place, but it really isn't that simple because, you know, Wolves can still overtake them as well. We did see some more teamwork coming out from Koi against Wolves, for example, holding out, you know, post plans and things coming out from there. I would say their M&M game, they're probably going to be really upset with themselves that they have lost it in regulation. But if we look at these players specifically, then we have to talk about Kryne. He's been the second best when it comes down to rating, third best when it comes down to KD. He's having a really good cost so far. He really is that player that's stepping up, and they need him to step up today as well.
The words coming out of Koi this week, or the past, week, couple of weeks, is there's twofold in terms of issues. One, the fabric of their team has changed. They're now playing with 3 kind of spot-minded players and 2 fraggers, rather than 3 fraggers and 2 spot-minded players. Seems a small change, makes a big difference with how they want to play the Siege. The second thing is bedding the new players in. Apparently, both Noodle and Leader, very, very vocal. So towards the end of the round, the comms are getting really, really cluttered, and that's why we're seeing them let go of so many rounds towards the end of it, particularly on their attacks.
I mean, yeah, with the interview with Leon after the Wolves game, he looked physically and mentally exhausted after having to manage and organize that. I get it with the final round as well, you know, having aged probably 30 years, having to see that unfold. But also, yeah, we saw, I think, 4 players of their last game played on the hard breach. So having that kind of flexibility is good, but with those newer players coming in, it's also a lot of reorganizing that you have to do.
So what about Secret on the other side? Because reorganization has also been kind of par for the course for Secret over the past year. Seems like now there's the potential to make it in the top 3.
Yeah, I think there's certainly an improved ceiling, I would say. However, they've not necessarily materialized that yet in terms of Team Secret. And it's always going to be the change when you make such a drastic change between obviously having Kendra as your previous IGL to now going to YZN. It's a complete change, it's a complete process. Secret have essentially just hit that reset button. So they've found it hard, but they are still within a fight. Obviously, they got that overtime victory, much like the rest of the teams in their group where they've found 1 overtime victory, and that's been about it. But they've certainly got experienced players. Sleben has been around forever. Savage at this point is now experienced. Astro, Grubby, they've had that experience of playing a stage, of going to the SI. So do Secret have the capabilities? Yes. But when they've played under pressure before, and this is a high pressure game today, they haven't necessarily done as well.
Yeah, if you mentioned the last game they played against Wolves, they had some good improvements on their defense. They had some roams where Wolves were really unable to track down these defenders on the side of Secret. We also saw them have good adaptation on their game plan in overtime, but their game plans sometimes they seem to have everything working out for them. They seem to bring up a good plan and then still fail to execute it properly, causing them to lose the round.
I wonder if it's, I guess, not enough comms versus too much comms on the Koi side.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's probably more just a little bit of mistimings and getting used to, the way... It's probably losing Kendra, because getting used to Kendra as Nigel is a bit different. He's very plant-focused, a lot of quote-unquote cheesy rounds. I think YZN plays a little bit more current meta Siege, but then getting used to that mistimings, misplays is a little bit what Secret have been experiencing.
All right, then let's see which map we're going to be playing on for this oh-so-important series where every single round collected will matter. Both teams are looking to take as deep of a victory as possible. And we are all set in. We're going to go to border, where Secret will start off on the defense. Koi have picked attack. And what do the numbers say?
Well, I'm not surprised that Koi have picked attack, because if you look at their border stats, it's probably their best attack and win rate that they have over all their maps. The last time they played it was against Astralis, where they lost it in overtime. But for Secret to come out on this map isn't actually all that bad, because the last time that they won this map was at SI, and not to talk down on Secret, but it was one of the 2 maps that they won. They won this map against FaZe, the other was Bank, so they have a pretty good showing on this map. They can work against a very structured team, being FaZe, for example. So for this map to end up being border isn't all too bad for Secret, I would say.
Yeah, I think the way this ban phase has gone is, I think Secret and the map pools between the 2 teams, if Secret were kind of forced into that Oregon Chalet Club ban, Skyscraper, Secret love it, but it's a choice between Sky and Border. Koi also love it. It's 2 maps that both teams absolutely love. So we should get a very good quality match. One thing that I will say is that Koi have really been struggling on their attacks this stage. They are the 3rd worst attacking team, despite the fact that they're on a 29% attack win rate. So starting attack on Border is always going to be preferable, but their attacks have been struggling, so that's where we need to see the improvement.
And we know even more in this meta, the team that attacks best will win the series more often than not. It's a very big shift. I guess there's a lot of changes with our operators that have been added in. And actually, one of the operators we had a chat about was Brava. We talked quite a bit about Brava. Both of you really went into detail about the usages that we had in week 1. And I'm wondering if there might be the opportunity today on a map as open and intel-oriented as Border.
I mean, yeah, a few good chems that you could mention that you want to hack is the 90 chem upstairs. You might want to hack the lobby chem downstairs to get a lot of information. If they're playing bathroom, if they're playing vents, you can get a lot of good news out that, I would say.
If I was Secret, I'd actually be considering a Dokkaebi ban, because Border gives you a lot of opportunity to ban on the attack side. You don't normally get that on maps. Think like Clubhouse, Bank. You force into banning breaches and that type of stuff. On Border, you can pretty much ban whatever you want. Now, Koi are using Dokkaebi 100% whenever it's available. They have not played around when it's available where they've not used Dokkaebi. They're crutching hard on trying to execute with the Dokkaebi call. I would simply just get rid of it if I was Secret.
Well, what about in the fence? Are you looking more for an operator to anchor on the site, or to be more flexible on the map? We have to also, I guess, factor into it the communication that has to be, that's usually a problem for Koi with too much of it, maybe not enough on Secret, with both teams also trying to integrate new ways and structures. It's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, if I can name one part of the map that I think would be really in front, just like the CCTV break room area, where indeed you can hold up a roam when you're playing, for example, Armory. Even if you're playing a downstairs bomb site, there's lots of angles that you can create for yourself around that area. But indeed, as you mentioned, communication will be super important. As soon as you lose that area as a defender, there will either have to be someone that takes over that place, or you have to completely forfeit it and then just make sure that you still bring out the plan that you had set up for yourself.
And what's the best operator for CCTV on Border? Azami. Absolutely Azami. Secret absolutely love playing her. Nearly a 90% play rate when available. Love it. I mean, everyone loves playing Azami, right? One of the best operators in the game. So, that's another ban that we might see Koi turn around and go for. They're not necessarily huge fans of Azami, so they might try and take away that layer from Secret, because Secret are starting on the defense. And we know that Koi have these kind of clunky late round attacks where there's still things they've not considered. There's still things, and everyone's calling at once. Take away the Azami, it'll make it much easier to take that CCTV room off the hands of Secret, and then you can pivot your attacks from wherever once you've got that room.
Yeah, because if you think about it, right, Koi is starting out on attack, and they need a 7-0 or a 7-1. So if you lose 1 round, or maybe 2, because indeed they have that Azami in CCTV, and you have that late round clunky execute that you can't win around, then you can't really secure your 3rd spot, and you might have to wait until what Wolves do later on. Once again, Secret will need a 7-3 or a 7-0 to confirm themselves as the 3rd spot. They're starting out on defense, so hopefully for them, they won't be losing too many rounds to Koi's attack.
Well, we have a slight delay, so it's going to take a little bit more time. I'm trying to find the right comedy reference in this case. I don't know. What's the name called?
A little more conversation this time?
No.
Okay.
Let's not
we're
back
going to
there.
need it.
Yeah.
But
Let's not go back there.
I'm looking
Okay,
for I don't know if you're old enough to remember. Oh, my back. Jerry Seinfeld.
Hang on.
I'm going to have to look at your screen as well, because
You've never watched Seinfeld.
Humorist, apparently. Oh, sorry,
a
French.
humorist.
Humoriste.
I've never heard of
says
the
on
word
comedian.
humorist to begin with.
Comedian.
I'm
It's a French
sorry.
word. It's
Okay.
comedian. You guys know what Seinfeld is.
It said humorist. It said humorist on Google. Apparently,
I recognize
we're in
his
France,
face,
by the
yeah.
way.
apparently
Sure.
he started his humoristing in 1976, Milosh. That's 20 years before I was born.
Okay, well, yeah.
To be fair, it's also quite a while before I was born. I was born in January 1st, 94. Don't recommend for anybody to be born at the end of the year, by the way.
Not like you have a choice, but like...
To be fair, I didn't consent to being born in general.
What have we decided into? Was the post show started already?
Yeah, even the casters went in on this. But yeah, we're only doing this because we have an extra delay. There's a couple players that are having a few game issues, so they'll be logging in just a moment here. So that's why. But the whole thing is that Jerry Seinfeld has a skit about getting on a plane and being on time, and the whole vibe down that you get in comedy clubs that where the jokes are boring. Well, when they were funny, it was because he made them up. That's what I mean. So we're gonna have a
just
slight
as the
delay,
person.
little thing, you know.
Yeah.
Everything's slightly off when you're an adult. When you're a kid, everything's going up. Wait up, hold up. Let me stay up. No, any old people in the chat, please.
Somebody knows what you're talking about. Somebody.
I'm sure. To be fair, the only reason why I know this is because my uncle, who was born in like 81, knows all of this and had all of those clips saved so that I could watch them when I was 10. Yeah. Oh, my uncle was born in 81. Okay, not 84. 80. Anyways. Okay, we're opening on the casters or what? What is? Yeah, we can.
That yay was the most exciting one I've written in like weeks.
You look very relaxed today.
I've been sat here like wetting myself at you lot talking. A humorist. What is that?
Google said it. That's not
We are in France. You expect Google to function that way. Look, I want to turn it back towards more of the game. I know you're going to have your own time to talk about everything in the match, but look, how do you see this going? Because Wolves are kind of sitting on the background thinking, damn, who
They are
takes
dropping
this?
some bricks, that's for sure. Yeah.
They'll be biting their nails.
Woo!
They'll be howling at the moon.
There is the element that, maybe
Can I just jump in for a second? Emmy left us these little cat stickers.
Yeah, she wanted you to use them.
This was going to be my start of game thing, but now it's just going to have to be like...
I'm so glad.
There we go.
I'm sure the makeup lady's really glad as well.
Oh, but she's delighted. It looks great now.
Wolves.
Milosh, a cat! Pet it, quick!
In some ways it's complicated, but in others it's really simple. Wolves just need to go and win by as many as they can. They don't need to think too...
On that note, as the cat is playing with...
Such a humorist.
Our casters are ready. Our game is also Koi's secret. Who makes it through? Will it also be Wolves? Who knows? Please take it away, boys.
Thanks, Milosh. Let me get the sticker back on.
You get the sticker back on.
I haven't got an intro this time round, although you were protecting the button quite aggressively earlier.
I was, because I'm not being muted. I will not be silenced by you again.
I'm not touching it now. I'm just putting these back in the packet.
We've got a game to cover, Des. It's going to be Koi versus Secret to kick things off, and everything that happens tonight affects something else. It all sort of falls into place around each other, and it starts here and now. Koi versus Secret, the result, of course, will affect what needs to happen in the Wolves versus M&M game. You know that I love a last day where everything is still up for grabs.
You know what I love?
That's the situation we're in.
We love last days, we love knockout days, and we've got everything still to come.
I love Siege. I said it.
I love Siege. You can do this in the whole like British imitation voice that Milosh was doing. Love Siege. Eight Des. Simple as.
Very true.
Such a humorist.
All of it. Such a humorist.
What else did they say that really made me laugh over there?
About Milosh saying his uncle was born in 81 and you looked and went, you were born in 84, weren't you?
No, because originally he said he's born in 84 and I looked at he's like, oh, my uncle. I was like, oh, so the guys are quite old there. I looked at you and I was like, hang on a minute, you're like 7 years older than me, so you've got to be around that sort of... Is 84 your boy?
85, actually.
85. Oh, well, I'll give you a year either side. Game is ready. Tim's already done the grand intro. I haven't got to repeat that. So, Koi versus Secret. Tim, early question on the doors. Which way are you leaning in this game? Who do you want to see progress? Wolves, Koi?
It's a really difficult one. It's a difficult one to call. There's a bit of me that... I enjoyed what Twister did at Furia. He's obviously in coaching Secret now, and I think again he's applying, sort of very good, sort of overall processes there and the attitude towards, the work they're putting in. So I kind of would like to see Secret get there, but there's no bias here. Wolves, they've had a tough first stage, but equally, they're always a joy to watch, and as an organisation, again, I like the way that they do things. So, certainly wouldn't be bad. And Koi, Koi, obviously our Berlin major champions from August, always a pleasure to see there. So I don't really have a specific favourite. Who do I think is going to do it? I think Koi's probably going to come away with the place. Obviously, it's not a direct place to the major, but through into the sort of upper bracket of this stage.
You know what? Fresh talks a lot of rubbish, and often, therefore, I ignore him. But he's actually said quite a lot of sense in that pre-desk around the bans that might come through. We've seen the two operators that he mentioned coming out here. He mentioned Azami and her power on the defence. You've also, though, got the Decabi ban coming out of Koi, which is the weirdest one, because that's the operator they've really enjoyed running time and time again. But here they are, being the ones that ban it away. Maybe you're leaning to suggest, look, okay, we don't play it on border, but we know how oppressive this operator can be. We'd rather just see it taken off the board so that no one can roll it out. Either way, going to see some change then in the comps, no doubt. Quite excited for this one, Tim, because border is one of those maps that can be ludicrously scrappy if you let it be.
It can.
Tim, look, Seven's got the drone disruptors.
The drone disablers.
Drone disablers, that's the one.
That's the one. Border can be scrappy. Border usually will quite often end up coming down to a battle over getting into the map. If the attackers get into the map, then the attackers generally have a good time of it. They will win a lot of rounds. But if the defence are able to fight them at the threshold, if they're able to get right up there to the edges of the map, then they can usually find a little bit more success. So that's going to be important for Team Secret. Basically, what I want from Team Secret to begin with here is I want to see them get lively, Des. Yes. I want them right out there, taking the fight to Koi, not letting them in the building, challenging everything.
I'd love to see it as well. One pick I've got to talk about is Astro on this dock, right? We saw Lost One playing this an awful lot. Maya back at the 6th Invitational was using it an awful lot. Had that slight buff come off, slight buff, it's quite a major buff really. Now Base has the ability to heal 200 HP with that gadget. It's been in the game a while, I know, but we're only now really starting to see Doc actually get picked up by a few more teams. It's really starting to kind of crawl up there. You see it paired up alongside things like Rooks. You have the extra HP from that as well. Also alongside things like the Oryx, who, as we know, inflicts a little bit of damage whenever he goes charging through a wall or through a surface in general. Doors and windows not quite included. Koi, though, here, though, starting out on the drones. They know that Groovy's looking to get pretty cheeky out onto the west balcony. For now, just kind of feeling out exactly where Secret are, exactly what it is they're looking to do. But at some point, they'll have to make a decision and start trying to pinch onto one or two of these players.
Savage doing exactly as I asked, getting right up there to the threshold. He's not going to let them have any ground easily here. A minute into the round, and Koi need to have a plan in place. They need to be moving this Wamai to allow themselves into that balcony, into the top of East Stairs, so that they can start really putting the pressure on. Noodle does manage to get a kill onto Astro. It doesn't clear East Stairs for them. Groovy goes out and manages to find Deepak as well, 4v4, and that's the kind of energy I was looking for from Team Secret. You got to find them trades, you got to get out of the map, you got to just really make Koi think about their entrance.
You'll be happy to get rid of the dock as well. Again, speaking about these gadgets, they only get stronger the round go by. It's great. They got a little bit cheeky on towards East Stairs as well, taking out the Wamai magnets, which now means Savage is under a little bit of threat. But Sleben swings out, finds leader elsewhere, and I'm slightly concerned, Tim, that Koi have really tried to do an awful lot at once here. They've had one or two players trying to fight inside of Office. Groovy's dealt with both of them now by himself out that side of the map. They've half pushed in towards this east side. There's been a couple of easy kills coming out for Secret there. It's been split. They've had like a 2 and a 3 working on either sides of the map, but they have absolutely crumbled against this defense put up by Secret.
I cannot miss that extraction from East Stairs by Savage. He's just hit the deck and just crawled on his belly the whole way down Long Corridor.
Savage the snake on Secret.
Exactly that. It's a brilliant extraction from him to get himself all the way back to safety. Crying, he's having a look around at this point. I don't think this early in the game we're going to be looking at any unofficial timeouts. He's basically waiting to see if he can bait anybody into him. Time is something that he had on his side. It's, as it always does, slowly ticking away from him, but giving that 20-30 seconds just to see if anybody presents themselves for a nice cheap kill to start levelling up the man count, but it doesn't happen. He manages to find Groovy maybe, but with 6 seconds left to go, they know that they're safe to challenge him at this point because he's unlikely to go in and find all those kills. Sleben will shut him down, and that is Secret picking up round 1.
Sleben making it a 3K for himself in the round, but what's really interesting is about how normally we'd see Border played out. You know, it's no secret, many look at this and go, well, here's the secret. It's no secret that it's seen as generally quite attacker-leaning. There's so many soft walls. You can really restrict the ability for the defenders to be able to safely play in this map. And I thought Koi started well. They had this kind of 2 versus 1 play going on around East Stairs. How on earth the Lion was allowed to get up towards the point where it could get rid of the magnets that were blocking the doorway at the top of East Stairs was a bit like, whoa. And you did see a response come out of Secret. But even with that opening up where nades were then going to be more powerful, it was probably another 45 seconds until the nades actually started coming in towards main hallway and East Stairs. So Koi not really kind of pouncing on the opportunity they created for themselves there, where there was a little bit of weakness shown in the Secret defense. And Secret to sit there and go, okay, you're going to step in, I'm going to swing and get the kill. Oh, you're coming in 30 seconds later, I'll step out again and get the kill. It lacked any fangs on the side of Koi. And I think if they're going to win this round here, we've got to see a little bit more pace, a little bit more urgency, and truthfully, a little bit more willingness to take a risk as long as you do it as a team.
Let's see where the risks come in round 2 then, as Team Secret are going to move us on. We are, of course, for our newer viewers, wondering where the sites are and how they work. We are in a 3-round rotation for the sites. So basically, if you win a site, you've got to play 2 rounds elsewhere before you're allowed to go back to that site. So that's Armory locked for the time being. So we're going to see Secret move on this time to Customs. They're going to head themselves downstairs. All 3 of the other sites on Border are located downstairs. And they are going to take what is sometimes one of the, I won't say least popular necessarily, only that far. You know, there is an option to go to Customs, but generally speaking, Bathroom Tellers and, of course, Ventilation Workshop are the 2 more popular downstairs sites here on board.
Oh,
Secret
Savage.
just mixing it up. Savage trying to get active on the windows. Again, just like I asked, Secret showing that they've got a good understanding of defending on Border.
Yeah, nearly got away with it there as well. Just couldn't quite catch the backpack of Leader as he stepped away out towards those east side stairs, out on the external part of the building. But now we've got to see what Koi do. Again, I keep on saying it, but I want to see them move with a little bit of pace, a little bit of urgency here. Drones in, get someone following you in. You know, not to open still fresh wounds, but this is the kind of space where you'd see someone like Spoit following that drone in. They'd make a move off the back of it, but so far it's been a little bit more chill, a little bit more slow.
Yeah, and that's something that Koi are going to have to approach. They're going to have to deal with because, as I said, the way that you win as a defender on Border is you stop the attackers getting into the map particularly. That is an important one. So if they're not getting that beachhead, if they're not getting that toehold inside the map, if they don't have that person who's going to aggress in and actively take that space, it will mount up into a bigger problem for Koi, and they're going to find themselves having to have a very good defensive half, but Cryan just misses the man behind the monitor.
I love that. And there's also a mirror window inside the runes, and they've got a contestant by, so there's just a few things stacking up here against the side of Koi that they've still got to unravel the puzzle put before them. Steps in, shot through the floor, but they've already dropped away, Tim. It's a few 3 points of damage onto Cryan. So far, Secret playing this brilliantly. They've wasted 2 minutes, they've dropped the hatch at the right time, they've taken a little bit of health away, they've drained away a couple of, in this case, 5 of the frag grenades that were in the back pockets of Koi. This is looking brilliant for a defense once again.
Astro also still has 3 full healing shots. Let's not forget they've got 5 active members back on site and a doc who can juice 3 of them back up during gunfights if the opportunity presents. This is a tall order for Koi now. 30 seconds left to go, and they need to think about exactly how they're going to execute and get a diffuser plant down on site. It's going to be tough because they are going against a fully stacked defensive team. As I say that, Savage will be taken down on the office hatch. Leader manages to find that opener. 20 seconds, Koi. They need to get moving.
They expected that was coming. It's really good patience by Leader to hold on so late into the round. And only 30 seconds on the clock, he made his move. But now here comes YZN looking to do the same. Astro and Stebbin have found one apiece though, and Koi are being punished. But here comes Noodle. Can't spray transfer onto the second man. Only finds one. Plant going down. Has to win the gunfight and does. They're down to a 3v1 with YZN, the only one left standing.
Great play from Noodle. Des just opened them up like a tin of beans there, coming in from the side, man after man, and just really gave Secret the space they needed. The problem that they were trying to avoid, which was being able to challenge onto that diffuser. Right now, YZN, he's going to move himself around, try to relocate, see if he can get himself a cheap kill, but with the time ticking down, it's very unlikely that he gets this round 1. 3v1, you can see I like this from Koi. They're active. Even in the late post-plant situation, they're opening up vertical angles. They're trying to give themselves more options. They're not resting on their laurels. They're keeping at it. They're keeping active. And that's going to win them the round as Deepak manages to find the final kill. And Noodle, as well as that plant going down, really did have a decisive moment in that round.
It was a great read and good timing. One thing I was slightly concerned about with Noodle, I know he got into a great place at the right time, but it was that kind of right time bit that really came to light for them because they forced these two players to drop away inside a small office off towards Armory Archive side. Knew they were running around inside events. At some point, they'd have to flood south side to be able to get back towards the site. And the most likely place to do that is going to be around that sort of waiting area in the transition through. So with how things set up there, I think it was good. It was good on the timing. Did it kind of rely on Noodle being there at the exact moment when he had the chance to backstab? Sure. Was that fully pre-planned? Not 100% sure.
Got a nice little stat pop up there. Our fantastic production team working wonders as always. Average number of unique operator teams have played so far is 20 attackers and 21 defenders. So a good portion of those operators getting through, but still plenty of variety to go at there, Des. Plenty of variety. Considering how quickly we saw all the operators used at SI this year,
I was just about to say, that's the one key stat I remember is every single operator.
How do they build that synergy?
Just telepathy, mate.
How did they do it? How did they do it? I don't know.
So we even got to a point last week where we started finishing each other's
sentences.
There you go.
I was so close to throwing sandwiches in there.
You'd finish my sandwich.
I don't know. You like a lot of sushi and stuff like that.
That is
I
true.
think food-wise, we've got quite different tastes sometimes. I don't want to. I don't want to disappoint anybody who thinks we do everything always identical.
No, we do. Don't break the mystery.
Sorry, yeah, we exactly the same. Leon's going to get taken out as the opening death there. Another good start from Secret. The aggression that they need in the early rounds. This time, they just need to. It's come very quickly for them. It's going to be difficult to hold on to that long term. Really, a minute 30 it needs to be, I think, at least before Kai start getting themselves in the building.
I'm enjoying the layers of which Secret have kind of fought. Onions have layers. It's like that, where they're starting out really aggressive at windows, doors, trying to cause a bit of trouble. Round one, we saw a really cheeky, like, small angle coming in towards spawn. Then back away to east stairs, then in towards the hallway, then back in towards office, then back in towards site. There's just always, you know, step 2, step 3, step 4 for Secret in terms of their defenses. And this is where a team like Koi has really got to rip that open. Get ahead of them, break step 2 or step 3 open, hold the angle, force the ones that are still stuck in step 1 back into these angles you're holding, and you get some freebies. But right now, Secret, they're looking at Koi and saying, this is predictable. It's step-by-step siege. There's not really much flair to it that we've seen just yet. Even the last round came down to the last 15 seconds. And this is where Secret will feel comfortable unless Koi can change that dynamic.
I'll just clarify that Deepak must have put that nade away and got it back out. Otherwise, he was holding it for about 15 seconds. Don't wonder about that. Either that or it was his second nade that was thrown. And the first
It'll be
was
a really
eaten
interesting
up by an
change if you
ADS.
could not put frag grenades away.
I think the first might have been eaten by an ADS. So it would be an interesting change. You know, much like we've had the reload change, Des, you can't cancel that. You know, making it so a situation where that can't happen would be interesting. Koi do get themselves established in office though, Des.
I mean, they've gone through a Gon 6, they've gone through a nade, they keep on losing things to these ADSs. It's a little bit silly. Sure, they've now got themselves some vertical control. They've got office, they've got fountain, they've got themselves in kind of archives. It's a good start, but it's 2 kills coming in for Secret here early in the round, now 1 here at 60 seconds. That's just taking away a lot of that executability coming out of Koi.
It is. They're just sort of slowly breaking them down here. No answers coming in from Koi at the minute. Ooh, that's an answer though, as Cryer manages to find an absolute beauty onto YZN. He was waiting, ready to pounce, but it's just not going to happen. Deepak, once again, Koi coming in with that late round presence. Deepak able to get one, but levelled out with a trade. 2 versus 2 now.
Because they've got no hard breach, because Leon went down early, they can't open up the hatch that they want to get opened up. So they're going to have to force this in a less than ideal way to make this work. They've got the kills so far. Groovy finds one more. He just cannot stop moving around this map. Cryan's got 10 seconds to make this work, but with no information, no one else to help him, it feels like this round is going over to Secret. And sure enough, there it is. 2-1 to Secret after 3 rounds. And I think it's about time we're calling our good friend, the Professor, here.
I'd agree with you. Absolutely. In he comes.
Fresh, what you got to say?
Well, Team Secret, they've got 3 distinct win conditions in all of their defensive rounds so far. The first is the very early engagements that they're taking up on the entry of the map, trying to get that man advantage. We saw them just in round 3 achieve that. Then the second win condition is in the middle of the round, which is the layering. We're seeing a lot of castles, for example, being used. A lack of rotates, forcing Koi to clear through the actual building. And then the third is playing outside of sight and then collapsing back on them as they're executing. They've executed 2 rounds very well there. The custom supply defense was interesting, actually, and I was very surprised they actually went there, because over the last 6 months, Koi have never lost an attack on that site. So to choose that site over Bathroom Tellers or Vents Workshop was an interesting choice for me, and I'll be interested to see if they do go back there when they complete this rotation.
Thanks very much, Professor. You massive nerd. Love ya.
Oh, I would agree. I love Freshers in.
And he's also a massive nerd. Do you agree with that too?
Yeah, I do, to be fair. He is.
Nerd, but we love our nerds.
In the nicest way.
He is. In the
I am too.
only in the nicest way.
It's all fine.
I love Fresh.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing so far from Team Secret. As I said, coming in, you know, the as Fresh, you know, broke down fantastically there. They're looking at the round. What do we need to do at each stage? They've got a good understanding of it. It's working well for them. You know, it was interesting, Des, in the last round you picked up on the utility of Koi. You know, maybe something I'd be interested for Fresh's opinion on a little bit later in the game as well. You know, how Koi were using that utility, giving it away to the ADSs. And I know that that's not relevant to, say, the hard breach, for example, but the management of utility in general left them in a position where they couldn't really win that round. And that's something else to keep an eye on going forward.
It all adds up, right, is the way I'm looking at it. And what I'm a little bit nervous about in this round for Koi is they've gone super execute heavy. I mean, to be fair, direct to sight is never a bad thing, and that's exactly what they're considering. You've got the smokes coming out from the grid, from the Glaz, for example. You have the Glaz himself to obviously play off those smokes. They've got a good number of tools to make use of here to pull off a really good execute, but they're very conscious of being stabbed in the back when they try and make a play happen. And fair play to Secret. They haven't stuck to what worked last time. They've now got a shield set up here as well to protect their backside, which gives them even more cover here, where Savage once again can dance around these stairs and keep asking questions of Koi, who 60 seconds in are still only just about starting to figure things out here. They can see the freebie.
I was going to say, that is the Gemini decoy. Don't get overexcited. Noodle's just feeding that information in. That's the key, is those yellow pings that are coming in. Noodle's going to try to find his man, but not going to be able to. But there might be an opportunity here after the attempted run out. Leon picking up YZN, leaves them now in a 5 versus 4. And that's actually a much better start for Koi here. Not even halfway through the round, they get an opening kill onto Secret and can start potentially pushing their way into the map.
And it's the Warden they found as well. The exact counter they need to remove for this play to work. With YZN off the board now, they should be looking at a play, but Tim, they've already burnt through their smokes. They've got nothing left to actually make full use of this Glaz, and yes, they've got 2 kills. 2 kills might be enough for them to now win the 5 versus 3, but we all know what we expect to see when you see 4 smokes in back pocket and a Glaz. Normally it's a big execute. Here though, they've used it more to secure a couple of kills, and now they're in a spot to make this work. 2v4 for Secret.
I think that's okay for Koi, the way that it's gone. Like you say, using that utility, coming in, you know, it was a question that I asked. They've got the diffuser down now as well. All the pieces of the puzzle have fallen into place in round 4. And I can't say that I don't like it from Koi. I came in questioning utility use. Like you say, it may not have been used in exactly the way we might have expected, but it has got a job done. What it has done is it has solved a problem for them. Noodle's going to find that final kill to go on and win the round. And the problem that it solved for them in using those smokes and using those operators the way they have, it solved the problem of getting into the map, getting the kills, getting themselves established, and then the rest just fell into place from there on. A nice round 4 from Koi, I like that.
And tactical timeout coming in for Team Secret as well, choosing here while they're up at 2 and they're at 2 and 2. Both teams obviously dead even with that scoreline, but this is the point where they're calling the tactical timeout, thinking, you know what, we should have won maybe 3 rounds in those first 3. If not for getting backstabbed by Noodle as we all tried to flood back towards sight, that would have been our round to take. And clearly they feel that last round, things just went a little bit too awry. And we commented on it about the use of the smoke. Really, it's like bait coming out against the members of Koi. Well, against members of Secret, sorry. The smoke's come through. Your natural reaction then is, okay, we've got to try and make something happen here. They're going for a plant. We need to take a gunfight. We need to throw a C4. As they've stepped out, they've just lost a couple of members. And once in a 5 versus 3, Koi have not let that chokehold go, and they've gone through and seen it to close, which is great from them. Not 100% surprised us in Secret say, right, let's have a conversation here about what we can do. But honestly, maybe would have expected them to hold off for a round or 2 to see how things go.
We know as a coach, Twister is quite keen, quite happy to take those early game tactical timeouts, to try and get involved. I think it's, maybe a little bit of theory of, stopping things before they get too out of control in a way. But yeah, I think overall, Team Secret, to be fair, can be reasonably happy with how things have gone so far. We've got a beautiful information at the bottom there, courtesy of Sprabuni, that's just going to be telling us just exactly where we're up to for that top 3 position. We've got 3 teams fighting it out on this side of things. Wolves, Koi and Team Secret all in the mix for that top 3 and getting through to the knockout stages that then lead into potential major positions. So it's all on the line to play for, and as you can see, both teams want good wins. Right now, Wolves are licking their lips, because as this goes on, as this game stays close, Wolves get more and more and more opportunities to be able to jump them.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves is dreaming that this game goes overtime. One team gets 2, the other team gets 1, and then Wolves going for a clean 3-0 win, and round difference isn't even part of the conversation, but that does mean Wolves have to go for a clean win themselves too. So, yes, the longer this game goes on, the better for Wolves. Obviously, the more stressful it gets for both of these 2 teams. Now then, let's see how things shape up on this site. I didn't quite catch exactly where we've gone to on this site, but by the looks of it, it's onto the downstairs rather than a repeat of the same sites once again. Indeed, it's out towards Bathroom and Tellers to the other side of the map. So one thing I'm looking out for here really is what's Koi's game plan. Right now they're starting out on West Balcony, which to me says they want to go for a full map clear. Top floor down to bottom floor, all the way across, and then use that for an execute. So my only concern there being is that Koi have been quite slow on their attacks. Secret have done a brilliant job of slowing them down constantly. Every single time they try to move forward, there's another hurdle to get over. Right now, hurdle number 1 is Astro. He's already tripped up leader.
Manages to get that opening kill. That was something Secret were unable to secure in round 4, and it did not bode well for them. The Flores has been doing some work. Deepek taking down utility, using those drones. Astro knew the man was coming, was aiming maybe just a little bit low there, and Leon able to find the opportunity to pick up a headshot, level things out 4 versus 4, and with the way Secret's utility has been eaten away by the Flores as well, this could be a problem to continue holding on to top floor, but they say, no, who needs utility? We're just going to run out onto the balcony and shoot us a few more.
This must be infuriating, because across these 3 rounds, there's probably been at least 6 or 7 runouts at different points in the round as well. It's not like we're seeing the early run out, the early spawn peak. We've seen a couple, but it's these mid-round ones when they're saying, oh, okay, you're trying to challenge me inside a CC. Well, guess what? I'm stepping out and going for a swing out onto West Balcony as well. That round, well, the kill you've just seen then, 1 minute 30, and we're seeing that kind of play come through. It is punishing for Koi, because they basically have to commit someone full-time to having to watch flank drones. Much easier now that 2 of your players are dead, but when you're all on the field and trying to get stuff done, it's just maddening to try and deal with.
Interestingly, Secret have got themselves sort of hauled up inside of Customs at the minute. YZN, Savage and Sleben all playing within that small area, leaving Gruby alone on site. If that's something that Koi recognise, there is the potential opportunity for them to take advantage of that situation. Team Secret may be playing for the retake there, but Gruby will hold on for as long as possible. 30 seconds left to go, but Koi, you're definitely thinking about the potential for an execute onto site.
Good night. Nice little trade between the 2. I think that was actually one out towards passports they've dropped. There is 1 player still left inside of sight. They know the diffuser's going down. This is where Secret need to scramble and make things work for them. Groovy finds 1. Leon gets the trade back straight away. It's a 2 versus 1 for Secret, but Leon has site control. Shut down from above as YZM plays patiently. They'll get the disable in it, and even though Koi spotted the opportunity to just go direct to site, Secret are able to recover.
A nice retake played for by Secret there, and achieved as well. Pretty good stuff from them. Gets themselves 3 defensive rounds on board, which is actually a very good start for them. They're going to fancy this going into the second half. Whether they get this round or not, they're going to be looking at this thinking, we're pretty set up here to go on and take this win. They will favour the attack, I would imagine. But it was well played by Secret, following on from the tactical timeout as well. Just really well played. They understood what was going on. Gruby's just going to hold tight for as long as possible. There's very probably going to be a plant goes down at some point, and we're there ready to move back on in and take that back, using that verticality as well. They'd cut down enough members of Koi at that point that it just wasn't possible for them to have any sort of vertical presence.
And some might be wondering as well why Leon opted to go on the hunt there to try and find one of these two players that was left alive. It was a 2 versus 1 for Secret. Leon knows that if he sits and waits, there is a very good chance he's going to get himself 2v1. They're going to go for a swing. There's a player there for a crossfire or a trade. He would rather force 2 separate 1v1s and win out the round that way. Just unfortunately for him, Secret were expecting that. You had Wiser then holding that vertical as explained. He walks through a doorway and gets shot down in the back of the head. So criticize him all you like. I think it was probably the right play there by Leon. 3-2 then. Secret with the opportunity to go 4-2 here. Koi going to be scratching their heads a little bit, keeping getting tripped up in the early round by these runouts, the aggression coming out of Secret, the multi-layer defense that's coming out. We're going to see it again here, Tim, because that castle is onside once again for Groovy.
We've got to discuss the site choice again. You know, it was something that Fresh mentioned a couple of rounds ago when he came in. It was, you know, this is a site that Koi are very good at attacking. They've already won it on the attack.
Hang on a minute. This is where narrative and stats can sometimes collide a little bit. Koi have made 2 roster changes. They are very much a different team.
Very true.
Things are different, right?
Round 2 wasn't different though, was it?
It was not. But I probably come back to it. The timing from Noodle was excellent.
It was.
If he wasn't there at that exact moment, you probably have Secret refilling the site and winning the round in the retake. So it was a close one either way.
I tell you what, we'll decide how valid it is after this round.
All right then, mate. I don't want to hear your stats if they're 2-0 attacking this site. No, I want to see the reasons for it.
Well,
I want the quantitative information.
Let's see what happens.
Qualitative.
Noodle's just going to be working for information, still pushing him behind it now. Yellow ping's ahead of him, just giving him the idea that somebody is there. I think it's the Oryx that's just going to be playing off to one side. Savage inside of Archives, again, just trying to prevent that access, that map control that Koi do enjoy when they achieve. They've shown that they are able to utilise it and able to squeeze every drop of advantage from it. And for them, from their perspective, they need to be levelling things up 3-3 here. Noodle does take down Groovy to begin with. This is much better. Savage does find Noodle in a trade, but he's traded back himself with Leader leading the way, managing to get that kill. 4 versus 3.
What I love there was even if Savage had won that first gunfight, Leon was coming on the backstab through Archives. It was basically a 3v1 being forced by Koi. That's the kind of team play that was missing in the first 3 rounds, and they've really punished Secret here out on the roam. You'll happily take losing your entry and taking down 2 players on the other side. Again, brilliant start. Koi here with 75 seconds. They should be able to get this done as long as they don't now trip over themselves going into the last 60 seconds.
They've just drawn out the last man inside of CCTV. You can see that the pressure is mounting, going to hold a tight angle there, but nothing Slebin could do. Leon was well aware of his position. The drone had gone in. This is much better team play from Koi, working very, very well together at the minute.
They are. It's that team play again that I've been wanting to see that's been missing at least in the first 3 rounds, but it has ramped up as the half has gone by. Funny that, Tim. Teams can change how they play across the space of a half. 2 left alive then. Doc and the Mirror downstairs on site. Wiser then not really got himself too warmed into the game. Astro neither, in complete honesty. So for Koi, take it down for that last 10 seconds here. Get open what you need. They're looking at jail wall. They've got the verticals coming out from the sledge. It's looking good. Maybe even looking for a plant just in through the window here, I imagine, inside a supply.
Leader's going to rotate around to that position that we saw Noodle have so much success from last time they were attacking here. Astro is all alone, 4v1, and there could be trouble brewing here. He manages to find a headshot onto Leader. He can get himself back up, of course, being the dark, but he will not even make it back to his feet before Deepek cuts him down, and Koi level things up at 3-3.
Here comes the professional. What you got to say for us, my friend?
I was very impressed genuinely with Secret's defences, all but their supply customs defence, which, you know, we did mention. Koi are very, very good at attacking that. I thought they grouped up together a little bit better in the second half of the first half there. One thing I will note is both of these teams statistically over the last 6 months are 50-50 pretty much on both attack and defensive border. Now, what that means is actually if you're a Wolves fan and you're hoping for overtime, there's probably quite a good chance of getting it given that it was a 3-3 half.
You know what I love about that most of all, Tim? EU now has this reputation for being 3-3s the whole way through. Classic. I think I was looking back at Emmy's match notes from last week to kind of review things coming in. In one of the games, she said 3-3 classic EU half. And that's the way that it is starting to build. So I'm with him. I think in that second half, we really did see Koi, or second quarter, we did really see Koi improve. Now, though, that everything we've just seen in that first half has been basically written off, and we get to start things all over again. Koi's most played defender this stage being Oryx with 79% pick rate when available, Tim.
Not too much of a surprise, I don't think. Oryx very much coming into the fold of popularity recently, particularly good gun. Mobile, can create rotations, just, very useful all round, and particularly good in those gunfights at the minute. So not too much of a surprise to see, but a fascinating stat nonetheless. Talking of our stats, to keep you up to date as to what's happening in this game and how it all fits in to the chase for third. At the minute, if Secret were able to win this out completely, 7-3, no more mistakes, no more lost rounds, that is their last chance to actually just win this game and get third place. There's nothing them Wolves can do about it. 7-4 onwards, Wolves will have an opportunity. For the Koi, it's slightly different. Even now, that 7-3 win, Koi are in a position where Wolves will have an opportunity. So every round from here just gives Wolves more wiggle room.
Oh, is this a bit of bait play coming out here as well? Ooh, maybe it was for a second. I thought they were waiting on top of the drone just to swing onto Leon when he went in for it. They know that it's a Solus here, and they're trying to play around that. You saw the reverse frag grenade coming up through the floor that almost tagged Leon down. He is sat on 40 HP here. No Doc on side. Can't get himself juiced back up, but he's still out there causing a little bit of havoc with Secret's intel game. 5 drones down.
Such a powerful operator, the Solus, we know this, so effective, especially when combined with a Mozzie as well. What chance do Team Secret really have of successfully droning here? It's no surprise to see them now limited to only 4 drones on the field, and that may well continue to be eroded as this round continues. Don't forget, we're only halfway through the round here, and now down to only 3 drones remaining. They are being absolutely starved of information, Des.
They are halfway into the round as well, as you say. It's a little bit brutal, but hey, this is exactly the similar style of outcome that we saw coming from Secret back in the first half. Is how can we waste a lot of time? How can we slow them down? This is a little bit different, but it's going to work wonderfully. Good 2v1 play to bring down Cryer, mind you. Secret still have the numbers advantage from this somehow and almost get another one.
It is. Just working in Astro with a big opener. It's something that we saw Kai struggle to do at times on attack. When they did get those openers, it created space for them, and they did well from there on. Let's see if Team Secret can do the same thing. Gruby just going to hold that top angle onto Fountain from main stairs for the time being before he gets aggressive and pushes up, but does need to be cautious of both sides of himself at the minute.
Diffuser's outside break room, I'm pretty sure, here as well, so they've got to be mindful of that. There you go, Astro's recovered it. Good. Now moving his way forwards, they're trying to get rid of this player that's in behind the mirror window. This is really where you want Sleben out on the west side, but he's out towards Archives. It's a slight misalignment on who's pushing him from where, but it's still a quick 1-for-1. Different places in the map now for a 3 versus 2.
25 seconds left to go, and Secret are starting to rue that inability to keep their drones alive as they go in, not knowing exactly where everybody is, but the kills still keep falling. Sleb and Gruby manage, even with face checking, to get the job done. It was just a bit too much for Kai to be able to hold on to, and a shame for them because they did so well in that information game. We saw it. They go in there, they've no idea the man's behind Fountain, and it's because they had 1 drone left. As 1 drone was all that Koi limited them to at that point, but still Secret found a way, and that is a fantastic start for them.
I mean, that way was just going back to Siege basics. Outside of Iana kind of taking a chance of spotting what she assumed to be a gap inside of Fountain, it was constant 2v1 plays coming out of Secret. The exact same thing that we said was missing from Koi in the first 3 rounds and started to appear in the next 3. I feel you've just seen it in spades there as well. Secret really pressing down there and going for things, looking for that trade play. If not for trade play, then making plays happen at the same time across different parts of the map. So when you did see a 1-for-1 come through that wasn't, the same 2 players involved, it was 4 different players at the same time. That's because we were seeing movement at different areas, trying to really move as a team, even when not physically stood next to each other. Good attack from Secret. I think a really good defense out of Koi. Just needs tightening up a little bit when it comes to those gunfights and playing around each other.
Yeah, it was, as I say, it was a shame that, they did a lot of things very well. It just didn't work. Secret had answers. I think Secret sort of won the round rather than Koi losing it necessarily. But here we go. We're going to move on. It's going to be Bathroom and Tellers. Koi deciding that they're not going to double down on the top floor site. Instead, mixing things up and taking us downstairs. There's still going to be a lot of fighting goes on that top floor. Office control is going to be particularly important for Team Secret. So, sort of area to the top left of your map or straight in front of you now as we've moved there following the Mozzie. Thank you very much, Red Light, for showing us that top down. So that area in particular is going to be important. We're going to see the attacking team, Team Secret in this case, try to get in there, try to establish that control, open the floor up, try and make it uncomfortable for teams, for Koi defenders to stay inside of sight, you know, force them to play that sort of retake strategy that we saw from Secret.
I was going to say, some teams might look at it, well, players might look at this and be like, well, why focus so hard on drones? But they were down to 6 drones, Tim, with 2 minutes 30 still on the clock. They have been slammed by Leon in the droning phase, and oddly enough, this is actually something that Team Secret struggled with against Dark Zero when they played them back at SI. It was a real war for them to get anything done in what turned out to be a fantastic best of 3. But Dark Zero, Canadian in particular, just starved them of information, and ultimately it came back to bite Secret and cost them the game. I don't want to say we're seeing old mistakes kind of repeated here, but they've got 2 drones left. Everything is going to come down to blind peeking corners and hoping you find your man first.
That's it. They're just going to have to win gunfights. And the problem that they've got is that they're already at a man disadvantage. They've lost the knock, and that's going to make things very, very difficult for them now. Savage is going to get one of those few remaining drones out. Only 2 left now.
What a time as well, by the way, when those drones are in the back pocket of your entry in the Iana and kind of an entry in Ash.
Yeah, it's scary stuff. Only halfway through the round, and like you say, Team Secret looking like a disused fairground here. There's not much to go on.
You love rolling that one out.
I know you love it.
You even changed it to disused rather than abandoned.
It depends what mood I'm in.
Why disused? What was the mood for that?
It made it sound different.
Fair enough. Waiting area then for Astro as he starts his march forward, looking up towards bathroom. Again, this is what I mentioned about blind corners and having to just wait and assume that everyone's everywhere. And he would be right to think so. There's 2 inside events workshop. There's 1 hanging out inside a site. Has got the read on this, but can't find his man. Leon brought down to about 30 HP as Noodle finds another.
Nade is going to go in. They know that the Solus was just inside of the door. Nothing at all, really, that Leon could do there. Knows that he would have exposed himself to the line of sight he was being held from had he tried to move. 3 versus 3. 35 seconds left to go. And Team Secret are sort of slowly eroding this defence. But Koi are holding on pretty well. They've got themselves spread out. They've got 1 in customs, 1 in ventilation, 1 in sight. There is going to be nothing for free for Team Secret.
No, but again, everything's relying on intuition here as well, and a little bit of instinct as to what you expect is going to happen. They've got the drop down. They're going in for a potential plant here. Sleben baiting it out for a second, expecting him to get pushed, but it's simply not coming. Now the moves start. I don't know if they know there's actually a player on site here, Tim, that could really sting them.
It has the diffuser's gone down. Noodle manages to pick up Astro. That could be a big piece of the puzzle. It gives them the man over, and Noodle can start working his way up into waiting potentially. But Secret, as a key, have got the top floor. It's something that Koi were unable to play with in this same position. Is Savage able to hold on? The challenge is going to have to come, and it will. They've got a little bit of time, about 15 seconds to play with here, Koi. But right now, Secret, they are in a position to potentially hold this out in a 1v3.
They've got to be so careful. Timing is everything here as well. They know where Savage is. They see when they get the down as Noodle starts to disable at the exact right time. They'll stick this one out. Great retake coming out from Koi.
Such a close and hard-fought game. It just shows how much is on the line for these 2 teams. Neither of them wanting to give even an inch here. 4-4, and really, Des, there is only one benefactor, as we keep saying, if this continues in this trend, and that is going to be Wolves sat rubbing their hands at the prospect of this going to overtime, because it gives them a very clear opportunity then, a very clear path to turn around the opening stage of 2023 for themselves and get themselves into those knockout stages for a major place.
It's crazy to think Wolves haven't actually won a game yet this stage.
And could be in that top 3.
It's a real smash and grab, we call that back in the UK. Sometimes it's just unreal to think that a team has lost 2 series, admittedly in overtime. They could have been wins, in which case they could have had 4 points by now. But they've lost 2 in overtime. They've got 2 points, therefore. They also clear outright lost the other one in regulation. So again, just a simple win today could be enough, assuming this game does go all the way to overtime. But we've still got a lot to go yet, Tim. I tell you what, it feels kind of weird that we're only 8 rounds in. I feel like we've watched about 15 rounds between these 2 teams so far.
It's been an absolute war.
Yeah, because again, the back and forth between the 2 of them to control different parts of border, the hurdles that have been put up, the team play that we've had to see evolve, it really has been a lot of change in just 8 rounds so far.
So to give you an idea of exactly how the situation stands for Wolves, it's still not fantastic at the minute, but the point is it's getting better round by round for them. So if it were to finish now, say either team were to win 7-4, Wolves, depending which team it is, if it were Team Secret, Wolves would need a 7-0, I believe. If it was Koi that wins 7-4, then Wolves will need a 7-1 at least. So it's still not great for them. They've still got an awful lot of work to do against M&M, but the point that I'm making really is, as these two keep trading blows, there is only Wolves that benefit, because every round that ticks up, every time it's a 7-5, you know,
Leon.
It's an overtime, it gets easier and easier for them. YZN is going to take down Leon for an opener, and that's going to leave us 5 versus 4. Team Secret able to get that opener quickly, and they've got time now to use that to create some space.
Baited him out so well on the vertical there. I think the right idea. You're assuming they're on ground level. They have been the whole game so far. Why would that change? And through the soft wall. This is why we reinforce that single wall. I've seen it every single round so far when we've had Savage playing around these stairs. This round, it's left soft, and they pay the price.
Savage going to be working his way towards that west balcony. We're just going to have a detonation of a nitro from Crying on the window, just trying to sort of outthink his man, but he's not going to find the target. Safety was hard as a priority by Savage to begin with. Crying, ooh, just looks away at potentially the wrong time there as they're looking to challenge that break door, but he's going to hold on for the time being with the ward, and the opportunity, it's tantalising, Des. We know that it's going to present itself. He takes his shots, but he can't find his man, and then he's going to be taken down by Savage.
It's again this team play every time they're stepping into a gunfight. There's 2-3 players looking to step in and get aggressive. Beamed by Leader though, that Vector ripping through the halls of Border, but he's got it all to do. Cannot do it. The C4 gets ripped, and Slebin was there ready and waiting to collect his due reward. Fresh, what do you think about those last 3 rounds, my friend?
Koi have been playing to a different win condition to Team Secret on the defense. They've been playing to deny that information. We've seen Solace in all 3 rounds from them so far. What they should have done when they've been trying to deny that information, though, is then back up to positions outside of sight, to ratty positions, to really try and basically expose the lack of information Team Secret have. On the 2 armory sites, we've not seen them do that. We've seen them continue to try and fight and fight and fight. And that's ultimately what's cost them. Now, they've taken a timeout and they're probably going to have a nice big talk about what's going to go on their defense. And I would too, because they only play 3 sites, but their Vents Workshop is mediocre at best. On a defensive win rate, it's 33%. Their armory archives, 47%, excluding these last 2 rounds. The only site they're really comfortable defending is Bathroom and Tellers. So they're going to have to figure something out very fast. Now, I would maybe change the approach and the win condition for Koi. Back that you've got the better gunners and really try and fight them as much as you possibly can. Or if you're going to continue with this information, make sure that you stick to the win condition, get yourselves in these ratty positions once you've denied 7-8 drones. Secret are not going to be able to check everything with the time left.
Back themselves that they've got the better gunners he's recommending there, Tim, but the way I'm looking at things,
I'm not sure they do at the minute.
Not this game. Not this game.
In general, yeah. You know, we know that Koi have got fantastic players. The ability's right up there. But the point is, the numbers aren't showing it today. You know, Secret are coming away with a lot of the 50-50 fights, which is just, it's not a huge edge at the minute, but it is just giving them that 1 round. They always seem to be that 1 round in front. And so, you know, yeah, it's looking pretty good for Secret at the minute.
It's the beauty of hindsight again, because coming back to those first 3 rounds, we've spoken about it quite a bit already, but the 1v1 natures coming out from Koi, not really looking to push it in 2v1s and 3v1s like we've seen Secret doing in every round of this half so far. It is stacking up against them. And as much as we're kind of going in on Koi here and seeing their mistakes far more obviously than Secret's, it is still only 5-4 to Secret. Koi still very much have the possibility to keep themselves going. I'm pretty sure, isn't hashtag Koi fighting a thing? I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm pretty sure it could be. Yeah, it's, you know, they are fighting
on Twitter.
The thing is, and you've got to be impressed by those performances as well, because, you know, I've said this time and time again, Des, it's easy to win 7-0. It's easy to win when you come out and you're just winning every fight and everything's going your way. That's not what wins your titles. That's not what wins your tournaments. You know, being able to win the ugly matches are the ones that win your tournaments. If you're having to struggle, Koi, you know, they're struggling a little bit.
Well, hello.
Oh, hang on a minute. Secret are already getting it down. They're going to get away with this, Des. Nobody's going to stop him.
I was about to say there's someone above that should be able to stop this, and they were there eventually. They've managed to get the down as well. As soon as it looked like they were going to stick it and be able to win this round, it's been turned around by Koi. But a bit of chaos inside of the site as Sleben managed to slither his way in, has got a kill back, and now it's a 3v3.
As I said, sometimes you got to be able to win the ugly ones, and that is, Koi have just got a job done there. They've lost a couple of men doing so, but now 3 versus 3, Diffuser down inside a site. It really puts Secret.
That's the thing.
That's the big thing. It puts Secret on the back foot. They've lost the spearhead of the attack. They're having to now just play by, the seat of the pants. They're just having to play this on the fly. We're going to have a good opener from Secret essentially going in, but again, Koi are always there to double down on it and to back it up. But Secret are going to be the ones, there's with 1 minute 30 left to go in a 2 versus 1.
Oh, Leader. Can you smell that clutch coming?
Astro's low health though.
He knows that he's on the main stairs as well. It's just if Astro can win this out, then there's a problem. Has no idea. I was about to say surely he has no idea, but he does. It's down to a 1 versus 1. Both players sat on 9 kills in the game. That's just how close it is. Sleben's in and trying to make a stick work out here as well. I think Leader has got no idea, has played it a bit too passively, assuming they'd try and look for kills. But no, they've gone for Diffuser down, and now it's a big fight back for Leader.
It's not going to be easy from here because Sleben's been able to get himself outside of the map, and you're playing against a very experienced player here. Sleben is not going to be baited into a silly position, I wouldn't expect. He's going to play his patience. He knows he's got about 18 seconds left that he just needs to hold on to. This could be a big brain play. We've seen it only once or twice before, Des. They're going to give it a go, but no, look at that. I spoke about Sleben's experience, and he really shows it. Leader, he's trying to get it done. He doesn't know exactly where he is. Surely he finds his man. Yes, Sleben, he knew exactly what was coming, and that was experience being put to fantastic use. You weren't going to get away with that one, and I'm sure he had I'm sure he had Leon in his ear as well saying, I've seen this before. I've seen this before, Sleben. Don't let him get it through the wall.
I know it was in the bank basement. Which two teams? Empire.
It was Sadru.
Yeah.
Sadru who got, so for anybody who doesn't know, back at the Raleigh Major a good while ago now,
2018.
The same situation presented itself. It was in bank. It was between Archives and Tellers next to it, and it was basically the same. Leon had a vertical cover on it. The diffuser was down, and he'd gone up to CEO and was covering vertically. And Scyther just took one shotgun blast in the wall and was able. Leon couldn't get the angle through onto him. I don't think. I think there was something obscuring his vision, his ability to see through to that position, and Scyther was able to defuse. But I used that clip, and I'll use the one we've just seen there so many times when people say to me, what is it that makes Siege different? What is it that makes Siege unique? And that's your answer right there. Just, it's that 4D element of like, right, yeah, there's normal options, but actually I can just blast a hole in this wall, and now I've got a diffuse option that wasn't available to me 2 seconds ago. But as I say, Sleben, he's been around the block once or twice, and he's not going to be caught out by that.
I was talking to a host who works another game who really wants to get involved in Siege, and they were saying like, it's just so ridiculously complicated. I was like, I get the complication, but it's depth, right? Like that level of interaction across multiple floors, all the different operators we've got, the different combinations that work together, the guns, the gadgetry, the secondary utility. There's just so many layers to Siege, and that is one of them when you see it come to light like that you're just like, that is why it's something special.
It really is. The depth is, in many cases unmatched. A lot of it coming about because of the level of destruction that we're able to enjoy. And then, like you say, throw gadgetry and guns and diffusers all on top of that, and you get a pretty complex puzzle. But that is why we love this game, because it just presents something new every single time. Here we go then. Let's have a new round. It's going to be round 11. Team Secret only need one more. Koi are fighting to keep themselves alive here. If they don't get the win, they will not be going into third place. They will be dropping down to qualifiers. There's.
In case you missed that stat just a second ago, I mean, even production was saying to me, God, shut up, Tim. 100% entry conversion for Secret where they've got the entry. So we'll see if it carries on in this round. But Tim, I'm seeing the tens, and I'm just thinking there's some more cheekiness coming out here as well. They've got the line all the way through in towards site, which blocks it out. A good nade coming in from YZN. They've got full control of site here, Tim, and what a play they've pulled off.
Diffuser's going down, YZN straight in there again. I like the aggression from Secret wanting to take it over the line. It's like they knew that there was blood in the water. The opportunity was there, and this is leaving Wolves in a very tough spot, and Secret in a very good one. Des. If they're able to lock out this round, it's currently 4 versus 2. It's going to be a tough ask for Koi. They've got leader, they've got Crying, and they're going to be trying to find kills to begin with, but they've got about 18 seconds to get them. Yellow ping information telling them where the pressure's coming from. Leader able to take one, but Savage, he'd already done the damage. He'd already found Crying, and he's going to leave Koi Crying all the way into those qualifiers, Des, because Secret are the ones that get the win. They're the ones with the potential opportunity to snag that 3rd place, and it's all going to be up to Wolves, who I believe are going to need a very good 7-0 win to take the spot from them.
Fantastic game from Secret. I know at 5 and 4 we were saying, look, this is actually really close despite all that's going on. Genuinely think on the day, the better team has won.
Yeah, I think so. Secret look good.
They were on it from round 1 of their attacking half. They were brilliant on their defences overall. Sure, Koi had some good rounds as well, but Secret do massively deserve that.
Yep.
And honestly, after seeing them play, obviously back at SI, seeing how they look here now as well, I'm quite excited about how they might do when it comes to a major.
As I said at the beginning of the game coming in, you know, whether it's Wolves, Koi, whether it's Secret, I don't mind. I enjoy watching all of these teams. But I had a little bit of a feeling about Secret today, you know, the way they've been going about things and the way, you know, what Twister's shown his ability to achieve at previous teams. And yeah, absolutely, like you say, Koi, I think, did some things very well. They deserved their shout. Secret won the game. But Koi, you know, did do some things very well, but ultimately, it just wasn't enough for them today.
It wasn't. And obviously worth stressing as well that points still matter across both groups, because
100%,
based on where you finish in the overall EU standings when it comes to all 10 teams, you can go to different qualifiers, open quals, last chance quals, all these things to consider. So you look at it and think, okay, there's still a world here where Koi don't finish dead bottom, but it's still not ideal. 2 points.
Certainly not.
They won the Berlin Major not 9 months ago. It's crazy how much things change and how fast they do it, Tim.
Been a bit of a turnaround, hasn't it?
Hasn't it? Just speaking of a turnaround, quick one with our break. When we come back, the desk will be there for you. See you in a few.
Hey guys, my name is Backbull.
I'm Leon Gids.
My name is D-Bag.
I'm Bibu.
So my name is Noah.
I am Tyrant.
My name is Nilo.
My name is Mark Steinman.
A hard support at an IGL basically means that I'm playing all the hard breach operators. I'm joining in my team, making sure the job's done. I think the reason I'm so good at this role is because I'm very vocal as a player. I've got a deep understanding in the game.
I am an entry, but I'm also the person that can just go anywhere on the map. I'm kind of like that wildcard player.
And I enter the map like as fast as possible, obviously, and take the map control, which is pretty important. In the team, I'm best known for helping people that are roaming from site with echo drones or file camps. Like a backbone of the team. I'm playing anything that's needed for the team.
As hard breach, if you die early on in the round, you're just putting your team at a massive disadvantage. So something I always try to do is make sure that I'm as close to the back as I can and let my entries do most of the work. That's their job.
I think what I like about entry the most is I kind of get to use my teammates to just get me in the building and do what I love. It's a pretty aggressive role, I think, and I'm pretty confident on it. You need to be confident actually on that role. Like, you're normally the first person inside the building taking the first gunfight.
What I like about my role the most is probably I have so much control over the round. If something isn't going right, it's on my shoulders to correct it.
The best part about my role is that I get to sit back, just join my teammates in and let them do the work for me.
Something I would suggest to anyone looking to go pro or at least get better at either IGL or hard support roles would just be to study VOD of either yourself or other experienced players on that role.
Make sure you're stern and you're confident in what you're calling, so your teammates know and they can trust you and understand what they're doing.
Communication, you need to have a clear communication, be calm.
Try to get your teammate involved to pre-place a camp for you that he can hold in the beginning of a round if you want to take map control fast.
Your mechanics, so like your aim or your positioning.
By watching other players, you can of course just see what they're doing and implement their tips and tricks into your own gameplay.
For me, I feel like you just got to have a lot of game knowledge and then self-confidence as well.
Just be confident. I think that's actually a very big part.
You have to be feeling like you're going to win every single one of your gunfights as soon as you go into them.
I'm very comfortable in my role. I think I'm definitely one of the best people to do what I do. I don't want to say too much, but probably top 5.
I can keep a level head in these intense situations.
My game knowledge is like, I feel like it's above like everyone else's in UL, to be honest.
I can adapt really well.
I can just go in any side of the map without even needing a drone half the time because I know that people are not going to be there.
I think I'm pretty confident to become the best. I think I'm extremely hungry for it.
I can always be working to improve, you know. If something goes wrong, I can always learn from that situation and do better next time.
It's been my dream like all my life, and now I've been given the chance to do it.
what a matchup. Nail-biting to finish up the end of our first game. Let's have a chat with our winners. Secret. Hello, Savage. We meet again, my friend, and this time with a massive win. Not just is it all 3 points, but also with a 3-round differential. How do you feel?
I feel great. You know, still not qualified just yet. We need to wait for the rest of the games, but hopefully we make it. Really, really proud of how far we've come.
I mean, just to tell you, Wolves have the 7-0 M&M, which, you know, it's Siege. Anything is possible, but we will leave it until the end of the day, and we'll see the reactions on Twitter flooding as everything is confirmed. But, Savage, what do you think was your big change for today? Because playing against Koi when you know that they can perform really well, but also still unpredictable with their lineup is a tough ask.
To be honest, I don't think we played our best, but I still think, I don't know, it seemed like Koi were scared to play. I don't know if that was their game plan to just be slow, but it seemed like they were very scared, so we were always comfortable, because like even if we weren't playing our best, you know, it felt like they were playing worse, if that makes sense. But I still think, like, especially in attacks, with a few like good rushes by our staff members and everything, really we were able to get some free rounds just off that, and you know, so it's easier.
What helped you choose to go for those rush strats?
We know Koi are not a team that changed a lot, and a team that runs much strats. We knew like whatever they played 6 months ago was going to be the same they play now, even though if they change lineups. So we just looked back at their VODs and, you know, pretty much counter-strat them in a few attack rounds and / defenses.
My question to you, because we were talking about this after Leon's interview last week with Koi's victory, was that there's just a lot happening in comms for them, especially at the end of rounds where everybody's talking constantly and you have to quiet down the comms. How do you feel are the comms currently in Team Secret if we compare?
We actually have sort of a problem also with comms. Not really a problem, but just sort of the same. Everyone wants to put in their own beats. You know, everyone wants to win, so everyone is trying to help us win. But at the end of the day, is realizing that everyone's speaking at the same time, or everyone trying to give the input is not going to make us win. It's just going to make a chaos on the comms. So we kind of noted that, and we toned it down a bit by everyone, trying to make Joe wise then just you know, the bigger guy, the guy that has more to say, so we can have better comms. Even if sometimes we miss some stuff, it's always better to have less and more in that category, in my opinion.
Do you have something you say when you clear comms? Is it hamburger? Is it something else?
It's actually, we actually been using the Koi comm now, Michael. That I'm pretty sure they came up with it, but it's catchy, so we just use it.
Fair enough. Gets it done. But, I mean, you said you're not officially qualified yet. That will depend on Wolves later on today versus M&M. But if you were to qualify, what would you say to people out there?
I mean, I don't think many people expect us maybe to get out of this group. So, like, if for the people that did expect us, or well, that hope that we expect that we qualified, I'm thankful for their support, obviously, and you know, it's been a run coming from like 2 very hard losses to still being able to qualify. You know, we are definitely happy about that.
Well, very good to hear. So, with that victory, Savage, they're making it through almost. Team Secret require Wolves to push Secret out of that position, need to defeat M&M 7-0. So, by all intents and purposes, it might be done, but then again, who knows? Savage, again, looking forward to posts on Twitter of everybody celebrating or not. Who knows? So,
we'll see.
Take care. Hopefully we get to chat again very soon. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
There it is. What a victory. All 3 points, 3 rounds set on the side just in case. And that's the best case scenario for Secret.
Exactly, yeah, and it's very much deserved as well. I think there was such a big difference between Secret's attacks and Koi's attacks today. Koi, indeed, as Savage mentioned in an interview, played very slow, really took their time on attack, and it almost felt like they couldn't even cheese around the way by doing a rush, because Secret always had that top 4 control that really helped them out in that favor. You mentioned those 3 layers before, for example, during the game, and what Secret did is what I wanted to see Koi do on their attacks as well. They had these rushes, these extremely crazy easy floods onto the side where they pulled these rounds towards in their favor.
I was very impressed genuinely with Secret's defenses today. I thought they were really good. I thought other than a couple of bad site choices with the supply customs, they would have won this game much easier. And like you say, in the attack, they actually controlled rounds. I think Ace put it really well in the cast. Secret are going out and winning the rounds. Koi aren't going out and losing the rounds.
And that was something where Secret were dictating the pace of the matchup, which is not something we've seen Secret do too often over the past year. Definitely an improvement, something for Koi to go back to the drawing board and work with, as now they're left with the only 2 points, keeps them in the bottom side of that group. Our MVP for the matchup, who is it? Who is it? To quote Michael Jackson, it's coming. I feel it coming. But who sings that song? I don't know. We're having dioramas in here.
I mean, I might be looking at someone that has done the most entries.
Slebin.
I mean,
that buck though.
Yeah, that was. I mean, if you talk about rounds that are really helping to win in that way, right? It was that rush that came right after the tactical timeout that Koi called in to then rush and flood aside. That's not something you'll be keeping account for if you just had your tactical timeout. You're ready, like, oh, we'll get this, and then you get rushed like that, and then Slebin eventually wins the round out by that buck. Indeed, that is major, and it really helped him to set the favor in their sights.
I imagine if Buck had grenades,
you're gonna hurt a lot of people by saying that.
There's probably people. There's people that I played a lot of Buck at the time too, so I feel it. But there's probably a lot of people watching right now. They're like, "Wait, Buck having grenades? That would be a great idea." Yeah, welcome. You started playing.
Yep.
You started playing in 2020 and beyond. Well, hello. We'll refer you to some old VODs. Anyways, Jack, I see you itching on the other side. What do you want to talk to us about?
Well, in the pre-game of this game, I talked about how Secret have got a new IGL, how they don't do these kind of cheese plant strategies that Kendrew used to be kind of famous for and known on this roster. Well, they did one. They won the game on it, and I thought it was absolutely genius. Now, I'm just going to roll the clip forward a little bit. The Gone 6 of the Passport Door by Savage. Now, you've got an opportunity here, and Savage said that Secret had tried to counter-strap Koi, and they've done this perfectly because they use the sense wall to create 2 lines of sights. The way the sense wall is rolled, Savage can peek left around it and peek right around it, depending on where the defenders are. You've got a player playing on Teller's window, holding the line of sight all the way to Workshop. So who's the only player that they then need to remove? The one position that they need to remove is going to be the castle inside of sight. So what does YZN do? Nades that spot out. Castle is dead. The Solace tries to contest Teller's window, runs away, and is dead. Now, this is Secret taking the sight, the map control, all the lines of sight away from Koi. The only thing that Koi could possibly now do is play vertically, drop down, try and find the picks, and play for a retake. But Secret aren't going to let them do that. I thought it was absolutely genius use of the sense walls. Obviously, Crying catches a kill, but Grubby gets a refrag out up on the top floor because Grubby is also pushed in the top floor the same time this is happening to get that free kill in the back as Koi are running around headless chickens. It's an absolutely genius counter-strat from Team Secret, and they pulled it out right when they needed it to work in the match point to secure themselves going to the deciders. Obviously, we're going to see Leader and Cry and try and play for a little bit of a retake here. But as soon as you've got that Teller's window and you can stop them crossing, you're going to see them get cut down as soon as they try it. So it's something that we haven't necessarily seen too much out of Secret this stage, but it won them the game in this scenario, and I really enjoyed that execute.
Thank you very much, Fresh. There's definitely one of the sites where the moment you plant on the window, especially in this case, if you have a 4v2 manpower advantage, it is nigh impossible to retake for the defenders. Though, closing thoughts on our first matchup?
I'm also really happy to see Secret be more confident in their games, because in their previous games, you saw them being getting caught out by spawn peaks, getting caught out by frost mats, and here they actually held up on control a lot without giving it away that quickly and suffering losses. They showed a lot more confidence today with all those, also with those rush takes, and I hope they keep that up, hoping they go into the decider bracket.
And I think for Koi's side, obviously, they're going into the Open Qualifier playoffs now. So they've got to play against teams that, you know, are tier 4, tier 3 teams. I think they've got a bit of an issue, like you say, where they've got the players that doesn't make sense to how they want to play in terms of the makeup of that team. And they're probably the team that you could argue defined the current meta, started the current meta all the way back in Berlin. Do they change and go to a different style of play, or do they try and force players outside the comfort zone? They've got, you know, a few days to think about that. I would expect they'll get through the Open Qual playoffs to LCQs, but even that might be a challenge for them. They've got to really have a think about what they're doing.
Oh, there's a lot of teams that could be vying for a spot in LCQ. Two of them, potentially one of them, is coming up in just a moment. VP versus BDS. None of the two are locked in just yet. And whatever the game is going to have a ball of a time, but there's also a bit of a twist. There's a certain amount of rounds you have to win by, so let's talk about that and more after the break.
Those qualifiers, Des, because Secret are the ones that...
We're feeling confident, we are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait. We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys, let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win.
We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS.
It's all koi, baby.
Team M&M are taking home that trophy. TT9, we are gonna win!
Welcome back, everybody. BDS versus Virtus Pro is about to begin. Hello, I'm Milosh with me are Anne and Fresh, and let's talk about our teams. Starting off with our French roster of BDS. They good?
Do you want me to talk about them? I was just thinking. I was trying to think of a word, a French word to say, because I've been on the grind of trying to learn French.
Yeah.
Every single French word.
Look,
I forgot.
Jack.
You forgot all of them.
One French word every time we're back on the desk.
Oui.
What would you like to? Oh, there we go. That's one. Let's go.
Allez.
Easy clap. Easy clap. Well done.
So, look, BDS have not had a great stage by all accounts. Now, you can contextualize it in whatever you want. They've had a close match against current world champions. Then they had an outright embarrassing performance on Clubhouse, supposedly the best team in the world on it. And then they went and won 7-0. So it's been very mixed in terms of their 3 results. What I will say, they are our current major champions. They have a lot of quality and we shouldn't write them off after 3 games. They've got a mammoth task today where they've got to win 7-0 or 7-1 to go through to the decider's phase. If they don't do that, they'll be in the open qual playoffs. So it's do or die for BDS today.
Yeah, indeed. They basically have to replicate the same result as they did yesterday, or sorry, last week, but that was then again against a team that was a lot on a different level, let's say, than Virtus Pro is, because Virtus Pro is currently sitting at first in their own group.
True.
But the main concern I might have is stats of these players, because Shaiko, who was really important during obviously the Inchipping Major as well, has now been performing as the least player in his group. Likefak has upped his stats very much in comparison to where he started last game, but then it might be a little bit inconsistent, and we really need some consistency because 2 rounds lost a day means that they're out for the deciders bracket.
All right, then let's talk about BDS's opponents. On the other side, we'll bring up the team on the screen. Virtus Pro, that a lot of people were kind of washing by the wayside when we started our stage. Seems like they are back in business for all the old Empire fans.
Yep.
They're back with Pasha now on the squad.
Exactly, yeah. They had a better start to the game that they played against Heroic. We've seen them have worse starts to the games previously. And they were able to win that out as well, win the game in regulation. That's why they qualified themselves in the playoffs bracket. Today, they can actually confirm themselves first in their group, but they'll need to get a 7-2 victory today if they want to do that. We've seen more well-timed executes coming out from Virtus Pro as well, really helping them. Could be a strong factor for today too. And one player that we should highlight is Dan, because if you look at the stats and if you look at all players of EUL, Dan is leading almost every single scoreboard, almost every single leaderboard of all of those, except for Plants, which technically isn't really his job in the team, but he's definitely a player to look out for.
Well, my question is, if we were to take the top performer from BDS and the top performers from Virtus Pro and put them together on a graphic, what would we call that graphic?
Head-to-head, Milosh.
Oh!
Wow.
Head-to-head, we've got these 2 players head-to-head. Now, it's worth noting that, and I'll just quickly continue that conversation about Dan, which is that when these roster changes were made, VP was kind of widely criticised for not keeping hold of Milan. Dan would not be playing the role he is playing today if they had done that, because Pasha provides that level of support and consistency to allow Dan to go on and do these great things. He is the best rated player in the league. Now, go on to Likefak. Obviously, his kind of performance has mirrored BDS's kind of performance, where it has been up and down, but he was sensational last play day.
Yeah, the one stat line that will prove your story and my point as well is cost. Dan has an 80% cost, proven that he's very consistent in what he does, and Likefak only has a 66% cost. So yes, his stats might be a little bit skewed. He is currently the third best rated player of EUL, but that was mainly because of his performance against TT9 last week, where he went 13 in 1. Consistently is definitely showing on Dan's side, but these 2 players will definitely show up today.
They have to. Really,
yeah,
it's
for sure.
And even more pressure on BDS if we're looking at it that way, just because of how things have gone down so far in this group stage. Now the question is, where will they have to perform on for our play day? Our maps are ready, and a lot of them will be taken away. 8 actually. We're gonna go to Cafe Dostoevsky. Virtus Pro is starting off on the attack with BDS on the defense. Jack.
Yes.
What do you think of this?
Well, obviously BDS got the 7-0 starting Cafe defense last week, so that's a very, very good sign for them. What I will say is the Virtus Pro map pool, they've commented on it publicly. They don't have the big enough map pool, so to actually fight, being able to go. This is where map pool comes into it so much. Because VP are forced into banning Theme Park, forced into banning away the Skyscraper and the Chalet, it was basically going to be Cafe or Border. BDS love both of them. So they've ended up on Cafe and attacking it. I think if I was a BDS fan, that's the best map ban phase you could have gone for.
I will have to agree, so definitely. I mean, Virtus.pro have not banned this map so far in their banning phases, so it could be in their map pool, but as you mentioned, it is a little bit smaller. BDS also have a 94% attack and win rate on this map. In the last 4 times that they played, also unbeaten. So as soon as they get some good rounds on defense, it can still be very good for them on attack.
Well, they don't have much to flex with, to be honest, in this game. So the 94%, they're going to have to replicate it here down to the T, though. Thank you very much, Resh and Ann. Our casters are ready. Virtus.pro versus BDS. We got Designated Sticks through it. What are you doing?
This is what happens when you leave stickers near a child.
Also, what happened when you leave them near me?
Same thing.
Chat requested.
Same thing.
I delivered.
Get me out.
And get us into Cafe, Tim, because that's the game we got coming up.
It's as if we've done it before.
I love this. I was about to say, that transition just worked fine. You can take them off now if you really want to.
I am already.
I've got the pictures and that's what counts. Is it going to be a photo finish for Virtus.pro? Will they top the group, Tim, or will BDS have something to say about it? I've got a pretty strong personal stake in this game, Tim. Don't know if you knew.
A little forfeit.
A forfeit, a wager, you might call it. Yeah, so Fresh was pretty confident BDS could do this today. They could get the 7-0 or 7-1 that they need to keep themselves in the running and, well, take Virtus.pro potentially down slightly if G2 can win later. Now, I was so sure of this that I offered him a financial sum as a bet, and he wasn't too big a fan of that. So we changed it, and we're going back to like old school UK like FIFA rules. The way it works is whoever wins the wager, the other person has to apologise at the end of the show to the other person's mum for daring to challenge or take a wager against the other. So I'm pretty sure Fresh has already said to me, if VP get 2 rounds, I will start on my apology to your mum. I've absolutely on broadcast. I heard Medic's just asking. Absolutely on broadcast in the post-show. He knows that her name is Debbie. So that's what he's got to, formally address the camera as and be saying, right, Debbie, I apologise for daring to take such a wager against your son. He clearly has the bigger brain. I cannot wait to hear it. Unless, of course, BDS do pull out a 6-0 half, in which case I am dropping some bricks in my pants. It's not going to be a good time.
In the midst of all this...
There are some bans happening as well, Tim.
In the midst of all this, I think I dropped what may be a fairly reasonable appraisal of this game, which was, I think BDS will win, but I'm not sure it will be by enough. It was what I said somewhere in the middle of you two going at each other.
I think we ignored that comment in the group chat,
yeah. Over the middle of you
know, the best thing is, you've still got a sticker on your face.
See, I knew this would happen. Oh, it's on the nose.
Well, he didn't know. He's got another one.
I didn't nose.
I'm not even going to tell you about the other ones.
I've got
you
it.
Can't see him.
I've got it.
Oh, he's found them all now. I'm so sad. I really should have said nothing and just let the end game come back onto your mug covered in stickers.
Oh, dear me.
Righty, what a game we have got waiting before us. Bans have rifled through. Saw that Nomad ban coming out. I think it's really valuable on this map. I think anyone who's ever played this map and ranked knows that those air jabs going down on things like red stairs, just really valuable for protecting the attackers when they're trying to work their way through the map. So for me, for BDS, that is screaming we want to get mobile, we want to get busy, we want to try and stab VP in the back when they're looking for an execute. And the operator lineup suggests just as much, Tim. We've got Shaiko on the Solus, we've got Alems playing on the Vigil here as well. Even Leakifak on the Wamai can do a bit of work too. So I do expect to see them getting out and busy around the map, knowing they can't be slowly penned in by this Nomad pick.
And I rejoice they have not taken top floor as the primary option. They're going to be heading down to kitchen. Thank you, BDS.
Tim, that's a serious problem with their top floor, by the way.
Thank you, BDS. Going to be taking us down to...
What's the win rate so far?
I'd have to check, to be fair. I know historically I'm talking over 2 years.
Freshie, go on.
It's never the
after
top
round
attacker
3,
side.
mate. Can you let us know?
Top defender side. So.
Yeah, let us know after round 3.
It's always a poor defensive, or it has been consistently for 2 years. It's been poor for defenders. Heading down to kitchen then instead, it's going to be Breeder on the Echo. We know we've seen so many iconic Echo moments on this very site. We're seeing the use of the external drone holes as well to feed information. Pasha's going to take a ton of damage there on the book, and that is not an operator you want to be losing when attacking this site.
Thought Alems then for a second was thinking about trying to get out the window to try and go for this peak. They know that he's still there. They can still see him. He's still lurking, but they're just a little bit wary, I think. And so they should be as well, because Shepard is the one waiting and lurking. Doesn't think I know the Lems are still there looking. In fact, he does as the flash follows him through the window. So start of the round, at least 90 seconds in. No one's gone down, but VP have made very slow progress. Only just about now establishing control on the top floor, and they've got 2 more still to work through, Tim.
Joystick just using that angle to try and just pick anybody up in towards reading room or moving through that rotate. But it's BDS just not overcommitting here, dropping themselves back to side. It's not unusual. BDS usually fairly restrained on the roam. They will utilise it, but they do tend to have a heavy side focus on at least some of the maps, and they are showing that here. Lems is going to be trying to hold on to VIP, very important area, not just for very important people, Des, but for very important map control of the bottom of White Stairs in particular.
Really good work by BDS so far as well. Just one shooting through a bit of the intel work coming out from Virtus Pro, but really running that clock down, and Virtus Pro just don't have the map control they need, I feel at least, to pull off this play. Sure, they've got some vertical inside the slope, but they got it very, very late, and they don't really have all they need on towards these players. Great nade coming through, will down Renshiro, but he is not out just yet. Leaking back equally, put down to about half. So things still looking good for BDS here. Virtus Pro are going to have to flood site late in the round here, which means any kind of chaos could develop.
Yeah, great pick up for Chaiko to begin with as well, taking Dan down. We've seen, you know, how well he's been playing so far, but Leakafak is going to go down as well, leaving us effectively 4 versus 3. But as you say, time's going to be the factor. I don't think VP are watching their backside here, Des, as a Lem starts to creep in, but the diffuser's going down. Is it going to be too little too late? Shepard doesn't have the opportunity to stick because Breedy picked up on him at the beginning on the echo, just getting all the information that he needs from the cams and then using those stun charges to prevent the plant, and that's going to be BDS taking round 1.
It played out exactly how I'd imagine in the storybook as well. The Nomad ban coming through. We spoke about BDS with that ban wanting to make use of the flanks. And what is it Lems is doing when the plant starts to come through? Oh, he's flanking up White Stairs where there are no air jabs to stop him. So I know that Virtus Pro in this case don't have the Nomad to lean on, but this is where things like, dare I even say the gridlock can help, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of tracks to potentially run through. It doesn't stop you as well as an air jab would. It's not as loud, of course, too, that the gunshots do definitely help. Whether it's looking like claymores, whether it's looking like flank drones, they've really got to be careful of these kind of players coming out of BDS, as they will keep on using them. The good news for VP is they've gone through what I probably imagine is going to be the toughest site for them on this map, when they've got to do a full map clear and they've really been stretched. That is where BDS has seen success. For me, the proof in the pudding will come in this site, Reading and Fireplace or Bar and Cocktail, where Virtus Pro have less to clear and therefore can execute with a little bit of more time on side, can be a little more diligent. If BDS can really strike true then fair play.
Here we go then, round 2. We're going to head this time to Reading Room. In fact, leaving top floor completely until the end of the rotation. Potentially, maybe not even using it at all. Maybe BDS will use the other mid-floor site of mining. VP moving en masse towards the building for the time being, looking to get themselves maybe into the bottom floor. They will find themselves challenged if they do so, though. Leakafak, he's down there in Bakery looking if he can cook up a surprise for them. But at the minute, VP, they're not going to be playing into that. They're looking to instead get themselves into the top floor by the looks of things, move across and clear out these BDS defenders from Cocktail.
Sure, it's always a starting point to work through, but again, you've seen these cameras coming out. Sure, it's not quite in the form of the Echo, but the Black Eyes still feeding a lot of info back and forth as required. Virtus Pro have gone towards it as well. They said, right, okay, cameras are a problem, whether it's Yokais, whether it's the Black Eyes coming out as well. It's the IQ on side to help them deal with that. But it's, again, how much time you're going to spend trying to deal with these. Run out coming in from Leakafak here. Off onto the rappel. Sees one man, but gets shot off towards the side. A great response from Dan to save his teammate.
Has to be finding that kill there. Leakafak goes around, has time. Does some damage to Pasha, but nowhere near enough. And Dan, this time, able to have a much bigger impact than he did last round. And that is a good start for Virtus Pro there. 5 versus 4 now. Coming up to the halfway mark. Still haven't really displaced anybody. That's the problem. They've got a shutdown on a run out, fantastic, but they're not really impacting on the map itself.
Oh god. I mean, Shaiko's really close here, and they've just kind of gone a bit gung-ho, charging halfway down red to get the double Claymore stats up, which Shaiko can now identify. The beauty, of course, being is that he's got impacts in back pocket. He can get rid of both of these with a single grenade and then come for the backstab. I touched on it in round 1. Virtus Pro really have to respect these flanks.
They absolutely do, and we've already seen the attempt once. It was, as you say, successful.
Breeder
just
get
opening up, can't find
the
the
lineman. Oh, that's unlucky.
It's going to make it more difficult now. BDS pretty much are out of top floor. They're going to dip themselves away. Like you say, Breeder just lurking around underneath. Nitro does come out unsuccessfully.
Wrong place as well. Like, I think they knew the cocktail was in their control, but there was a laser gate in the way that Virtus Pro weren't going to walk through, so didn't really suggest exactly where the sledge was, but with good vertical control coming through, they've got a little way of getting here outside of storage as well. They've got this vertical control established, and this is my worry. They had more time to be diligent about their setup here. It's still coming down to the last 10-15 seconds for an execute, but it's looking all right for VP.
Yeah, you know, similar problems that we've seen, you know, sort of forever in teams consisting of these players, and time has been a factor. Dan, though, comes in. He might just be your rescuer, Des. He manages to get a triple kill in this round. Shepard's going to be putting that diffuser down, almost certainly going to stick it. They can't move around. Breeder tries to make the challenge, gets one, but not two. 1 versus 3 now. Renshiro does have the vertical, but it's too little too late, Des. He's got to get back downstairs. Always is down, so it's a 1 versus 2 effectively, but Dan and Shepard, you'd have to back them to cover this one off.
He has to know that they're outside here as well. Good attempt there, and was hoping someone would be playing at distance, but they are tucked in tight. They're wrapped off towards the side of the door. All the right sort of stuff, so he's going to have to bait out a little bit of a push coming in here. Off towards his right-hand side, you're going to find someone from VP swinging in, and they have the vertical. VP get that 1 round they need. 1 more, and BDS cannot make it. And that apology is going to be so sweet.
2 more for you, Des. You did give Fresh the 7-2.
That is a good point. I did give a bit of breathing.
I've got to be a fair arbitrator in this. You know, you did give Fresh the 7-2, so you still need 2 rounds. But what I will say, if Dan's going to come out and play a few more rounds like he did there, I think you're going to be pretty much safe, because it's going to be very difficult for BDS to be overturning rounds too often. If Dan's going to be coming out, putting 3Ks down, you know, in the first half and making it so difficult for them. It was well played from Virtus Pro overall. They grabbed themselves around there. BDS, they are, as I suggested, not going to go to the top floor, instead moving us across to mining.
All right. I mean, that probably means your 3-site rotation does completely exclude Bar and Cocktail. Tim, I feel like you have finally won the war.
Somebody's listened.
I mean, unless they go to Bar and Cocktail in round 4.
I very much doubt that they've actually listened, but at least we're getting...
It's like,
I guarantee...
This English guy, he's so stupid.
VP have maintained 100% ban rate on Azami despite playing 4 different maps. So just not, as Fresh touched on earlier in map 1, in game 1, sorry. You know, Azami just so powerful, one of the best operators in the game at the minute. So yeah, you know, not too much of a surprise.
I think back to like 4 years ago when Demo made a comment to me about Mira. He said, "Oh, she makes good sites great and makes great sites impenetrable," which was a really fair way of looking at it. And then, you know, Ubisoft kind of had this classification of operators they declared architects, looking at things like Mira, like Azami, like the Castle, ones that really transform how sites are played, or in some cases different areas of the map altogether. Azami is just so potent at the minute because the fact those things are bulletproof, that you've got to burn utility to get through them. You can deploy them anywhere you want, not just on doorways, windows and walls like you can with Mira and Castle. She is obnoxious. She will get nerfed at some point, I'm pretty sure of that. I do not blame them for banning it, but it does show kind of a stickiness to a certain ban that you don't like playing against because you know it can really impede you, than it is so much a target ban against other teams, which means it becomes a predictable ban for those playing into VP who then hopefully have an answer.
I love Azami, to be fair. As you say, you know, maybe needs a little look at some point, but I don't think she's come in and been completely ridiculous. You know, she's just offered an alternative. Just
a little bit obnoxious.
Yeah, at times. But I think, you know, offers a very viable alternative
tell you what,
way of doing things.
When
on
was the last time you saw Zofia?
Not going to catch the man coming across. Always is going to take down Shaiko. Lems rounds 1. 4 versus 4 halfway mark. And you're absolutely right, as we really don't see very much Zofia. LMG meta was the last time we saw her.
Great little 2v1 though coming out from BDS there onto Pasha, who was all alone on stage, and clearly the audience didn't like what he was coming out with as he was bottled off there pretty quick. 4v3 for BDS, looking like they're firmly in control in this round, Tim.
Yeah, certainly looking better for them. I think, you know, within the first 3 rounds...
All 3 speeds, by the way, that are left alive.
We'll hear from Fresh at the end of this. I'll be interested for his input. I think, you know, ultimately for me, BDS are looking like the better team at the minute. I don't think it's as clear-cut as them getting a 7-0 or 7-1, but I think they're looking pretty good for what they've achieved so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Still more to come as well, I'm sure. They have kind of warned things maybe a little bit late. So 1 more round and that's it. Their hope is over. For now, though, Dan has been getting real busy with these two Bravas, by the way. I think he hacked 3 cams with the first one. This one here, we just seen get a 4th as well, as he continues to move on through, and now has the Yokais to make use of, Tim. He can get busy around this as well, which is going to be really annoying for BDS to deal with.
He is, and look at that. What a beautiful example we've got of the use of Brava.
Oh, no!
Absolutely. The only way that could have been more poetic would have been if it was the Echo that died.
Oh, wouldn't it just? But still, again, a wonderful showcase that I'm sure
Fantastic,
we'll see up on Twitter at some point soon as well. Great work by Dan again. Hacked an awful lot with those 2 drones in this round, given a lot of space by BDS, but spent too much time, arguably, on those 4 drones that she has. As now they've got to make a push happen. They're down to just 2 left standing. It doesn't matter what you hack. You can't hack your way to a round win, always making it 4, but they're not going to have enough time. They don't have the diffuser, and BDS will hold on.
Virtus Pro, time is the issue at the moment. It really is the major factor for this team. And I think it might just be time to hear from our resident expert, Fresh.
And that's exactly the point that I was going to bring up here on the Professor segment. Is it's very clear to see what BDS's game plan is. It is absolutely pick the bottom floor sites, pick the middle floor sites, because they know Virtus Pro 100% of the time are going to be going for the full clears. So they're picking the sites based on that. They are also picking Maestro and Echo and a lot of late round denial based off the back of that. I thought it was a very curious play just then from Dan to play the Brava. I thought that was actually genius from him. That's why he's the #1 rated player in the league, to actually try and disable their Maestro cams, to try and disable the Echo cameras. I think BDS are in control of this. However, it all comes down for when they get back on that reading site for me as to whether they'll get the 6-1/2 or a 5-1/2, a 5-1/2 or a 4-2/2.
Bit hopeful on that bet there, I think, so
yeah.
Fresh. Thank you very much. Yes, again, we've all touched on it at this point as well. It is about how much of the map needs to go through, and here is another little stat from the Professor himself, dropping some nugget bombs in the server. Alems is playing Vigil. This is the first time Vigil has been played in the European League.
That was round 1.
The thing is with Vigil, there's sort of two schools of thought, really. There's 2 ways of looking at Vigil. He's a selfish operator. He doesn't bring anything to the team effectively, and I mean that in terms of...
Speak for yourself, Tim Jensen. Me play Vigil.
Well, in terms of...
I bring the kills.
The thing is, you touch perfectly on what I'm saying there, though. The only thing he contributes, and it sounds like a big only, is the kills. He has to go out to be really useful. He has to burn time because he has to be droned over and over, and he has to find kills. So, you know... Aside from that, it's no surprise to me that we don't see him picked up by a lot of teams because he's not util heavy.
I love, again, you heard Fresh talking about it a moment ago, all these late round denials, the way of slowing things down. Bride on the Goyo was the big slowdown in this round, but you've just seen the shot drone from Shepard get inside the site and take out 3 of those Vulcan canisters. There is 1 left and it's in back pocket. Maybe there's a lesson there about holding on for at least a little bit longer and deploying them later into the round, whilst you've got Virtus Pro still trying to find their feet. Here goes the last one, put back down where the other one was previously, and there's a shot drone there ready to take it out and burn out Bride's life down to about 70.
Joystick rolling back the years there at the top of Red Stairs, able to delete Leak Effect from round 4, and he is struggling at the minute to say. We had him on the head-to-head at the beginning of this versus Dan. He was the one that BDS were potentially looking towards to make that challenge. 0-4, it's been a tough start for him so far. Just sort of, I feel like VP have been ahead of his game plan here on Cafe. They've sort of almost been a little bit ahead of the curve, knew what he was going to do. They've been 1 step ahead of him, and Leak Effect maybe just needs to change things up a little bit as things go. Halfway through the round, though, that floor is going to start getting opened up. Things looking good so far. Nitro could come out from Bride. Just going to miss his opportunity as Pasha moves away.
They're very much a slow-moving juggernaut, Virtus Pro. If you come into a head-to-head gunfight with them, there's a fair chance they'll win that gunfight. As we've seen, 3K coming out of Always, 3K coming out of Dan. The 2 of them have really put on numbers already, and you can see others starting to warm into the game a little bit more as well. So really, you've got to capitalise on whilst they are this slow-moving juggernaut that can win gunfights. Best thing you can do is make those gunfights as urgent and as panicked as possible, which is why they keep on wasting time here with gadgets, with forcing them to go for full map clears. It does all come together in a very sensible game strategy. But in trying to take those early gunfights, they've paid the price so far, and a great C4 coming out again to avoid one of those gunfights.
How about that for patience from Bride? He's just had that Nitro in hand for about a minute, waiting for that opportunity, just waiting until he could gauge that he had enough information on where the player was, and he does it beautifully. Renshiro somehow survives the first part of the onslaught, but not the second, as Joystick drops in, manages to find 1, but the retake is on. from the top floor, and that is going to be Shaco managing to get himself a double, a triple in the round, and that leaves us with 8 seconds left to go. Joystick, he doesn't have anything going for him. Time diffuser, absolutely nothing at this point.
And once again, they'll lose to the clock. It's the second round that's gone against VP because of the clock. And again, it's kind of crazy how we're seeing literally the same thing every single round. Once again, there's been a flank in the late round out of BDS that VP did not expect. They had no flank drones on the go. You can thank Solus for that. Just all these things working together against them round after round, but we aren't seeing that adaptation really out of Virtus Pro yet. What I'll give them is fresh also acknowledge, the Bravo was valuable, the Twitch in that round was valuable. It's all good getting rid of this utility that will be there at the end of the round, but if you're not getting to the end of the round, it's a problem. We've got to see them adapt to you in the same way they did against G2 when we had Benja constantly getting kills from below with C4s. They started sending players downstairs on Villa to hunt him down. I haven't yet seen any big change from Virtus Pro here to say, right, direct to site, we're all pushing in through this doorway, we're going hard and fast. They still keep on taking things slow. Got to see a change.
I think, I sort of back what I said at the beginning of the game here. I think BDS are in a clear winning position here. Virtus Pro are really going to have to show us something special to overturn this, but do I think BDS can do it without another mistake to get that 7-1 that they really need? I'm not convinced. I think there is still around here. Virtus Pro, they've got Joystick playing well, Dan's playing pretty well. I think there's going to be an opportunity there where one of them comes in with a big 2K, 3K that just opens the round up and maybe Virtus Pro snag another. Whether they can get any more and save your skin or not, Des, I don't know. That much I'm not too confident about. We'll see as we progress. But round 5, here we go. 20 seconds in. We've not really had any early aggression in these rounds. And again, it plays back into what Fresh was saying. BDS aren't really too interested, I don't think, in early 5-10 seconds, spawn peaks, getting involved. What they want to do, they don't want to give away a life. They don't want to, waste that opportunity. They want somebody alive in the map that needs to be chased down. Basically, force Virtus Pro to do everything.
And they are currently trying to do just that. Once again, restricting them out with the Solus of Shaiko. You've also got the Mute, you've got the Vigil, you've got the Mozzie. Just a real heavy intel denial round here coming out from BDS, which I think makes a lot of sense. Just look to slow down the Russian side as best we can. Here we are, 60 seconds in, though. No one yet inside the building. Still waiting for their chance to do that. And I say that, Joystick drops almost perfectly on the minute. And is now in looking for his kills.
Looking to challenge the man over there in Cocktail. Going to take out the default camera as well, being backed up by Pasha. We heard the E1D scan, but it wasn't enough. There's the Vigil. Of course, Vigil is immune from those E1D scans. It is one of the rarer counters that we see active, but Leakafak has just taken full advantage of it.
It's one of those where you look at Joystick for a second and think the cam's coming out as your guys just died in front of you. What's going down? Maybe locked into the animation there and really got punished hard for it. But once again, a round has been undone by a little bit of spontaneous aggression coming out of BDS. We've seen it on flanks in a couple of rounds. This round is directly into their face, and it works out.
BDS now are in the position they want to be in. They can just sit back. They can sit back and wait.
Exactly that.
This is a strategy that NIP played well for a lot of years, leading up to the Invitational win and everything else.
But how do you win against that?
You can't, is the honest answer.
The slow-moving juggernaut is here again.
But the point is that it's 2 minutes 10 into the round. That's the key, that they're not taking those engagements too soon, and they're going to frustrate Dan on time. They're going to frustrate Virtus Pro on time once again because they're going to end up rushing. Because BDS, as I said, similar to, we've seen top teams like NIP do it as well. They'll go in, get that win in the first minute, sit back for the second minute, and then play again in the third minute. And that's what BDS are doing beautifully at the minute.
And there's Renshi as well being caught by Dan as he works his way down White Stairs. They've got a little bit of a side swipe on the go here as well. But again, the slow-moving Juggernaut has caught up, but it's on a timer, Tim. It's got 15 seconds to make this work, and Leakyfat's looking for a bit of a backstab as Dan gets put in the dirt by Shaiko. Always almost going out from below. We'll find the vertical, down to a 2 versus 2, but there is simply not enough time, Tim. Shepard's going to try and make a plant work, but we all know that he's done for here as well. Spray through the wall, even when Leakyfat going down, always can do nothing. That is the third round this half that Virtus Pro have lost to the clock.
It certainly is. At this point, if you... Virtus Pro, you got to be thinking, get me onto the defence where the clock can work for me at least, because right now it's a nightmare. Like you say, so many of these rounds coming down to that sand running its way through the hourglass and then being unable to have the job done by the time it's all gone. And it's a big, big problem for them. BDS 4-1 up at the minute, and they just need to keep going in this direction. 7-1 will be good enough for them, but there is still 3 big rounds to come, including that side switch. And I think for me, that's where the big question is going to come. Put BDS on attack, let Virtus Pro play their game a little bit, get out into the map, choose where those gunfights happen, and maybe that's where the slip-up could come for BDS.
Definitely. I think if you win the 5-1 here, you actually really back yourself to give it a go for a good couple of rounds. Again, the difficulty being that Virtus Pro have the full selection of all 4 sites to make this work, and 1 round is all they'll need to pull this off. But I'm looking at this round here and thinking for Virtus Pro, if you're going to do it anywhere, it's going to be on this site, at least on your attacking side. Kind of surprised there was no tactical timeout here as well. I really feel like you're confident and you back yourself to defend on Cafe, to not use it on the attacking side when you are still looking for those crucial 1, 2, maybe 3 rounds. That is the best time to make use of it.
VP approaching the building with speed, with pace. Need to get themselves in quickly. Time has been the issue. We can't keep saying it. We can't say it any different way. That has been the deciding factor for so many rounds here. BDS just able to frustrate them, playing brilliantly into the VP play style and taking advantage of that weakness. Joystick going to be sending in the Gemini decoy for the time being. This round, I would like to see nothing more. Even if Virtus Pro lose it, at least lose it quickly. Go in there and try to... You know what I mean? Go in there.
Lose it, just rip the plaster off and lose.
Well, I don't mean it that. I mean, at least do it trying to avoid that time issue. At least do it trying to move more quickly through the round.
The Bravo went running in then as well, down trying to sniff out whatever he could, and nothing quite to be found, but the Juggernaut once again has caught up here pretty quick inside 60 seconds. As Pasha moving his way down red, Joystick was the one set upstairs, and where BDS have tried to slow them down, well, Tim, they aren't giving up. They're doubling down here. They're sending 2 more players upstairs to try and go for this fight, aware that they will lose a 5v3 on the site, so they want to force fights off-site instead.
It's a good idea, and I think it's one that could work if Virtus Pro don't pick up on what is happening, but they've still got 4 drones alive. The information should be there for them, and yes, as you say, BDS are going to be forced back onto site. Now, Virtus Pro, this is your moment. This is the point where you need to push forward. You can't leave too much time to build up this execute. That's where the problem has come. We hear a Nitro detonate. It doesn't find its mark. It doesn't have any joy. Virtus Pro have got everything they need. Des Joystick manages to take down Elems. This is not looking good for BDS.
They found 1. Bride knows that he's being watched. He's got to hit a pixel-perfect shot if he wants to bring down Joystick. It turns out it's his turn, potentially, to look for a 3K in this round and give his team 3 across the entire half. Still holding down on side to side, just waiting for the push to come through. But really, BDS have got to try and isolate these 1v1s, but that really is exactly what you don't want to be doing against Virtus Pro, given how good and proficient they've been so far today in these gunfights themselves. 30 seconds still to play, Tim.
Virtus Pro, you cannot allow time to be the decider in this round. You have had everything you need to get this one done and over the line. They are going to start looking at moving into sight very, very soon. Shepard is indeed inside of mining now. He's going to be putting that diffuser down, but how about that for an angle? Shepard, he's going to start again. Bride with his second. It's a 2v2. Leaker Fight moves in. He gets the kill, and BDS somehow overturn a 2v4. Des, what a round from the French side.
How have they let that happen, Tim? How have they let that happen?
I'm not sure BDS even know how they've pulled that off.
You know, what's brilliant, we've been a message fresh in the middle. He messaged in saying, you know what, regardless of outcome, I'm just really glad to see a team that's been able to play against the very obvious weakness that Virtus Pro have got. Here he is, Freshie. What do you think?
I thought, wow. I thought BDS executed basically the perfect game plan there. Came down to a couple of close moments, but like you say, they actually played against Virtus Pro the way that you're supposed to, with discipline. Play the time as your friend. Don't play any split theory where you've got 2 or 3 people off-site and 2 on-site. All off-site or all on-site, that is the win condition. Now, This is the really tricky part. They've got to attack Cafe. Now, the way VP defend, usually on most maps, is it's very condensed in and around site. Makes site itself very penetrable. Is to find the gaps, find the space. I imagine particularly on this top floor site, it will be underneath. Look for those nade kills and then execute from there.
I think production had enough of him then for a second. They muted him. I couldn't hear him.
Could never have enough.
But I heard everything he said because he's in the same room with us. And he is very, very right. Yeah, I think static is kind of the way you describe Virtus Pro sometimes, and here's a nice little stat for you as well. The longest standing roster in Europe, even though they only picked up League back September 12th.
It shows the number of changes that we've gone through in Europe in the last few months.
Every team, right? Yeah. I mean, I think even before that, they were one of the longest serving rosters. Back
yeah,
definitely. When things were as they
were.
with,
very consistent.
Yeah, you know, back when they had Rafale on side, I think it was a good 18 months, 2 years. Yep. Was a good old long time, and clearly eventually realised we needed a little bit of dynamism.
NRP had the same roster for a long time as well.
They did.
They did a long time with the same five.
They sure did. Right, let's see if it can be done. BDS are fighting for that spot in third, still have a chance to go through to our playoffs to fight for the major auto qualification without having to go through those vile qualifiers that can be so difficult to fight through. Teams who are eyeing you up and just saying this is a piranha pit and you're that juicy piece of meat that we want to have taken out. So this is all for BDS to avoid that and to really condemn Heroic to a same fate.
This is going to be praying for another couple of rounds here, because otherwise the post-show will be one to watch, as a formal apology will need to be issued to our resident professor, who I can tell you now,
and his mum, Donna.
I can tell you now, Des will hate that.
Oh,
so
definitely, I'll play up for it.
Definitely stick around. We'll see what happens as we've got Virtus Pro now on the defence. BDS need to get themselves established inside of the map. Still haven't done that as of yet. Being challenged right up at the point of entry. Always is sticking around in pixel spot. Pasha gets himself a good nitro, and what a good target to find. Takes down Shaiko, and that's going to be the first kill of the round.
They're out of utility. They've got nothing left to really push him away here. Goes to the cross and gets away with it too. There's no impacts on Zofia. There's no frags left to go through. They tossed 3 of their flashes all at once onto Pixel to burn through the ADSs and the magnets, and it worked, but could not get the follow-up. So I feel like Virtus Pro have done enough here. They've managed to hold on. They've held on to key locations. We're down towards the last 60. BDS have got to make this work as 4.
Yeah, this is it. It felt like they'd stalled a little bit there. They knew what they had to do. It was almost like they didn't want to do it. Like you say, the utility's gone. We're just going to have to push in here and take gunfights. But as they start doing it, the confidence will build as Renshiro manages to find Dan, and the great rounds from BDS may well just continue here. Lebs misses his opportunity. Does he know? He manages to get the down. Does he manage to find another? Always does pick up Leakerfack. Joystick is
But he's offside. He's offside.
Renshiro, it's 3v2.
Offside. How on earth have they got away with it again? Down to a 3v1, and Always has got to fight his way back through this, but they know exactly where it's coming from. They're posted and waiting. There's nothing in back pocket as well. As the wee-woos rather than the impacts, he can't do anything about it. Gets shut down, and BDS have just snatched that one away. They are a single round away, Tim, from getting themselves into playoffs.
Whew. Coming in, I said I expected the BDS win. I didn't know if they would clear top of the group Virtus Pro by quite enough to snag that position that they wanted. They have gone from 3-1 without a mistake to 6-1. They need just one more round. I wouldn't have thought I'd be describing BDS after winning in Jönköping as having a Cinderella story in stage 1. However, that is the position we are potentially facing for the French side. But boy, are they doing it with some style today.
This could be absolute heartbreak if they don't pull it off here. They've battled so well. Their defenses orchestrated perfectly, really starving the clock away from Virtus Pro. And that attack there, a great read. A man's outside sight, one's down. Right, go, go, go. It's 3v1 against the last man left standing. I think it was Shepard on the Frost. It was around Lumber. Everything has been played to perfection, but it all counts for nothing if they can't win this kitchen attack.
Whew, here we go then, Virtus Pro. They've got one of the strongest sites on the map to hold down. They have every opportunity to spoil the party for BDS. Virtus Pro, of course, fighting for top spot as well, Des. You know, let's not forget the stakes on the other side of this matchup.
Don't forget you get a bye from tomorrow.
Get a bye.
Yeah,
it is,
tomorrow.
You know, it is potentially a big opportunity. So G2, they're going to be looking on to this and licking their lips, you know, thinking BDS have maybe done them a bit of a favour here, because not only will Virtus.pro not pick up any points at this rate, but their round differential is going to take an absolute smashing.
Obviously worth stressing for those who don't know, tomorrow, well, at the end of today, group stage is done. Tomorrow we go into our playoffs where we have 2 best-of-3s. The losers, they have to go down and play in the qualifiers. The winners go through to the next day to play against the top team from either group. The winners of that are guaranteed to go through to phase 2 of the major, which is the second week. They haven't got a battle in through the first week. So it does mean an awful lot for BDS to get this. Of course, if Virtus.pro lose, they're on 7 points. BDS are on 3. Virtus.pro still stay in the top 3, but they will potentially lose out on that top spot and get the bye through the first round of playoffs that begin tomorrow. That's how much is on the line here. It means an awful lot.
Lebs is going to be working on that top floor clearance. Things are going pretty well so far. 1 minute 45 still left on the clock, so plenty of time. Renshiro opportunity now to start opening things up. Will do so.
Perfect
so
timing.
The pressure is going to start mounting inside of sight. BDS are a little bit ahead of the game here, and they've got plenty to work with.
They have. Again, the minute 30 is kind of that benchmark for me. If the hammer starts swinging around that mark, a team's got enough time to really set up a good execute. I feel like they'll have the same here. I think for a second there, Shepard was like, oh, well, they know where the Echo drone is. I've got to get out of here, get out of dodge, reposition it, or a nade's coming through. Would have been a good read, but even Renshiro has been informed, no, they've moved it away. Don't bother wasting a drone.
Breeder just going to be relocating his drone inside of sight, see exactly what's going on. They're looking for the space, they're looking for the opportunity. They are going to have to clear Dan out though, because if it's going to be a freezer drop, a freezer take, it's going to be very difficult for them with him still in position in VIP. He's got cover onto Brownstairs. Virtus.pro don't look bad here in terms of position, at least.
I mean, you said there's 2 players. I don't know why they're sat there, because one's the Echo and you want it to be on the Yokais, but they've got 2 set out far west when BDS have looked everything for the most part out towards the east. But here comes the potential backstab where you've got Leaky Fat looking to push in towards Bakery side, bring down 2. If he gets rid of the Echo, that could very well be round over.
Could be 25 seconds left to go. BDS are going to have to get moving. Breeder gets in, starts taking some damage, but he's got an opportunity to plant. Here comes Shepard though, just waiting for his moment, is able to find the denial. 15 seconds left to go. Kills start coming. Shaiko, he's just walking through sight. Pasha manages to find a Lems. Breeder is having to try again. 4 versus 3. He needs to stick this. There's 4 versus 2. 4 versus 1. BDS have just lost their opportunity as Virtus.pro are able to snag themselves around and keep themselves in the fight on Cafe.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking. They did it all right. The plant was going down. They had the Yokais covered. Iana had control of Red Corridor. Everything looked to be going BDS's way, but Virtus.pro just pull it back in the dying seconds. In a way, it's kind of sweet karma because BDS had a couple of rounds back in the first half they snagged in the last 10 seconds. But that is, even I'm gutted. I was ready for that apology later as well. I'm gutted.
Don't worry.
I can still do it.
You might still be making it.
Yeah, I feel like no one wins though if it ends at 7-2.
I feel like Fresh wins. The thing is, the problem for BDS, I came into that round, I said it at the beginning, they've now got... that Kitchen was like the final boss. It was like, it's pretty much one of the, if not the strongest site on the map. It's always difficult to try and play into. Virtus.pro, I thought, set themselves up pretty well. You know, they had the bar control, they had the VIP control, they had the Echo to play with. You know, they had everything there at their disposal to mean that BDS had to really focus on that plan, because whilst we're planting, we've got to try and find the Yokai drones. We've got to try, and we've effectively got to take our eye off the ball. We've got to take our eye off the fights, and that's what Virtus.pro took advantage of. They just came back in and won those fights, and all of a sudden it's 4v2, 4v1, and it really is unfortunate for BDS. You feel for them, but how are they going to respond now when they know that it's done?
What I will give, at the very least, is... You know, BDS were taking all the right steps to deal with the Yokais as well. The drones going in to find them, the nades that were following. It was good diligence by Shepard to move them away and not just think, oh, whatever, it's a drone, who cares? Because he knew what would follow. Yeah, either a player going for the kill or a nade. Just overall smart stuff. Now, to give it to BDS in this round, we've got Yokais on... Yokais. We've got the Capital, we've got the Ying, we've got the Candelas coming in out of everywhere. This is 2 players potentially getting full white flashed here as well. C4 maybe over the top. Nope, the Candelas are all going to come out with no response, but sure enough, that's exactly what they wanted, because C4s have been burnt, and in the chaos, Shaiko comes in on the backside, gets traded out, and Lems into another as well. It might be a little bit bittersweet, but they can still get a win here as they're up to 4-2, and they should be able to close things out, Tim.
It looks like they might just win by an absolutely torturous margin here, Des. The one margin, one round too far away from what they needed. Let's not forget Heroic in all of this. They, of course, will secure third place with that result, but BDS, so unfortunate. A great win, 7-2, a good performance against Virtus Pro, but just not enough. It goes to show how big an ask 7-0 or 7-1 really can be.
The real beauty is in moving up to 6 points. I think it's pretty fair to say, given we've got 3 teams in the other group all sat on 2 points, that they are now guaranteed a mid-table finish, which means they get to go through straight to the last chance qualifiers. They haven't got to go to open qualifiers and play against that piranha pit of teams that are waiting to sink their teeth into you. They do get to go straight towards the very end of it. So, given how BDS have played both last week and today, I'm quietly confident.
Yeah, I think, BDS ultimately will look back at this group stage and, sort of rue a slow start. And they played the world champions in the first game. It was 7-5. It was such a close game. And you just look at that and think, if they'd won that, G2 are probably in this position potentially. It's really, really difficult, and it shows just how tight these groups are. I've kept saying it, 4 games, every game is 25% of your points, and it just shows how big an impact they have.
And G2, despite a pretty shaky start to the stage, a couple of results there going the way they wouldn't have wanted them to, are now in a spot to reclaim their throne and 100%. Be number 1. Get that buy into the second round. Things are all coming together for them. For BDS, again, not quite what they wanted on the day. Came super close, but it is what it is. Donna, I'll see you in the post show. We'll go to a break. When we come back, the desk have got you.
Hey guys, it's Blaz.
My name is Daniel Gabov. I'm Leon Gids.
My name is Savage.
My name is Pasha.
Hi, I'm Neifert.
I'm LM.
My name is Kendrew. Hi, my name's Mark Sterman.
So roaming is pretty simple as it says. Basically, you just roam around the map. You look for the first entry fights into the building, stop them from getting inside.
Being able to pick between multiple operators and having flexibility and basically what we need.
In this role, you have to be a risk taker, because if you don't, then you are either not helping your teammates or you are not making the enemy's life harder.
If I would have to describe my role, that you're normally the person offside trying to waste time.
Can give info to my teammates to allow them to get kills, or to myself so I can get kills as well. I think I'm one of the best on the role.
Best thing about intel gathering is, and why it's one of my favourite roles, is it means I can be more creative and I can counter the enemies, come up with ideas and plans for us on defense to come up with good team plays.
I like the defense play because you don't be attached to only one position.
The creativity and the flexibility that I have. If I want to play more supportive, I can. If I want to play more flexible, I can as well. I have to have some creativity.
I think the thing I like the most about roaming is that you're always in their faces. You're trying to stop them from getting that early play in, and it really influences the round and how you play.
Also, the freedom that you get. There's a few shots where I get a lot of freedom to just try to help around my teammates.
I'm free to play whatever I want. I can go in roaming sometime. I can play site. I can do whatever I want, so that's pretty good.
I can move pretty freely around the map. I can be there where there needs to be help or where the enemies are pushing, and I can just play my style.
Yeah, the skills I think you need to have for the intel gatherer is having good communication and coordination, so you can tell your teammates where to go, what to do at the same time.
Learn when to take the right gunfights and when you should be peeking. Play smarter. Let them come in the building first, maybe play off your teammate, bait each other.
I think you need to be smart and know where people are gonna push.
Try to predict the enemy and try to figure out what the next step will be, so you are always one step ahead of them.
You need to feel the game. That's all. You need to find so much frags as you can and need to waste so much time as you can again.
What makes me the best at the role that I'm currently playing is having experience on more supportive roles beforehand, so I can kind of see the game differently. Knowing my surroundings and where I can dive from and where the enemies will be and where I'll be.
I'm good at wasting enemy time, my aim, and I think my flanking.
I have good gun skill and I have good map knowledge as well, so I can use that along with my teammates to make sure we're winning those gunfights.
What makes me great? The map knowledge.
My best asset in this role is definitely game awareness, to know what's going on in the game and being able to act on what's going on in the game and what the other team is doing.
It's a bittersweet symphony. That's how the song goes. But let's have a chat with our winners. Hello, LMs. Good to see you again. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm feeling good, to be honest. It was not the result we wanted, but at the end of the day, I'm feeling pretty confident for the next.
What's the next phase?
The next phase is to go through qualifiers, I guess.
Yeah. Is there anybody that scares you in the open quals?
No.
Have you seen the teams in there?
Yeah, obviously we started to watch it last week.
Just in case.
Yeah, just in case, right? But we respect all the team there, and we will do our best to beat them all.
Honestly, that's the most that can be asked for at this point. But I really want to take the moment here to talk about an incredible series that you've had against Virtus Pro. Let's put aside that you wanted it to go 7-0, 7-1, okay? You still made a 7-2 victory against Virtus Pro, which is pretty impressive. A team that really was pushing so many of the other squads here in EUL to the edge. So how did you plan on getting Cafe, first of all? And was this the plan all the way through?
So at the start of the season, we had a very, very rough start. Like we weren't playing pretty good. We had long talks, long discussions together, and we figured out a good way, and I would say a meta way to play right now. So we did it in scrims. It worked pretty well, and we decided to play like this in matches, and then we beat TT9. On Cafe, and then Virtus Pro again. The main goal, I won't lie, was to beat them 7-0 or 7-1. We know that we are capable of, because it's Cafe, and Cafe is one of our best maps. So when we saw the veto was Cafe, we were pretty confident with it. And but at the end of the day, we didn't reach this goal, but it wasn't the primary goal. The primary goal was to win the match. And to prove to ourselves that the long talks that we had are concluent. I don't know if it's a word, but are working.
Yeah, that you're getting to a result after all the talks and work that you've done.
Yeah, exactly. And we respect Virtus Pro as a team. They are one of the best teams here in Europe, and we knew that they were going to fight for the victory as well. So it's very good for us to beat them 7-2. So yeah. Now we just focus on the quals, and that's it.
Side to side, it's Championship Imperial team here. Remember, this is the squad that won in Jönköping. You don't just do it and forget completely how to keep on winning. If it means that you have to go through open qualifiers, then so be it. There's a squad that still can do it. But tell me about the one round actually that slipped through your fingers. What was happening there that I guess communication fell apart?
I think the communication was good. We had a good plan. Sorry. So we knew that there weren't roaming that round. So we, like me and Likefak and me, we called for a map clear. Because if they are not that aggressive, it's easy to take control, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we did. We bring the IQ Twitch combo because of Echo, and we knew that it will be the main problem. We solved the Goyo problem with the nades, so and the Twitch, so we managed to destroy all of them, or mainly all of them, I don't remember. And Pride said, I want to plant in this position. And I just said, okay, if you want to plant here, you need to win, you need to go here, I need to go here. And so I was holding the rotation, like the big kitchen door. I don't know how it's called. Like I was holding this.
The actual entry.
I killed the guy here. I think it was Maestro. And after someone flanked red at the same time, and I didn't hurt it. And I die on top. They retake top. They play that round perfectly, and they won the round.
Very good breakdown of it. We'd love to have you do a illustration of it, Alams. But hey, that's something for a future day. But honestly, still, you're saying you're looking for a good result and proof to yourself that you're good enough for it, that you're actually, the things that you're working through in the background are paying off. That's exactly what you had. So anything you'd like to say to the BDS fans?
Yeah, thanks to you for the the interview and the cast and everyone on the desk. Shout out to you. You are doing an insane job. Thanks to all the fans as well that are supporting us. Et merci à tous les fans français qui nous soutiennent. Je suis désolé, on n'a pas réussi à faire le 7-0 ou le 7-1. Mais en tout cas, on va tout donner pour se qualifier à ce major par les qualifiers. On en est capable. Merci à toute la force que vous nous donnez. Et voilà, on se voit dans les qualifs. Et voilà, see you.
There you go. Thank you very much, Alems, for those qualifiers. They'll be happening in a few days, so a few days to go through all the daytime prep yourselves for the open quals. Alems, again, thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory, and hopefully you get through to the major. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you. Thank you.
It's bittersweet. There's no two ways around it. You win the game, and you win it really, really well. But you actually needed to do a tiny bit more. And you know what? In the end, Alems explained the round, really broke it down in detail, which is very nice of him.
Yeah, indeed. It was a very good breakdown of the round. They realized what they needed to do. They realized that there were problems. There was a bakery hole, there was a Goyo, there was a Echo, there was a lot invested into that late round. And they had a really good plan to counter it, but it just didn't go their way eventually, as you know, Alems obviously explained on the interview as well. A 7-2 is still a very good scoreline. It's good to see improvement from BDS, because yes, they were the Interbank Major champions, but they've also struggled a lot coming into this EUL stage. So to see improvement is really nice, but it's just a little bit too late.
I think they've hit a good run of form going into the open quals and the LCQs. Like, sure, they're going to have to play through a load of a bracket this weekend and then into LCQs whenever that is in, you know, a couple of weeks' time. But I wouldn't, you know, I would be backing them as the favourites, no matter who else ends up with them, to get out of the LCQs from that category. And just one thing on that one round where, you know, they attacked and they could have won it. They brought the Twitch and the IQ combo, and during the round I was just, I had my head in my hands like this, because I was just like, just bring Dokkaebi. You'll get them off the Maestro cams, you'll get them off the Echo cams, and then you can plant. And I was just like, oh, so to see that round, it's always going to be very hard to full clear against VP as well. We saw, you know, we saw the rush in the very final round. I know they just wanted it over and done with at that point. That's the type of play that will work better towards VP than trying to full clear and really play on time, because that is their big win condition on their attacks and on their defenses.
I mean, in that specific round, yeah, they got the top 4 control pretty fast, which you'd expect if there's no roam clear, but then you still only have the top 4 control, and there's still a lot happening on the side. As we mentioned, the Echo, as the Maestro, and the Goyo, there's so much to deal with. Even if you have the top 4 control so quickly, you'll still be running out of time.
So that was a hell of a series. You gotta say, BDS, again, so close, yet so far. And just as a reminder on the group, G2 currently at the top, Virtus.pro second, and Heroic at the third. That is completely locked in.
Wow. So even with this, well, poorer showing from Virtus.pro, the fact they've lost that many rounds, puts them underneath G2 with round differential.
Yeah, it's 7 points, of course, tied up. It's +3 round differential for G2, 0 for Virtus.pro, who've lost 25 and won 25, and then +6 for Heroic. Of course, they're a point under Virtus.pro, so that's how these things are working out. G2 has the ability, of course, to extend that lead, but it wouldn't really matter. So now we know that G2 are locked in their position as number 1 in the group.
Unless they get absolutely battered. If they get 5 rounds, they...
Yes, because they are tied, yes. Then the round differential would split, and if they lose 4 rounds, then Virtus.pro would go above them. Even if they would lose, like, 7-4, it would still be a 0-0 for both of them. And it means because they're tied on points and tied on rounds, you'd have to then go to, I guess, a mini-league head-to-head between them, which Virtus.pro would win.
Yeah. G2 need 5 rounds.
Yeah. So they need the flexibility for it. The moment that they put, if it's a 7-5 loss, still fine. You're all good to go. So there is something more to play for. It's more positioning of first and second. We're doing math on the fly, which... Good luck. Anyways, final thoughts on this before we wrap it up?
I mean, again, from BDS, it's a good showing. I think they're indeed, as you mentioned, on good form, but it's just a little bit too late. Keep in mind, there's only one team that can qualify to the major throughout those lower Lessons qualifiers, so it'll be a very difficult battle, but they're looking pretty good right now.
And then a quick word on VP. I think I've always said this about VP, where their win condition seems to be about their opponent's discipline and whether their opponent can counter their style. Because they've got a very unique style. There's no two ways about it. They punish and discipline. That's what that style's about. BDS have just laid down the template for every other team to follow through this decider phase and then potentially LCQs on how to beat Virtus.pro. So yes, they are through. Yes, they've had a good group stage, but I want to see more, particularly from Dan and maybe Joystick, in trying to be a little bit more innovative.
Yeah, best of 3 is a completely different ball game. So you got to pray for Virtus.pro's lucky stars. Maybe if they're set as number 1 in the group, they'll have a bit of an easier time, some flexibility there. But right now, it's a completely different test. Though, and Jack, thank you very much. We've gone through the halfway point, though. We still have 2 more games to go. One of them is G2 versus TT9, so we'll see you in a moment.
Round too far away from what they needed. Let's not.
We're feeling confident, we are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys, let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win. We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS.
It's all koi, baby.
Team M&M are taking home that trophy. TT9, we are gonna win!
Welcome back, friends, to Blast R6 Europe. You saw it just a moment ago. The Copenhagen Major is locked in, so if you bought your tickets and you're going there, let us know. We don't know if we're going yet, by the way, so just if anybody's asking out there, but we'll know about that soon enough. Anyways, friends, it's time for us to start with our third game. G2 versus TT9. And G2 have something to play for here because they could lose their #1 spot. TT9 can play Kingmakers, literally, in this group. Jack, what are they up to?
Well, G2, they are up to a qualification to the deciders. They are qualified. It is now all for G2 about whether they can make that first place, give themselves the best chance to get through the deciders to go to the major.
Yeah, they need 5 rounds to get through. That would pretty much be possible against TT9, you could say, who would expect TT9 to be in the position of potentially gatekeeping G2. Indeed, they get that buy spot, and I wonder if G2 can play similarly against TT9 like BDS did, where they don't give TT9 a single shot to enter the building or to get a refrag on the players, for example. But my main concern with that would probably be the entries on the side of G2.
Yeah, that is the big problem for G2. Their entry game has been simply awful, and it's mind-boggling to think that this is our current world champions, where they're having a little bit of difficulty on the attack. They're having a lot of difficulty. They are the worst team in the league at entering, and look who they've got on their team. They've got Doki, one of the best entry players in the world. They've got Benjarasa, probably the best player in the world in the last 6 months or so. Alamau, you know, this is a super team. This is our current world champions, but they aren't without their problems.
Something that they might need to work through today. Again, going from playing at the Invitational, being #1 team in the world, to coming and playing online. That's also something that, you know, you have to adapt and play around, but you expect the squad that is as experienced as this one, that would be a pretty snappy change. But on the other side with TT9, things have not gone too well this stage.
That's very softly expressed. Yeah.
I'm diplomatic sometimes, on camera at least.
Well, they got 0-7 2 times in the last 3 games. That's a bit of a harder way to put it, but it's the reality, unfortunately, for them. And specifically in that last game, there were a lot of things going wrong. They had these ideas of explosive takes around that red hatch, as I just mentioned, and they tried these round after round without really finding success, or without even finding the opportunity to refrag a player on their side that died. Teamwork was really missing in that game. Fragging power has been missing a lot recently as well. So it's looking a bit worrying for TT9.
Yeah, worrying is absolutely an understatement. It's very hard to find anything positive, but the one thing that we will just keep coming back to is brand new roster, brand new team into the league. Their realistic expectations are gonna not, you know, anything that was third or above was amazing of TT9. So let's not beat around the bush. They probably expected to be going to open qual playoffs, but they will be very, very, very disappointed with the nature of how they have been losing these games. One thing to note, they are one of only 3 teams coming into today that had both a less than 50% attack win rate and a less than 50% defense win rate. Lowest attack win rate in the league as well. So there's not really any positives we can find out of their historic performance in this league.
No, and considering they already know that they're going to be playing those open qualifier playoffs, I think personally you could also just see this game as a scrim against G2, for example. I mean, you're practicing things when you're going into the open qualifier playoffs, and for G2 as well, it seems that they've been struggling finding some scrims as of recently, so for them it's a positive as well.
Lots of teams cancelling on them.
Put them out there on the TL, blast them.
Who? G2? Oh,
no,
yeah. Now we won't get into the.
No, we'll let G2 do it, not us.
I know the gossip around all these scrim issues. It's not happening.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't want to scrim against G2 anyways. But I'm not in Pro League, but, you know, what do I know? Anyways, moving on, let's talk about our map for this series. Bring it up on the screen. Where will TT9 have to go to today? And we'll see if they've planned anything to go up against G2. Reminder, the current world champions. There it is. Villa is our decider. TT9 will start off on the attacking side. If G2 have picked up defense.
It makes sense that G2 picked defense, and specifically if you already mentioned that TT9 have the worst attack and win rate of EUL currently. TT9 only bent this map against Virtus Pro, which makes sense if you play against a team that plays very passive. But then G2 has also showed that against Virtus Pro, they can show flaws on Villa because they did lose that map in overtime with very consistent and big huge plays from, for example, Dan.
I think the way that G2 have banned here is very smart. Just take away the 4 best maps that, in terms of preference, that TT9 have. For TT9, they're going to get rid of Theme Park Skyscraper, the newer, bigger, more technical maps. G2 love both of them. The one thing that has surprised me is the G2 ban of Border, because TT9 have been perma-banning Border throughout this best of 1 phase. G2 have banned Border very specifically to go to Villa, and I think probably the reason for it is they are expecting to beat TT9, and they want to stick a little bit of confidence back in the players' minds on that particular map.
They also haven't really played Border as of recently, so to go to a map that you're a bit more comfortable on does also work, because they need those 5 rounds.
It's time to save up those strats for the BO3 playoffs, right? And for next Invitational. Let's not forget about that, though. Fresh, and thank you very much. Our lobby and game are ready. G2 versus TT9. It's in Des. Take it away.
It's Des to take it away. So you said. Oh,
Get away.
Ace
Thank you very much,
I think you
Milo.
spoke about me and said
They're
screw
not-
you, basically.
It's usually Ace and Ace, so you're doing well.
It's Ace and Tim.
You've been brought in.
Ace and Tim.
Been brought into the mix.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Milosh. There you go. You wanted that. He was asking for it.
My brain was itching.
To be fair, I haven't said it yet today. That is the first
No,
time.
you haven't.
Curious.
It was bothering me.
Villa, then. What we're saying?
I don't...
Best football team going, but yeah.
Let's not get carried away. I've got concerns for TT9 coming to Villa. I think Fresh touched on it with Theme Park and Skyscraper. I put Villa into a similar bracket. It's a big map. It's a technical map. You've got to have your strats. It's a map that we see quite often new or struggling teams struggle to perform well on.
New or struggling teams struggle to perform on.
Yeah, and I think G2...
Struggling teams struggle to perform on it.
Yeah, what I mean is, if you're a struggling team, you want to go somewhere simple.
Yeah,
you don't want to go to Villa.
No.
And I just feel like it's going to be the same, more of the same today.
Thing
I
is,
think G2 are going to take full advantage of that.
There's a lot of good tape of G2 on this map because I can think of the number of... I can tell you
That's
exactly...
one positive, yeah.
I can tell you exactly what their game plan is, and I know that Benja loves running around downstairs. Like, I think I declared him the demon of library because he will just sit in that area around red corridor. He'll lurk over towards bottom red, for example, and just look skyward with the C4 against teams that always try and push across the top floor. We had that against VP earlier on in the stage when they had to then start sending players downstairs to go and actively challenge him. Is TT9 the kind of team that can go and pull this off against a player like Benja? Probably not. So time will tell. It really is going to come down to, I think, whether or not TT9 have it in themselves to win some big gunfights, because this stage has been rough. They've been 7-0 twice. It's not been
easy.
Affair. They did have a close game against VP, I'll give them that. But given what we've seen from VP today, suddenly you start questioning somewhat the legitimacy of a result like that.
Ultimately, there's no other way around it. It has been a tough stage for TT9. It has been a tough entry into Siege.
And that's putting it nicely.
And it's putting it pretty kindly.
There's
there's players on that roster that know all about playing in Siege, but coming together as a team has been a tough process. In terms of the results, there's no two ways around that. But TT9, all is still not lost.
Nope.
And that, again, speaks to the format, and I don't hate that. They're going to come out from it. They can go into the knockouts. They can still have, that opportunity to keep working, to keep trying to turn things around. And knowing the players on the team, that is absolutely what they're going to be doing. They're going to be putting the graft in. They're going to be trying to, get every bit of improvement squeezed in between maps as they can do, essentially.
There's a shout out to G2 as well for a very beautiful skin they have for his army. Obviously his army not in this round. I'm kind of disappointed to see it, but it is a very lovely skin. Had that lower third pop up. Go check it out in the store. Buy all the skins, or as Joystick normally says, buy our skins, all that kind of good stuff. Buy some skins. They all look beautiful. Here we go with round one then. G2 starting out on the defense in case you missed it. They've got a lot when it comes to information denial as well, looking in towards the Mozzie. They've got the Black Eyes on side as well. They've got a pre-placed C4 ready by the sounds of it too. Expecting that we're not going to see this read now. Do they find Benja?
I'm not sure they have.
Oh, Kanto.
I'm not sure. That looked
Kanto.
a little bit easy breezy for me on the droning, Des.
100% didn't see him. 100%. Goodbye.
And that's your knock gone. That's, somebody who could have a massive play, walk up Astro stairs. It's not a good start at all. Could have gone straight up Astro stairs, would not have been seen, and could have really started having an impact on that top floor. Alamau, you picked up on Nitro stairs. Alamau is going to pick one up onto Noah, and that's going to leave us now in a 4 versus 3. Doki does go by the wayside along the way. Not ideal, but still a good start from G2.
Yeah, but not a good start for TT9. Yeah, down 2 quite early on. We saw the C4 coming out, of course, had that that freebie on the downstairs. No real gunfight seemed to be won by G2 so far. They've just got a couple of freebies to go things through, and now TT9 have to kind of pause and figure, okay, what else can we do? And the answer appears to be, let's go and hunt Benja, who, as I pointed out earlier on, is not the easiest to track down. This is going to be a little bit like a wild goose chase, and as I also said in the pre-game, Benja and C4s downstairs against teams that push across the top floor. It's like bread and butter. They just go so well together.
Prono's going to leave that hunt for another day as he heads himself up to the top floor. Knows that the Nitro is gone now because one of his teammates just died to it, so not too much of a concern there from verticality. But what he does need to concern himself with is Benja maybe moving back up red stairs, for example, and putting a little challenge onto the flank, which could be dangerous. Kendrew drops down. He's just going to move away through the hatch, maybe, again, looking to see if the Benja problem can be dealt with. But G2 look extremely comfortable right now.
And Benja's still unbothered. Like I said, the Demon of Library is still lurking around it, and the Dragon can smell that there's an intruder in the lair. They wanted to go looking for the man, and he just slips as well by the looks of it. Past Prana, who's on the upstairs, waiting for his time to strike, but there is still 45 seconds to play with. So really, he's in no panic to try and push it on the side of TT9. They've all but given up on trying to look at the site as Benja. He's ripping heads, Tim. He's got a triple kill in the round. He's been hit through the soft wall as well. If he spins and gets this, it's going to be absolutely diabolical. Prano rounding in here on full HP. Does he know about him down on the floor? No, he does not, but has a sneaking suspicion. Gets one closeout, but we're down to 25, Tim. This round's done and dusted.
Benja's just waiting for his opportunity. He wants that 4K on the round. He knows that Prano's going to continue pushing to try and find him, but I don't think he knows that Prano's moved from behind, and he's just going to keep focused on that door in front of him for the time being, and Prano's going to step into the line of sight. There we go. 4K for Benja on the round. It will be Benja 4K rather than Benja 2K.
I played with the Benja 3K in game.
The full set then?
Yeah. I haven't seen Benja 5K yet.
No, we haven't.
Benja 1K, we don't talk about him.
No.
It's just not particularly inspiring.
We don't see it very often.
I might change myself to Benja 0K.
Probably be accurate.
Can I check what about we call fresh Benja TK?
Very true. I mean, it's not really fresh generally.
Yeah, it's Benja TK. All he does is TK. Just get a full stat together and name ourselves Benja something K.
Do you think?
Great, yeah, I'm in for it. But speaking of Benja, again, it's almost like I want to stream at the screen and just go, look, I told you it was coming. The Demon of Library sits down there around red, lurks inside a library, gets himself 4 kills. TT9 put together a really half-baked effort to go and clear him out, and you can see the outcome. Now, just to remind you, with VP losing their game so decisively against BDS, G2 need to win 5 rounds. They finish first place. They get the bye into the second round of the playoffs. All they've got to do is win 5 rounds, not even win the game, just win 5 rounds.
With the way that first round's gone, honestly, I think G2 are going to be taking the top spot.
Could be a doddle.
More than likely. It was decisive from them, and it just starts to shed a little bit of light on the problems at T9. You know me, I'm usually one to try and find the positive, and I will say that Benja played it fantastically. But going into somewhere like Basement, the due diligence has to be done. It can't be a casual flick of the drone on the way through to, you know, it's such a complex area. There are so many alcoves, so many shelves, so many barrels, so many things that can be hidden behind. If you're going to go in that way, you've got to commit to it. And, you know, it's little things like that that are going to really mount up against this TT9 squad.
I think they've shot out their drones already. There are friendly drones, that is, with Kanto to make sure that he cannot be misdroning anymore. Already had both of his drones offline inside about 20 seconds at the start of this round, so he's purely on old school Ash duty, looking to tear his way through the map. But you've already seen Benja lurking off here, just letting the visitors take over his home for a short amount of time here inside a library as they try and work their way more laterally, straight across towards a push, rather than worrying about what's going on upstairs.
Doki's going to open the hatch just to give a little extraction route for the Thorn that was playing inside of there. Just going to give some options to move out of study for Benja to keep himself slippery, keep himself moving around the map. Kanto, again, just working through that bottom floor, not able to cut the floors with anybody just yet.
I think G2 are probably scratching their heads a bit like, where are they actually coming from here? What's the game plan? And now that they've heard the breaching round go off, that signals, okay then, they're trying to push around red, they're going to be in library. This is where G2 start to close the net sweating a little bit. And sure enough, Doki has got right up against them and found one down inside of Bikes. Now you might have Benja coming down main stairs on the backside as well. There's just so much potential threat. Okay, no, he's on red stairs. But again, G2 have got closer and closer and are looking to really restrict TT9 here. Prano potentially, though, coming in with a really good flank, assuming he finds the jump on Benja.
That's the thing. He's got to get the kill, and he's not going to do because Benja knows he's coming. He finds his man. It's as easy as that. And that leaves G2 now in a 5 versus 1 as 2 more kills fly in. It's a flawless round, and this is not looking good. I don't want to jump the gun, Des. I don't want to go in too soon, but the fundamentals just aren't there from TT9, and G2 are punishing them.
Big time. Big time as well. Yeah, again, if you look right down on paper what it was that TT9 were trying to do, they were trying to go laterally. They weren't looking to try and clear the entire map, just relatively direct towards site. Okay, but it was kind of like Koi back on board when they were attacking into Secret. It lacked any real bite, it lacked any real pace, any urgency. And without those two things, pace and urgency, you lack the ability to capitalize on missed positions coming out of the other side. You know, for a few seconds, you had Doki up inside, I was about to call him Jokey there, which is a brilliant name. Why have I never said that in my life before?
Hold on to that one.
I'm keeping that one in the back pocket when he has a bad game, most definitely. You had Doki upstairs inside a trophy statue. You had Benja off towards main stairs. 2 players weren't off site. If they had a read on that, that was a potential 5v3 waiting to happen. But they open up the museum wall, for example. That indicates to G2 what's going on. No one really looks to move forwards. And G2 just kind of get themselves ready. They move Benja towards red stairs. You get Doki poking his head down. Astro and coming up through Bikes, for example, to get a freebie. There's just no real onus or urgency being shown by DT9. And I think this is where G2, probably as you say, will just turn this into a 6-0 half unless they get a little bit cocky and give away a round or two.
Well, speaking of that, Benja's going to be stood at the main door. I think he's certainly earned the right to have a look and see if he can get them off to a flying start. How patient will he be? He's going to have to be very patient at the minute because nobody from TT9 is heading in that direction. But G2 at the minute, for the first 2 sites, showing a great command of the map and just being on top of things, really. Winning every fight that they come across. They're always seeming to be in advantageous situations. I think there's errors from TT9 there as well, but G2 then, for example, in that last round, Benja just on the red stairs, knew where Prano was. The information always seems to be there for them at the minute.
Medics, can we see if the living hatch has been reinforced, please, on the downstairs? Because I see the Amaro and just always think about the basement play that can come out for this. Go down the floor, please, and up a little bit. It has been opened, actually, so they could get into the basement and zip up from there, but I think that's exactly why G2 are trying to be nice and careful about this as well. Thank you very much, Medics. That's the one I was referring to. He's kind of not bothered from the off, so I think they've kind of read, look, hatch is open. There is a very good chance someone is playing down there and looking to disrupt us. We're just not going to play into that. Let's play the round out a little bit more straight and narrow.
Alamau's going to pick up Noah for an opener. That's 3 rounds, 3 opening kills for G2. So certainly improving those entry stats as the game goes on. This just
swing.
It just seems there you go. There's just such
what I love?
A lack of awareness from TT9.
I love. I mean, okay, I love that. That's pretty nice. Blur, you should not have been missing that on a guy point blank range. But I love that even when there's the, they're stomping them so far, literally crushing the side of TT9, they're still showing them respect to swing as a 2.
Oh, yeah.
You have one player left side of the door, Doki from the right came in. Together they went for the swing and secured the kill. That's the kind of respect that, is still worth showing.
You have to show it. You have to show it. And it's important that we show TT9 the respect as well because ultimately you've got Kendrew, Kanto, Prano. I'm not discounting the others, but you've got 3 players there who have got an abundance of experience at this level and who have proved their ability over the years. And so, the honest answer is, yes, we have to call it as we see it, and TT9 are struggling against G2 here as well as they have against other teams, but ultimately, we know that this set of players are certainly capable of more than they're showing us. It's just that as a team, they just don't seem to be able to gel things together at the minute.
Well, I think it's about time. Given we're speedrunning this game, let's get Fresh in for a quick chat. Fresh, that was a disappointing first quarter for TT9.
Yeah, I think so. I'm actually going to focus on a positive for G2, first and foremost, and then we'll go to TT9.
You've got an abundance to pick from.
Yeah, so the first positive is that they're actually playing together. You've just picked up on it. When they played against VP, and on this map, on Villa in particularly, they were not playing together. Doki was off on the entry that day. He wasn't bringing a mate along with him when he was swinging stuff. So it's great for G2. They've seemingly fixed their problems. And also the site rotation, playing Living Library, was a big thing. They actually have, would you believe, an 83% defensive win rate on Living Library and an 80% on Dining
5
Kitchen.
and 6 wins?
Yeah. They have never defended trophy statutory successfully in the last 6 months, so that's why they've not gone there. Now for TT9, it looks like they've not done the homework. The team play is lacking. It seems like they are very, very unaware. They look shell-shocked again.
I did wonder what word was going to come out there, Tim, whether it was going to be particularly harsh or pretty fair.
Looking at the player cams through the timeout there, and, I'm not going to sit here and tell you what the players are thinking or whatever. I don't know.
UK Massive!
There you go.
Just saying. All English-speaking rosters. Everyone except BS
Plenty of
Wars
UK
and VP.
representation.
Have a player from the UK on their roster.
As I was
now
saying,
he's got to take over a French team and it's fine.
As I was saying, the player cams there, for me, like I said, I'm not going to say how the players feel or what they're thinking, but what I will say is it appeared like the weight of the world was on them. The expressions were very sullen, very serious. It seemed apparent from those player cams that they're feeling the pressure and they're feeling the frustration, and I'm sure that they are. Look at Prano's situation. He's getting pinged out by a cam. He gets taken down super easily on the sledge with no awareness that's even coming. Like that has to change. It has to change.
And in the round they bring an IQ. There is no Valkyrie. Very good. The one thing I will give is, TT9 obviously is an organisation relatively fresh into Siege, and what I understand is they've actually got a very long-term vision here.
Yeah.
I had a chat with a couple of the players.
Would love to see it.
They definitely weren't saying, we want you to win the first stage or even potentially finish top 4, but, put on a show at the very least. I imagine there probably is a little bit of pressure saying, guys, look, we put a lot of trust in you. Like, you built this roster. But it is struggling to deliver, barely even a few rounds in a game here. Again, outside of VP, they haven't won a single round against any other team. This is like, so far below the standard of what many would expect if you're coming into the game that it's going to sting.
This time yet, Des. Let's play the positive side and see what TT9 can do.
No, that's your job.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Let's see what they can bring in the second half of their attack. If they can get around, maybe it'll be, the seal broken and the confidence will start to grow. I think there's, maybe an element of that for TT9. It's about getting a win or two. Start getting those positive halves, getting those results, finding your confidence, finding, that energy wherever you can, and working from there. So let's see if they can get around here and do that. Nades are going to be going in to clear out utility. Benja just holding a vertical angle at the minute. I'm not sure that he's going to find too much joy though. Kanto being pretty careful for the time being as he's entering into a gunfight.
The thing is here, Benja's got the vertical ready and waiting as well. Good smoke onto the 90 window to force the player away too. No, I heard you cough and I was just like, you're not the one being smoked out, Tim. It's okay. An entry comes in finally as well. Kendrick finding the first one in the game for TT9. Alamal though with a straight response back onto Noah. And a good trade coming in, literally bullet for bullet between two of the players up in towards Trophy, in towards Statue. I always mix those up. Kendra into another one as well. So they are rolling through here actually. And maybe they've finally done it, Tim. Benja is the last one left standing. Kendra really making himself heard in this round with a 3K.
This is the opportunity. Prano is down at the minute to a Frostmat. That's a 2v1 for a short time. They will get him back on his feet, I'm sure. Benja does have an opportunity, though. Manager to look at the accuracy of that. Absolutely beautiful. Kill onto Kendra, who has picked up the other kills so far. Interestingly, G2 all watching the perspective of Benja. There's no information coming into him here. As I say, that Doki flicks off onto the default cams.
15 seconds.
Likely that there's not too much to be said.
I mean, they've got themselves a Mozzie cam somewhere as well, so they have an idea as to what's going on, but I just fear TT9 leaving this far too late. They're going to try and hit game stream, rotating all the way around. Finds one, but you're pushing into Death Alley here as well. Just when it felt like they might finally have this going their way, it's going to start falling apart. Kanto's going in for the plant. I don't think Benja will be able to get there in time. Kanto can get up and spin around, but can he win the gunfight? Now he's got the reverse angle, which is exactly what he wanted. Kanto giving himself away. Benja really wants to try and make this work, but my God, is it a risk? No way. No way. Oh, Kanto! He's still got it.
Can't find the 1v1 fight there, Benja. He's going to be kicking himself. There was a real opportunity. I won't go so far as necessary to call it a misstep from Benja, but if he's a little bit quicker about pushing into sight, he catches Kanto planting. And what I'm seeing on the player cams there is a world of difference from what we saw a couple of rounds ago as the tactical timeout, and that's what I'm saying. Now we've got a few smiles, we've got some laughter, and it just looks like that pressure is lifted after they've got a round in the bag.
It's just funny. Okay, be happy, boys. Be happy. I won't say any more. I think it's unfair.
The thing is, I think it's a good thing for them.
No, I agree.
They've got around.
It's just
break the seal
funny,
a little bit.
It's funny to celebrate not being 7-0'd, and that's your metric for a good game.
You got to have some metric, Des. You've got to have something. I just think it's even within Villa, you know, in isolation, not thinking about the group stage as a whole. I think it's a positive for them. They get themselves around. Obviously, it's good. It's not ideal. They nearly lost a 3v1, you know, but they get the round, they get it done, and like I say, maybe it just breaks that mental block a little bit. This is I'm fascinated by this round now. Are they able to go back to back? Does it break the mental block? Can they get it done again now?
I mean, if you can start building up a couple of rounds on the attack, suddenly you start saying, oh, 2 attacking rounds on Villa. Most teams would take that. You're not going to complain about it if you're winning the offsites. I mean, what's regarded as an offsite for G2 maybe is a very different conversation overall. Well, let's see how things shape up then as we get started with this round. Another bit of a change coming in for G2. Got the Goyo on side here of Blur, and the Mozzie has been the go-to throughout all of these rounds for Benjamin. Maybe we just in mute historically. Said here, trading things out to play on the Mozzie and immediately looking to challenge onto the front door.
TT9 last time were able to pick up the entry kill. If they can do that again, it's obviously gone a long way towards helping them accelerate themselves through the round. Now the drone is just going to be working. Doki able to pick up Kanto as he just goes sprinting in there, unable to even challenge in return, and that's G2 back to their entryways.
I love how he's just used that as bait in a way. I don't think it was intentional, but well, maybe it was, because the drone was in a bit of a weird place. You wouldn't just leave it there normally. But Kanto picks up on it on the IQ, charges forward, thinking, oh, there's just no way that there's a player sat near this. And sure enough, Doki was there, ready and waiting. Here he comes now, having broken out the Claymore, and now the players must surely be aware. Surely you're aware. No, they are not. It's a freebie picked up as Noah goes down, and now he's out here looking for more. He can smell blood, Tim.
It's just that word again, Des, that I used previously, awareness. You know, TT9 need to make sure that they're not getting flanked like that, not getting crept up on. Kendrew Giesler managed to get 2, though, and that levels us up at 3 versus 3. Not bad. If you rush here, you can hear the sound of the ADS going down, but no, Kendrew doesn't take the opportunity, and Alamo manages to get the kill.
I don't know if he was convinced it was bait, but really could have gone for a fast move there and got a free kill onto the Jaeger. Instead pays for it with his life, and now they know that red is the push. C4 comes out. Not quite close enough to Prana, but they know exactly what's going on. Oh. I think he didn't mean to type there. Definitely a mistake.
Prano has a wry chuckle there as the nade bounces back at him. I think that's enough said about that. 3 versus 1, it stands at the minute. Prano just using that time as an opportunity. You know, sometimes we say that the teams will be looking to have a chat with each other. I don't think that's probably the case at TT9. Prano just using that time to see if he can get himself an opportunity. So maybe somebody pokes their head round the corner and all of a sudden it's a 1v2 and it's a lot more winnable.
I think it was barbed wire on the second half of red stairs, though. No, okay, never mind. Up he goes. They don't know that he's here, but maybe we'll have a sneaking suspicion. I'm watching that top side as another canister is burnt down, and sure enough, there was Alamar ready to collect him, coming out of master bedroom.
For me now, this is, you know, in terms of TT9, this is all about getting as many rounds as you can. I think what we've seen from the first 5 rounds, I believe G2, you know, are likely to go on and win this. I'd be surprised if the result was anything else. TT9, their victory needs to come every single round that they win. The more that they can get rounds on the board, it at least gives them something to go into open quals with. You know, it's something to work on at least. You know, just try to build a little bit of positivity.
Boys? Boys?
Bomb located by attackers.
Boys? For God's sake.
G2 know they need another round, don't they?
Okay. They're not allowed to start playing. I imagine this is you can't start playing until the round actually starts. Strat room. Oh, God damn it. Okay.
10 seconds left.
I mean, this is cruel. Yeah, it is a little bit Kendry, you're right.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Oh, okay. And go!
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Go!
No. Yeah, there we go. They're off.
For God's sake.
TT9 just need to go like tearing in at this point, I think. And that looks like exactly what they're doing with Cancino and Council already approaching the building, looking to get aggressive. Not too much of a surprise. Benja is going to hold that angle though, not too much. There's a little bit of work going on site, but G2 knowing they're going to have to be ready for the gunfights, and they are, as Alamai manages to pick up Kendrew with the opener.
What do you even say? Oh, they finally found the drone. I mean, we were enjoying watching from that perspective. I quite enjoyed that angle.
Surely not.
No, he's just like, no, just run ahead. I ain't got to stop you. I thought he was really going for it then. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And they don't even get him on the trade as the player. It was Prana coming in behind him and they still don't get the trade out. This is heartbreaking. They haven't got a single kill yet, Tim.
It really is. Benja's going to keep roaming around in basement. The Butcher of Basement, I think we'll start calling him. He's absolutely unstoppable down there.
Butcher of Basement, the Demon of Library.
He's unstoppable down there. No, he's just so slippery. It's like a drone can't get near him. He just gets kill after kill.
Let's start racking up some titles. It'll be like an episode of Game of Thrones after 5 minutes if he carries on at this rate. Still, I think TT9, they're trying to snip any way they can to get this round back, but I think most know when it comes down to a 3 versus 5, things are done. Even bringing out the Lion scan in case there was a potential run out coming through from Artside, that's just how this game is going.
Benja working his way back into Memorial there, just going to get a little bit closer into sight, not overstaying his welcome down in the basement. There you go, he's just going to hide himself away in the corner. Alamau is actually going to support him here. I think they're going to just try and maybe bait somebody in. If Alamau takes the initial engagement, it just takes the focus away from that corner, and if TT9 are pulled into a fight there, Benja could well get himself another freebie as they come around the corner. Prano is going to be on the drones though. They've still got 4 left, so there's no real excuses for TT9 here to not be utilising those and at least getting as much information as they can.
Reinforcements going down with 60 seconds still to go. Oh, I mean, maybe they read that there was a push coming in from this side instead and they tried to adapt, and now it's just a firefight over a doorway that we're not going to see them losing out on, even when Benja's the sacrificial lamb and Prano comes down and finds one more. He's in a 1 versus 3. One behind, painting that I think he knows about. Great little spray coming in, and down goes Alamau. Still 2 left, though, with 30 seconds to play. Can Prano and his trusty spear get this one over the line, Tim?
We know he's got the ability. He's still got one of those nano boosts left. It's on cooldown at the minute. It's available now, so that he can juice himself back up again if the opportunity presents. Nitro comes out, steps back. Fancy footwork keeps him away from it. He is going to take the nano boost as he goes, but he's playing into the man behind the mirror, and it's going to be Virtue who manages to take him down, and G2 go 5-1 on the half.
I wouldn't be surprised if in the next round we see a call for the knife round, Tim. It's at that sort of stage, TT9.
Well, G2 have done what they needed. That was the 5th round that they needed. G2
Such
will confirm. You can see Dorky celebrate. They know that 5 rounds was the threshold, and that is going to confirm top spot for them in Group A.
That's very true.
And a bye along with it.
Okay, Alamau. Okay. Wrong game, friend, but I appreciate it. I think they just took this time just to be able to, knowing they'd be on camera, just have a little show for us. Even Blur's feeling it. Virtue and Benja, the 2 calmer members of the team, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Who would you beat him if you were a G2 player? Who would you be most like, do you think? Assuming you and I were good enough to
Benja, obviously.
Yeah?
Top fragging.
Assuming you were a great fragger, which player would you most be like in terms of personality?
I don't know.
I can't tell you. I think you'd be like a Virtue kind of guy.
Yeah, he seems pretty quiet and chill and just.
But like, is the voice of reason and calmness in the team?
Yeah, I do spend a bit of time
Doki.
as a voice of reason. I think. Yeah, you'd be Doki, just chaos.
Alamau's like gone past chaos though, so I don't think I'm that far gone.
I was going to say Alamau's transcended, hasn't he? Really beyond it.
I'm not that far gone. Righty, let's see if TT9 can get much done here in the second half. Onto the defence they go. It is a long hill to climb, but on the defensive side of Villa, you tend to favour teams to have a bit of a better showing than maybe you would on the attack, Tim.
Absolutely, it's the opportunity for TT9. Like I said, this game...
Are you still coughing, by the way?
It's been about 3 weeks now.
I know, that's what I mean.
I appreciate the concern. Yeah, it's been about 3 weeks. I mean, my job maybe doesn't help. I get better and better, and then I do a couple of days of casting, and it sort of sets me back a little bit. But don't worry, I'm surviving. My voice at least sounds fairly normal this week. I watched back our play day 1 and 2, and it was certainly apparent that I was
I thought you sounded fine, Tim.
It was apparent that I had a bit of a head cold. I was a little bit unwell. But
I love your dulcet tones.
Back to at least more normal now, if not completely.
Tim, you'll never be normal. You're from the north.
Very true. Virtue is going to head in through the barrels. He's going to swing the sledgehammer, get himself access. We're going to have the vertical nade from Dorky, and it takes down Kendrew, who was just trying to watch at the hatch. For me, Des, if TT9 want to improve, those are the things that they can improve. Like, you know better than to stand at that hatch. It's avoidable.
Well, as soon as you see the floor holes,
It's avoidable.
You just know what's going on. But the thing is, G2 love vertical explosives. I mentioned it already with Benja playing the C4s from below back in the first half. If it's nade kills here on the attack, it doesn't really matter to him. He'll send them all skyward anyway and send TT9 to the Shadow Realm with a flawless first round attack.
Second flawless round for G2 then inside of the 7 rounds that we've seen so far. It's really just sort of running away from TT9 now. There's very little that we can say, in fairness, other than to wish for improvement, really. We would, as much as everybody else, love to see, that quick improvement to have them competitive, but at the minute it just doesn't look like it's going to be the case. G2, they will look to come out and get this close down, I would imagine. They know there's an opportunity to get this done now in style. They go into the top of the table anyway. They've already secured that, but they can finish that with a 7-1.
Well, TT9 probably won't make it to 9 at this point, Tim. 7 rounds in, and this one may well be the 8th and final that will play between these two teams and will end both of their group stages. So I think it's going on Aviator and Games, but I think, Tim, we all know which way it's going to go on Aviator and Games.
It certainly looks likely. As I've said it a couple of times, it's so difficult because I look at the net and I know that, I've cast these players for years, and I know that this isn't really representative, and so I'm urging them to get a couple of rounds and to, start finding their feet a little bit, but, maybe we're going to have to wait for the open qualifiers, maybe we're going to have to wait for stage 2 to see that actual transformation, but for the time being, it doesn't look likely that it will come here on Villa.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bored do you think Blur and Virtue have been this game?
Just holding those angles.
Just hoping something happens that you get to get involved in a gunfight.
I mean, Virtue gets to juice them up with nanobots this time.
Yeah, I mean, there is that. At least he gets to interact. Blur gets to go fishing from below.
Going to pick up the...
I mean, interestingly, you've got Doki on the Kali and you've got Blur playing on the Yana instead. They have no hard breach. They just don't care. They're just going for broke.
They're just going in looking for kills, I think. Alamau does manage to use the Clutch Drone to steal that Maestro turret. The glass will be smashed, but he will still be able to open it and zap. I don't know if it was quite open at the time when the melee
attack came in. That is a really good point.
So we'd have to have a look. It could have been still open at the time when the melee came in. It might have been destroyed.
Doki's winding back the ears to COD 4 here, I think, as well. Oh, it's a C4 from Kanto.
Not the usual sort of engagement you'll see a Kali taking with the long-range sniper rifle. I'll be honest, it's not the best entry weapon, but I'm sure that Doki knows that. We found ourselves 5 versus 4 then, as it was Kanto who was able to take him down. Half damage done. Vertical nade comes in. Not going to be any good from Benja Master. You will have to try again.
Bless Benja. He's still taking it so seriously, playing nut fishing with nades, for example. Yeah, he could be running something else right now and having a bit of fun, but nope. Still playing the game on the straight and narrow.
Kanto's just lurking around now, seeing if he can pick up another one. Can't get the Maestro camera. Prano will stay in control. He's had that one open, so he was able to shoot out the Clutch Drone of Brava. Benja's going to work his way up main stairs. Does take a Gooman along the way. He's going to have to pull that out at some point. As I say, he would continue taking damage if he didn't, but didn't want to find himself challenged by the Legion running to the top of the stairs either.
Kanto on the downstairs, Geese on the shotgun on the upstairs. I think those yellow pings coming through to let them know what's going on. Does he know that this is opened up? Because if not, he's in for a ball to hurt. Even the shotgun comes out and he doesn't get a lick of damage back on towards Benja. No! What? He hits him mid-reload as well. 1 bullet was enough.
Benja just showing his quality through and through there. Virtue manages to take down Kendrew, and for all the obvious statements aside, G2, I will say their gun skill has been sharp today. There's so many headshots flying in, so many great kills. The last 2 come in. Benja Alamau find the final men. TT9, they will see themselves limp out of stage 1 with another 7-1 loss, and it is to the open qualifiers for them, but looking more on the positive. G2 get the 5 rounds they need. They leapfrog Virtus Pro at the top of the table, and they will have the bye going into those major playoffs.
I was going to be toxic.
Don't do it.
I was going to be like, welcome to the casting desk for G2 versus TT9. We're just about to get started.
The game has begun.
But it begun and ended incredibly quickly. I mean, there's not too much to say, right? Look, we can sit here and try and be, some positives to take from that. G2, but let's be honest, G2 have just reminded everyone, one, why they're world champions, and two, why TT9 are having a pretty bad stage.
They've got some work to do. There's no other way of putting it. As I say, TT9, would I like to see it better? Absolutely, 100%. We know that they're capable of better, but right now, it's just not. It's not good.
Well, the Open qualifiers and nothing else. Because there's such varied competition there, they can build up a bit of confidence. If I'm being professional about this, they can actually build up a bit of confidence.
It's an opportunity. That's how they've got to look at it.
Exactly. The only problem is you might face off against BDS in there.
Every competitive game that roster plays at the minute is an opportunity to improve. That's how they've got to look at it.
And I'm also with you. We know these players. We know they're great.
They're better.
It's just not clicking. Fingers crossed it starts to. G2 take top of the group, where they belong, no doubt, after winning SI. And now that means they get to skip tomorrow's games and go straight into the next round, which takes place on Monday next week. So lots to look forward to there, Tim. That's all for this game. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, Desk, and then our last game of the day. See you in a bit.
La map, elle est constituée de 3 étages. Donc il y a le top stairs, il y a le rez-de-chaussée et il y a le basement.
The bomb sets in Oregon are like basement, meeting and kitchen and dining, and then you have kids and games.
The best way to start on attacking is place your drones on top floor all around the map so you can know if enemies are roaming or not.
Parce que si l'équipe préfère la jouer en turtle, c'est beaucoup plus compliqué à attaquer, comme il y a beaucoup moins.
And the essential operators to attack definitely Hibana, Capitao, smokes or grenades, for example Sledge.
I think in defense Kite is a good pick because almost on every side enemies have to breach something and you can wall deny them.
Border's a fun map, it's quite fast paced, it's quite aggressive.
Après c'est une map où il y a beaucoup de pièces et on va dire un endroit principal qu'on appelle l'atrium.
The bomb sets for Border are Armory, Tellers, Customs and Workshop and Ventroom, yeah.
Border has 3 main access points, CCTV, East Stairs and Archives Balcony.
En tout cas, le point déjà principal à prendre pour moi est l'Esca Est. C'est l'Esca, l'endroit qui se trouve tout à droite de la carte, qui est, on va dire, un point principal de la carte où d'ici on peut couper beaucoup de couloirs ou avoir beaucoup de contrôle sur la carte.
The best way to defend Border is to extend and keep lots of map control, making sure that each teammate has 2 other teammates that are close by to play trades.
Clubhouse is my favorite map. I think it's really balanced. It's 3 floors building.
The bomb sites are CCTV and Cache, Gym and Master, which are on the top floor, Bar, and then the basement you have Armory and Church.
This map is really about info that will help you to take the control all over the map faster, and then you can execute properly.
Donc ce qui est fort à la défense, c'est d'avoir plusieurs zones à défendre et de reculer petit à petit vers bomb site, ce qui permet de faire perdre beaucoup de temps aux adversaires.
Essential operators got the half breach to get like walls open, utility deny to stop thermite, and nades of course are always great.
L'agent Intel, tout ce qui est agent information, tout ce qui est Valkyrie, Solis, c'est très très fort.
So it's like a bit of chaos, but like in a good way.
G2, they're all through. Let's have a chat with the winners. What's up, Doki?
Hello, how you doing?
First of all, great acting. I didn't get to talk to you about it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah.
If
Haven't
you
talked to you
ever
since.
stab sushi like that, I swear to God.
That's how we eat it here in Scotland. That's how we eat it.
But you have fresh fish that comes up in Scotland, right? Salmon and all.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
You stab it like that with a just piece of wood.
Of course. Of course.
Anyways, fella, what a win!
Anyways.
Good win
What a
and a
win.
quick one today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. I think that's us first in the group, so that like obviously is a big advantage. That means a lot to us. So I think that means we just need to win one game in the playoffs, if I'm right, to go to the major.
Yep,
So-
one win.
And I think we have another chance as well. Like if stuff goes wrong, so like that's a huge bonus for us. So looking forward to it.
Now, of course, you want to go into phase 2 directly, the major, because dropping down means you're going to phase 1, and you don't want to be in open quals anyways, which you pretty much are free of now. Well, we'll get to see how things go in the playoffs. But otherwise, great game. What did you feel about the map? Was this all planned all along?
I mean, yeah, like whatever map they play us on, they've lost the map ban, so it's like whatever. Because I think they can only play like a few maps, like to a decent standard. So they just lost the map ban. Like nothing else to say about it. We were ready for any map.
Well, what happened in the one round you lost?
Yeah, I know that we had to take a time out to talk about that because the guys were a bit angry. I can't even remember what happened in the round that we lost, to be honest. I was
It
just
turned to
sailing
a
through.
1v1. Kanto then clutch.
Ah, yeah, Ben's a trolls. Like, he's meant to be the best player in the world. He can't be losing the 1v1. Like,
You
I don't
say that, but how many entries have you been losing so far this stage? This is one thing that Anne mentioned early on, or Jack actually. We'll throw him under the bus for it, because G2 performing really well on entries this stage, not hot, all in the negatives.
no, it's part of the plan, to be honest. It's like,
Come
like, we need to
on!
make it-
Don't bullshit me like
no,
that.
guys, let me finish.
Yeah, go
it's
ahead.
part of the plan because we need to make it like a little bit hard for ourselves because now we're like champions.
Yeah.
We're SI champions. So we now need to like make the online stage like difficult. So we said like let's try and give away the advantage so we can see if we can claw back the round 4v5. In first place, here we are. Job done.
I remember very distinctly 2 weeks ago, you were telling me that it's way more difficult to keep up your performance than it is to get the trophy, the big one, in the first place. Seems like you have to add what modifiers, mutations to your to your contest mode here in EU Ultimate can happen.
I mean, actually, in honesty, I'm a humble
Yeah.
guy. In honesty, I actually think we've been playing pretty bad recently. Like coming in after our SI win, like coming into the online stage, I think we have been playing a little bit poor and maybe not like holding ourselves to like the high standards that we should have, like as consecutively. So I think that's something now that we're in playoffs, we have the best of 3 to look forward to. We need to like kind of really knuckle down on and hold ourselves like to a higher praise, you know, because I think we've been slipping up in some situations where we shouldn't be recently.
Well, I want to ask you, because now that that top of the bracket is set, of course, you're through, you'll be playing next week, but tomorrow, Heroic and M&M will be playing. The winner of that will play you right after. Of course, if you beat them, you qualify automatically to the major. So who would you like to face? Entertainment value.
Entertainment value. I don't know. I think both teams are actually really good. Like, that's the problem. Like, you don't really want to pick. I think I would probably rather play Heroic because they're newer, and M&M are like really kind of, you know, they have good structure and they have a great team. But you know, they didn't get first place, so they can't be that good, can they? To let Wild take first place. So yeah, I wish we actually said before the game. We actually wish we were in the other bracket with Secret and Wild. That would have been in our heads. Those games would have been easier for us than the Heroic and M&M. I think that both those teams, are major value worthy. Like they can all go to the major. So I think the other teams could have been easier. In saying that, I think Team Secret's playing a lot better than usual. So yeah, and Wild are just Wild.
There's a very high chance that Secret actually makes it through and have to play Virtus Pro, and if that goes up against Wild. Who do you think would go through in the bottom bracket? We're still not set. It could be Secret or Wolves, but it's like a very high percentage Secret makes it through.
Wait.
What?
We play Heroic or M&M?
Yeah, that's what I literally just said a minute ago.
I thought we played Virtus Pro. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Why would
No
you
problem.
play Virtus Pro? They were in your group.
I was really worried about playing Virtus Pro because I hate playing them. Like I just hate it. I can't play good against Virtus Pro. But now we don't need to play Virtus Pro, so it's fine. Who cares?
And Doki, you keep saying that you're this top team. You're adding modifiers and challenges to everything. I remember distinctly you took a massive L against Virtus Pro, the team that today got rolled over by BDS.
Yeah. We played very bad. They played not as bad as us, and we lost that game. Yep.
All right.
times.
You know what? At least I hope you can drown your tears in the cash from the G2 bundle in game, which.
Ooh, what one?
That's true. I mean, look,
There's two.
I will say I did get the I guess the latest one with the background and everything for the share. So thank you, Maniac, for that. I was surprised that Maniac actually sent me a code because I thought he would send it to Murat from Heroic, Mr. Officer.
All right. Okay.
Okay, look, you guys say, oh, overplay joke or whatever. Not even kidding. The day at SI that he came in, I had just come into the hotel.
He told me about this.
I got into the elevator and I had my 2 bags with me. Maniac looks at me in the elevator and is like, are you going for practice now? Like, what? No, I just got here. Oh, you're taking all your stuff with you to practice. Like, and then I get out on my floor and I'm like, yeah, talent just arrived, like all of them. And he's like, oh, God damn it.
You know why? Lazy managers not keeping up with the scene. He just sits there and just does nothing. Classic.
Well, you know what? They have to babysit your ass all the time, so that's where we are. Doki, anything you'd like to say to fans out there?
No, thank you guys for the support as always. And as Milosh said, Azami bundles in the store. The Smoke SI Championship bundle is also in the store. If you buy them, there's a chance you probably play better. And you give me money, so it's like, whatever, just do it. And yeah, apart from that, I appreciate it. And next week we have playoffs, and hopefully to see you in Copenhagen. Mwah.
There you go. So if you want to help Doki satisfy his steak addiction, this is the way to go, really.
My what addiction?
Your steak addiction.
Oh, my steak addiction. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
There you go.
That's true.
Doki, thank you very much. Hope to see you next week. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
See you later, guys. Bye.
I like that interview. Yeah, it was
so much to
entertaining.
unpack from one interview.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I can't.
What?
I think Doki
You're leaving us hanging.
Steak addiction. That's all I'm gonna say. Let's talk about the game anyway.
Oysters.
Oh, anything.
I mean, there's one thing, right? You know, when at SI, I think it was 2022, where he got asked what he would do if he would win SI.
Yeah.
He said he would buy his local pub.
Did he?
Well, I don't know if he did already. I think we'll have to keep him in account.
To
for
be
that.
honest, you can probably buy. There's like 1 million pubs in Scotland alone. You've seen the map of like overlay of how many pubs are in the UK versus how many churches there are in Poland. So I've been to Poland. I know how that is there. So if it's anywhere near it in the UK with the amount of pubs there are, understandable.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to have to go and enjoy a pint tonight because that was a hell of a performance.
I'm sure he'll be allowed. SI was only allowed 1 beer every single night, so I'm sure he'll be celebrating with his friends tonight. But yeah, I don't know. G2, it's very hard to talk about a game analytically that includes a round that has strap roulette in it.
Well, that's why you're here. Alama was flossing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually, Fabian did message me during the game, and he said, if we get to 5 rounds, I'm going to call a tactical timeout instantly because the boys want to dance. And that's exactly what happened. Benjabas was incredible. He got the opening kill downstairs in the basement of Villa.
Yep.
He did that in the very first round of Six Invitational 2023 as well. He was on Cav that time. So it's not even like TT9 can say, oh, we've never seen that before, because he's always there.
Well, he's Benja there, but...
He did get a really nice kill in the last round as well. We have a replay of that, maybe? Or
yeah, we have a
did end up
replay of
not
that.
having
Bring it up.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's sick. Okay, slow it down.
Reload.
Let's do...
Yeah, it's the reload. New reload mechanism.
1 round. That's the change. Pop! The hip fire. That was lucky as hell. That's the stuff of dreams. When that happens, you're like, yeah, we got this in the back.
I want to see a montage of all these types of kills. Like, you know, when you're mid-reload and there's just one bullet in the chamber and you hip fire, headshot someone with it.
Jaeger himself, are you listening? Habibi, we need you. Right now.
It's the most pleasing way of killing someone, I would say. in this case. It was really pretty, and deserved MVP as well. Good performance. Also from Alamao, 100% cost is kind of crazy. The 6 rounds really showed how confident I guess G2 were in this matchup as well. They got the rounds that they needed, obviously, to be first in their group. So yeah, good showing from them. I'm surprised even that Doki said, "Oh, we're not playing as like the standard we hold up to ourselves." You just won SI. You're now leading your group, and you still say like, "Oh, we have not been playing the way we want to." That shows that you have been grinding, and you're still grinding to keep up your winning.
Yeah, very much so. And I thought it came true that confidence boost on Villa, because obviously they lost to VP on Villa. So the confidence boost to go to Villa, get a 7-1 victory. You've got to just beat what's in front of you. When TT9 are presenting that weakened opposition, I'm not going to beat around the bush. They've been awful throughout the whole of the group stage. But when somebody presents that weakened opposition to you, you've got to be still somewhat professional. I know they had a couple of rounds of kind of this strat roulette and the trolling, but the rest of the rounds, very professional, won them, got the job done, got the confidence on Villa, moved through to deciders.
There you go. At the end of the day, TT9 will now have the opportunity to fall back, think about what's happened, go through the open qualifiers, and they just put themselves to the test in that. We knew when they're coming into the stage that there will be a lot for them to handle. It's a completely new roster, literally built only a couple days before the start of the stage. So we're not really surprised, but we're expecting a bit more. Maybe something for next time. Otherwise, they'll have to change their name to TT8 because they couldn't even break the 9 rounds overall in the stage. Thank you, Jack, for stealing that, and I hope it's getting all the clout that it deserves. Anyways, on that note, we still have one more game to go because we have not decided yet the final team that qualifies. Will it be Wolves? Will it be Secret? Well, that all weighs on Wolves, who play M&M. They have to smash their opponents. Can they do it? We'll see after the break.
The last 2 come in. Benja Alamo find the final men. TT.
We're feeling confident. We are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys. Let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win. We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS.
It's all koi, baby.
Team M&M are taking home that trophy. TT9, we are going to win!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Blast R6 EU. We've gone through a very quick day so far. 3 of the matches knocked out of course, really. At 9:18 p.m., we prep for our 4th and final matchup. Wolves versus M&M. There's something to play for here. Wolves' spot at the playoffs tomorrow. We'll talk about them in just a second and what they need to do to actually do it. But first, M&M, the team that has already qualified. They're sitting pretty in their position, 2nd spot in the group. They're looking like today.
Exactly, yeah. They beat Koi in regulation last week, then are secured for deciders, locked into the 2nd spot. They can't beat Wild, they can't be overtaken, but they can play gatekeepers today for Wolves. We'll talk about what Wolves need later on. But for M&M, they're still not having the greatest time of entries. We touched upon that last week a little bit. Salthouse is doing a lot better, and it seems like M&M sometimes relies on these very influential plays in the late round as well. For example, once again, highlighting Salthouse in that case, he was really important in that 1-2 final round last week on Clubhouse where he really stepped up.
I think the balance of M&M, I think I say it a lot, I think this team should be very balanced inside of the current meta. 3 very good frontline players, 2 very experienced and good enough backline players to play on this roster. It's a team that we would expect to be going to the majors. They've got through to deciders, but I will, agree with Van. They've not looked particularly great. They've been quite clunky with the way they've done it. They've been letting rounds go. They've not looked convincing. So that's what I want to see out of them today. I want them to put in a convincing performance.
A convincing performance so that when they actually get to play again tomorrow, first of all, they can hide some part of their strategy, but also come in with a bit of confidence. So now they're playing gatekeepers, though, to the other team, Wolves. Now, what do Wolves need to do so that Secret doesn't overtake them?
It's very simple. They need to win 7-0.
That's not, you say it as if it's like easy peasy and you do this all the time.
It is
to be fair.
It's just a shame they're not against TT9. That's all I'm going to say. They've got to win 7-0 and they will go through to deciders. If they lose a singular round, they go into the open qual playoffs to join their French brethren. And Wolves, for me, have not looked the best. They've not looked like a team that went to every major in 2022. They've not looked like a team that, played well right throughout all of 2022 in the best of ones and dominated in Europe, more or less, especially in the league play. The changes, I think it's pains with, the changes, the role changes, the leadership changes in that roster. And, they're going to just have to give it a go, but more than likely, they will be in the open qual playoffs.
Yeah, indeed, the point you're mentioning, leadership, it is missing a little bit. They were struggling with some well-timed floods from Wild last week, for example. There was some information that they didn't have on Secret, which allowed Secret to roam all over the map. Though, we can say Wolves did really good prep on what Wild brought out on Cafe last week. On the defense, they were able to nade these players out perfectly because they know where they were. But then again, on their own defenses, they struggled with those floods from Wild. And, well, we know M&M have not always been the greatest on their attacks, but I'm pretty sure they can show up today against Wolves.
Against the undefeated team, really the only one that's undefeated, Wild. But now what happens today, which map we'll be playing on for this series? 8 have been removed, and we're left with 1. We're going to Villa again, this time M&M going for the pick. They start off on the attack. Wolves have picked up defense. Is this what they're looking for today, Jacker?
So here's my take, is that M&M were always going to try and get themselves to either a Clubhouse or a Villa, because their position cannot change. They're stuck in 2nd. They've already played Club, they've already played Villa, so they were just going to leave those 2 maps open regardless. From Wolves' point of view, Villa's literally one of their favourite maps. It's in their top 3 preference. They want to go to it as much as they absolutely can. So if M&M are always going to leave it open, Wolves are always going to want to play it. That's where we've ended up.
Yeah, it would be seen quite tricky for Wolves to leave Border, which is one of their promo bans, up until so late in the map end phase, but it completely makes sense with what you say. Wolves, for example, won this map at SI from Los 1, and indeed, as you mentioned, M&M already played it in EOL. They won it against Team Secret, and for them it's perfect because, as you mentioned, they've only played 2 maps, and they can hide a lot, especially for when going into best of 3s in those deciders.
Feels crazy to be on Playday 5 and talking about hiding strats. That's exactly what it is. There's no need to show another map. They can play the same strats that they played when they played it previously, but try to improve on the things that went wrong, those small things of the team play, of the timings and all that kind of stuff.
A 7-0 victory. Again, the win condition for Wolves so that they can make it directly into the playoffs bracket. Otherwise, it's on to the quals they go. Can M&M play Kingmakers here? We'll have to see. Thank you very much, Fresh and Ann. Our casters, Ace and Des. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. No, I did not turn your button off, Tim.
I always have to triple check it now.
Yeah, he does. Last game of the day. Last game of groups.
Yeah, I mean, we've got there. We said it was going to be pretty fast-paced and intense, and I think that's pretty much a fair description of what it has been. We're in a situation now where, of course, Wolves, they have one last chance to get themselves through to the decider stage, and that's going to need a 7-0 against M&M. The way that Wolves have played so far, I've got to say, it looks like it's going to be a big, big ask.
Yeah, I just don't see that coming off against a team like M&M that have impressed across SI, impressed across the group so far. You just wouldn't look at this and say this is going to be a 7-0 to Wolves. But they are starting on the defense. We've seen crazier things, maybe not so tonight. Obviously, a pretty close game earlier on between BDS and VP. Close in the sense of BDS almost making it. It was far from close in the result. It was 7-2 to BDS. We'll see how Wolves fare on the defensive side, though. They're going to start us off in the bans here. Their attacking ban is going to be the Dakabi.
Dakabi will be the first one to go.
Very strong operator at the moment.
We will follow up with an M&M attacker going as well. We will see who that is. It's going to be Iana. Okay, taking away a few nades.
Don't hate it. Nades are only on 4 operators in the game at the moment, and they are pretty obnoxious to deal with at the best of times. As you're seeing players like Benja going fishing with the operators, like Nook an awful lot. Iana's always up there as well. It's not too surprised to see that. Got to admit, Alibi has the coolest operator background. Having the 2 kind of decoy Geminis in the background, not Geminis, just the 2 of the decoys in the background, they're sick.
We're going to have Pulse as our final ban coming in from Wolves then, and that will round things out for us. A few unusual picks in there. Pulse, I can see the value on Villa. We see Pulse played underneath quite often in and around Piano Library, in Kitchen, just trying to find those C4s. We also see Pulse used quite a lot on the Kitchen dining site itself to, again, deal with those attackers up on the top floor, trying to take vertical control, give the information of anybody trying to feed in through pantry or anywhere else. So this sort of makes sense, but slightly unusual at the same time.
Yeah, also because there's 2 very powerful operators right now in general. So them off the board means you might see a little more spice coming into the lineup here for either side. We start things off in Trophy and Statuary, Tim. It's interesting because this is the site we were talking about earlier for G2 when Fresh shared the stat with us that G2 just refused to play this site. They will go to every other, as they did earlier, and we'll always try and avoid going on to Trophy and Statuary. But that is where things will start off. It's where M&M will begin their assault of walls and looking to get some of those juicy, juicy points to try and push their way up through their own group.
This sort of, I don't think it's the worst starting position for Wolves here. They've got the defence of Villa. They need to not lose a round. It's at least probably about it is a tall order, but by starting on defence, I think it gives them the opportunity to put the best foot forward. I think it's really giving them every opportunity. Every opportunity makes it sound likely, which it's not.
Yeah.
But it's at least, as good as it's going to get, I think is probably the better phrase.
I think in a funny way, actually, M&M are the only team across both groups that, coming into the day, their game literally means nothing. They lose, they don't drop below second,
they
win.
stay where they are.
They can't get into first. They just do not move at all. So if you're a Wolves fan and you're looking for a little bit of hope, a reason to believe, take that as one. Again, in that for M&M, this game literally means nothing, and therefore they may not try as hard as they might do normally against stronger opposition.
The likelihood of them not dropping around is probably slim, though. We will see as we go. Wolves unable to secure a win as of yet. Currently sit on 2 points down at the bottom of the table. This could give them the opportunity, to be fair, as to jump above Koi. If Wolves, there is a world where they pick up the win, they don't get the 7-0 win, so they don't get third place, but they could get fourth.
I mean, again, remembering the difference between last chance qualifiers and open qualifiers is the overall standing. It does matter.
It does matter, of course it does. To see Koi going into 5th place and open quals would be a surprise. I think, everybody would agree that from day one that would have been a surprise. Mowgli is going to get that all-important first kill. It's taken a minute and a half. Manages to take down Nathan. In goes Solitov.
Freebie.
Right place, right time. Tyrant finds Mowgli as a late trade. The kills keep coming. Tyrant gets another dead shot. Does pick up Solitov in the midst of all that. But the Valkyrie just overextending a little bit there. Tyrant is keen to get that kill finished off. P4 half health now. Full white flash is going to be chased down. Will be found from the other side.
And there we go.
That's that done.
Didn't take long. Right, wrap it up, Milos. Let's go home.
That is... No, we've still got the opportunity, though, for them to leapfrog over Koi. Must remember that. Wolves will lose the first round. That means they cannot take third place. They cannot go through to those decider playoffs for those major spots. But what Wolves can still do is jump over Koi in the standings. They can grab 4th place. They can avoid finishing in bottom. But also, as you've said, Des, it is the difference between open qualifiers and last chance qualifiers. So it just skips you a little bit further down the road, does grabbing 4th place. So Wolves are still going to be fighting hard for it. The question is, I don't think that will really have had a blow. I don't think losing that opportunity at the deciders will have really had much of a blow on the team, because I think ultimately they'll have known that was like, an extreme opportunity. It was just, all the stars had to align. I think their focus really is always going to have been on winning this map, getting something out of it to take them into 4th place.
Well, I was just looking at kind of these standings and how they currently sit. That means there are 6 teams going through to the next stages are G2, VP and Heroic. And then for Group B, it's Wild, M&M and Team Secret. As you said, the one interesting thing to note is whether or not Wolves slip below Koi here or not. Now, obviously, if they go on and win, then great. They're getting themselves points on the board. It's not going to hurt too much. The one thing to note when saying that is that they are in a pretty difficult, well, talk about difficult, in a difficult spot where they can't actually move up or down the table at all. The only thing they're fighting to avoid here is falling below Koi. If they lose this game, I think at 7-5 it would force the head-to-head and they would win out that head-to-head because Wolves lost to them. So Wolves actually have to win this game in any way, shape, or form. In fact, if they go to overtime, it's also okay. But if they lose
anything, they just need anything.
Yeah, anything that isn't losing in regulation, and they stay above Koi. But I don't think it matters. I think both bottom 2 places both go to open quals anyway.
Okay, there you go then.
Well, there's a team on 1 point, which is TT9. I want to keep on browsing, Tim.
You keep on browsing. Here we go then. Nello's going to keep on browsing and he's going to find himself something that he wants to take. It's going to be Mowgli. Nerf manages to find Jinka as well. 4 versus 3. M&M have got themselves established inside of Pantry and can start pushing forward there. Bibu knows that there's going to be a lion pushing into him. Manages to find the kill on Nello, but elsewhere M&M are getting busy. It's 2 versus 2 now though, as Bibu manages to find himself a couple inside of sight. Solitov, his latest victim, and that leaves us now with Users and Nath looking to close this out, but they are at a disadvantage in terms of hit points as well. They've both taken some damage along the way, and those chips can really add up.
Well, down to a 2 versus 1. Users and Nath in control here as well. Probably aware of one. Now they're definitely aware of where Bibu is now that he's taken a few pot shots up and towards Kitching and to find one of himself. But here we go on towards a Clitchel Ace coming out. And Bibu does manage to chain those 2 kills together. Sure, it's bittersweet, but it's still an ace, another one that he has in his repertoire. I was looking again, by the way. Nope, got a bit confused earlier. No matter what happens, if you don't make it into the top 3 of a group, you are in open qualifiers, not last chance. So the last chance spots goes to the
deciders that drop out.
Exactly that. It goes to teams tomorrow that lose their games.
Yes, that makes perfect sense, doesn't
Yes.
So, as you said, nothing really to be gained for Wolves here then. Interestingly, M&M unusually losing a 1v.
I think you get €2,500 less if you finish very bottom.
Yeah.
What were you super laughing?
I was chuckling to Fresh about my slight jibe at M&M there.
What was it?
Very unusually losing a 1vx situation.
Yeah, for those who don't know, they are the kings of throwing away things like 4v1s.
They have a little bit of a habit of it.
Yeah, I don't even know why it specifically happens to them.
2v1 then, I was in my head I was screaming, push him at the same time, and I was a little bit disappointed that they didn't. They gave him the 1v1s, and this is what we always talk about. If you are the one in a 1vx situation, you need to try and isolate those fights. Bibu didn't really have a choice to actually try and isolate them himself. He was pretty much cornered. There was no way out of there. He just had to take the fights as they were presented. Had they stepped up from Memorial and the Ash had pushed from Kitchen at the same time, there's no way that he can win both of those fights. It just needs a 3-2-1. You both push at the same time and one of you comes away with the kill, unless, you know, Bibu has a miracle. And unfortunately, they gave him both of the 1v1 opportunities. He closed it out. It was a nice ace for him. He'd had a couple of good kills inside of sight as well, so well played from Bibu.
Alrighty, fun little setup coming out from M&M in this round 2. Looking towards the Brava and the Ossa, namely, as the two things that are going to be working in tandem, potentially looking to try and target out the Jammers, the ADSs, the Banshees coming out of walls, for example. So a couple of things the Brava can get hungry for and keen to go after. Solotov already one of those out on the board, but not currently sat on those, and also with the Jackal on side as well, to deal with players like P4, the ones who like to rat it out in the basement and who are impossible to find unless you have a Jackal.
It's handy, Des, that they've got a Jackal then. Tyrant's going to be needed to get down there and, as you say, try and track down that Melusi. But that sort of almost relies on finding the Melusi to begin with. You know, you've got to be aware that they're there to spend the time and effort chasing them down. As it is, Tyrant's on the mid floor, hasn't gone down to the basement, is going to be using the drones for the time being. We'll find, I was going to say the player on red stairs, but I think the drone just actually turned and went in the opposite direction. It's a reasonable assumption nonetheless that somebody will be in that position. Tyrant is more concerned with these lower floors, and he's absolutely right to be. I can only assume from the angle that users is holding that they're aware that P4 is down there. But as you said, there's get the Jackal down there, look for the footprints. You know, they're not really being active enough in this for me.
What a beautiful view of the sky. Tyrant's bringing down one, traded straight back out as well by P4 after a little bit of back and forth between the two sides. 4v4, 60 seconds still to play. M&M losing yet another member, but again, the trades in the back and forth between the two teams just keep on coming through. Wolves do walk away with the numbers advantage. Let's see if Nello and users can pull this one out the bag.
Mowgli just looking to hold that angle for the time being. Just looking to keep hold of that. That's exactly what he wants, is that verticality that he's got inside of the vault. Hoping to be able to deny any plant attempt that might come in. And he is positioned well for it. Nello with the diffuser out on that side of the map. And I think, you know, going to be looking to get himself inside a sight. He's going to use the cover of smoke. He's got a shield, so that verticality is going to be absolutely wasted. There's probably very little that can be done here. P4 is going to push across. Kills come in, uses Nello. Nello comes off the diffuser. We now find ourselves in a 1v1. It's Deadshot versus Nello, but Nello able to find that final kill. A better round from M&M. They close it out this time and looking pretty solid so far on Villa.
Well, either team now winning from a numbers disadvantage, so there is that. That was a 3v2 for Wolves. That, forgetting the previous round, was a 2v1 for M&M. Both teams have now lost rounds like that. Let's go figure.
Yeah, M&M. I mean, overall, M&M, you know, I'd like to say they're going to be pretty satisfied with how this group stage has gone. Second only to Wild, like you say, guaranteed of that coming into today as well, so it sort of takes the pressure off. You know, they know that they're already going to be in those decider matches tomorrow. And I think since coming into EUL last year, for those who maybe haven't been around as long, M&M came into EUL at the beginning of last year after, you know, the longest sort of slog through the regional leagues, through the Challenger League. You know, this is an org that's been around Siege for a long time and has really put the time and effort into building rosters. You know, they'd got to EUL before and had the roster bought away by, you know, another org.
By Na'Vi back in the day.
Yeah, by Na'Vi came in and took over that spot. And, you know, so M&M for the longest time were looking to get established inside of EUL. You know, that's the story of this organisation, really. And I've got to say, they've actually done fantastically well after getting here. You know, they've been to a number of events now. They're becoming, you know, pretty much commonplace at those events. And again, they come in here second place in the first group stage of stage 1 this year. They really have cemented themselves as regulars, and it's great to see.
The thing is, M&M have made 10 a.m. feel terrifying. And not just as a wake-up time, but also as a time to play Siege, apparently. They feel like the cursed team that cannot win a game that starts at 10 a.m. So there's always that. They brought a little bit of fun for us and a couple of memes along the way as well. Here we go, with Nello starting to put a bit of pressure here inside a pantry, where there was a player hanging off towards the stairs a second ago. I think he's been forced back ever so slightly. Out comes the Lion scan as they're trying to divide these players in half, catch them slightly isolated, and then look to collapse on the one that's all by themselves. That was a fun little hiccup.
Well timed. In goes the clutch drone. The Brav are going to be trying to just capture a few electronics. Of course, with things like the Malusi on side, those Banshees will be golden opportunities to use that gadget, which will turn them over to the attacking side. So the Banshee all of a sudden will start to ensnare the defenders. But Nello, he manages to ensnare Headshot there, managing to find a headshot takes him out, and that was a difficult one. As I said, Headshot, I thought that's not right, and then I thought, no, it is right.
A head what, Tim?
A headshot.
I heard him say head shit as well, don't worry.
No, I very much doubt that. Very much doubt that.
Oh, Tim.
It's 5v3, Des.
Perfect facade is cracking. Carry on, mate. Just don't talk about that player ever again.
It's a 5v3 and going to be M&M just trying to again continue the push. They've cleared out the roamers largely. There's one at the bottom of Astro stairs, not really a roamer, and they'll expect him to be holding that position. It's Bibu who of course did them a lot of damage in previous rounds, but they've got the triple wall open. They can look to get inside. Tyrant's still fishing underneath for nade kills, but Nerf's going to stick this plant attempt, I think. P4 not able to get there. Ooh, no, he does come off the plant, and that leaves us now 4 versus 2, but M&M more than likely very happy with this.
That was a real slip-up. I'm not sure which player it is that's playing inside a master bedroom, but letting P4 get into this spot where he can challenge onto the planter. Big mess-up, and it's Solotov actually as well. A little bit uncharacteristic, because normally he's pretty snappy when it comes around to these gunfights. However, in he goes, trying to make amends. There's only one player left standing. Even with that small slip-up, M&M still looking to dominate the round here on the attack. 3-1 they'll be after 4 rounds, Tim. Assuming, of course, Shinka doesn't clutch his absolute brains out.
We know that he's capable of it. We saw it at side, but he's going to be taken down straight away by Solotov as the plant was going through as well. M&M, they're going to get themselves another round here on Villa, and they're looking pretty comfortable on the attack.
They are. I mean, it's a bit of a disparity to the last Villa that we saw, Tim.
Slightly.
Where it was all about the defence.
It was all defence, this time it's all attack, but in an alternative perspective, it's actually very similar in that M&M are starting to run away with this one.
They are, yes. Aviator Games are going to go to in round 5. Wolves taking us up there. They are looking to... Yeah, it's kind of... I was like, looks like they get things back on the board and get moving again, but it's kind of been the story of the stage for them. As I mentioned earlier on, they are, I think, one of only 2 teams that do not have a victory in this group stage, the other team being TT9, as we all know. So, to have 2 points on the board, both of them coming from overtime losses, is a bit of a kick in the face in the first place. To now be at a spot where you're going to have lost 2 games in overtime and now lose 2 games in regulation, it's going to sting. And I guess a fun conversation to have, Tim, would be, are Wolves really missing Rise?
I think...
But when I say that, I'm not trying to say that Deadshot's a problem, by the way.
No, not at all. I think,
but are they missing
Rise? Let me follow on by saying that... It feels like, you know, outside looking in, maybe going to be scratching their heads a little bit. You know, we've made this change and it's had a massive impact. You know, it seems to have had a massive impact. Like you said, is that down to the individual that's gone? Is that down to just other factors? You know, we don't know. We're not on the inside of that. And as I've said before for Wolves, you know, they came into EUL last year. And again, an org that I've been very impressed with the way that they do things, the coverage that they've put in, the depth and understanding they've had of the game and everything. It's been great to see Wolves involved. So yeah, a little bit of a shame to see that, you know, they had a sort of a good year last year on the whole, you know, very competitive most of the time, lands excluded sometimes, but generally, you know, always there or thereabouts, and just seemed completely off the pace this time.
The only reason I'm happy about it is because they are a rival football club.
So does that count? I mean, we're not even. It's not even sports in sports. It's, you know, we're in esports here.
That's still like
it's not even the same world.
It's still like 6 out of 7 sports, though, isn't it? You just throw an E at the front. It doesn't change the rivalry, Tim.
I feel like it changes everything.
Can't wait for Aston Villa Esports. That's what I want. think they're in FIFA, but not in Siege, as we all know.
Solotov is going to take out the Banshee, continue the push up red stairs, get himself pretty direct towards site. Beautiful reverse angle shot from Mowgli, though. Knew that the challenge was coming in from Wolf window and manages to take the man down.
All right, looks like maybe Wolves are going to start fighting back here as well then. Vault being opened up. Nello's seen at least one of those drained away for a second. However, it will give him the angle that he needs to start looking to challenge him. But as we all know, his army is there. A little bit mistimed on that front as well. I wonder if he sees him just through a small pixel angle. Do you see the feats? No, narrowly misses it. And looks like Nello might not be able to push him through Vault. Going to have to find a different way around.
Yeah, not looking good for M&M, to be fair. It's 3 hits for anybody who doesn't know the keeper barricades that go up. It's 3 hits that it takes to take them out. So it's not as strong as a castle barricade, for example, but obviously much quicker to apply. Pretty quick like this defence from Wolves, managing to get a couple of kills there and leave themselves now 4v1. Ooh. There's the final one. Big round from Mowgli, all the way from that first one that he picked up at the top of red stairs. Closes out the round for Wolves, and they keep themselves in this.
Pretty sharp shot there coming out from Mowgli. A couple across the round as well. The one that you touched on earlier on inside of Aviator itself. Sure, up to 3-2. It's still not an ideal situation you'd be in, but if they could pull this back to a 3-3, maybe suddenly you start thinking there is a chance here that Wolves can keep this one alive and again avoid losing in relegation, because if that happens, they fall a spot lower. It's not the end of the world. They lose out on €2,500, 500 each, all the rest of it. Worth noting, in case you are wondering exactly what the difference is there, it's €7,500 if you finish in the bottom 2 and 10,000 if you finish in 7th and 8th. It'll pay for a nice dinner or two.
I'm certain it would.
You and a partner.
The thing is, it's not even necessarily just about that. You know, players at this level, it's just that pure competition. It's fighting for every round, for every point, for every kill, for every place. For, you know, they're just, it's sort of almost bred in, you know, it's just an instinct to go out there and try to win, to get as high up a table as you can, because it's there to be climbed.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I know Rise, again, to come back to the player that left Wolves not too long ago, he was saying, you know, now I'm a little bit older, but I've still got that competitive fire inside me. I still want to compete. I still want to win. And I'm sure if you look at a lot of these players and say, look, do you want to win a couple $100 for playing a tournament? They'll be like, yeah, but as you say, for them, it's not really about that. It's about the competition. It's about the love of the game itself and just that feeling of winning. That's the kind of stuff you remember on your deathbed, not so much how much money they make from that tournament,
like
right?
I say, you know, obviously the financial element is important and the prizes are fantastic, but you know, stick these guys in a rank match and they'll play every round like it's the last and they want to win it. It's, you know, it's just, you don't get to this level of competition without being that competitive. You just don't.
Nope. Speaking of, let's see if we can get this wall open up then, boys. That's your first competition to work through in the round, where Bibu is sat there waiting with the Bandit battery, just waiting to trick as soon as we hear those Salmons start coming through. Here comes the first one, and Bibu will just turn to his right, drop down the battery, and it will destroy whatever is stuck on the other side of that wall. Wall stays closed, no one allowed.
Pretty easy for Wolves there. M&M not picking up that it was likely to be the case by the looks of things. They do have impact EMPs, which aren't ideal. You know, they're not the perfect tool against a bandit trick, for example, but could have assisted at least. Really what they need to do to move Bibu along is to get above him and just get that. There you go. You can hear the impact EMPs going off on the triple wall, and that's going to help them get the top floor control, which means they can then force Bandit out of position. But all the Selmas are gone.
Well, interestingly for Bibu as well, once he got the trick down onto that single pantry wall, he did back. Let's say he did back straight off there and say, right, I'm off towards, what's it called? I literally said the name of the room earlier. Not museum. Oh, what's it called? Where there's like things with the sheets over them.
In the sheets over them.
South of dining.
Memorial.
Memorial, that's the word. I was going to say mausoleum.
Things in the sheets over them.
Yeah.
Things in the sheets.
I was saying museum, then I was saying museum.
Split all over again.
The thing is, I called it the right word earlier, but I was just like, is it museum, mausoleum? I was like, that's not right. What word is it?
Definitely not. It's not.
Look, mate, I'd say it's late at night, but it's a lie because the night has been really quick. But it's a game that, yeah. You know where I'm going with that.
At this point, we've got Solotov looking to get entrance into there. It could have been a mausoleum had he gone in. The angle was being watched.
Nice.
Don't you worry about it, Des. I'm here all night. Solotov instead going to take up...
Yeah?
Sorry?
Nothing, carry on.
Solotov going to take up an alternative ankle instead. He's going to move his way through but not be able to find the kill, and Shinka just keeps dancing the dance of death with him here as they try to find the angle onto each other, and just going to detonate that Goyo canister to prevent the push coming in. Tyrant taken out, 3 versus 2 now in favour of Wolves.
Looks like it's going to be done and dusted, though. There's a problem. I know it's 3 versus 2, but they've not got the clock on their side. Couple of kills coming out. Oh, Nath! If they got that one, different story. We're in all of a sudden, but Solotov's got a drop. Finds one, won't be able to find any more. Easy peasy, done and dusted for Wolves. They bring it up to 3-3.
Yep, Deadshot finding the final kill there. Nice little defence from Wolves, not over-committing. We saw the little dance between Shinka and Solotov. Burnt an awful lot of time. Didn't give anything away. Much better from Wolves there. And they actually level things up 3-3 at the half. And there's a real opportunity for them to keep pushing on here. They get themselves onto the attack. May find it a little bit more difficult, I guess, on Villa. But overall, a bit more impressed with Wolves than what I've seen the last couple of play days.
Memorial.
I
know. It's like one thing that always gets me on this map, trophy and statuary. I think I know so many people that still confuse the 2 rooms. I think because inside a statuary, there's a statue that looks like it could be a trophy of some kind, without thinking that...
possibly.
Because a trophy, more commonly, as we know it, is like an actual...
A cup, or rather than, in this case, an animal.
The trophy of an animal, like a head or something. I still confuse them all the time. Even though I know that definitively on the left is trophy and right is statuary, you're just naturally in the flow of casting saying the wrong way around. It's great.
Here we go.
Why is it called Memorial, though?
Well, I don't know.
Is like...
There's not really a memorial in there.
That's what I mean. That's why why is it Memorial? It's why when I was thinking about the name of it, I was like, hang on, is it Mausoleum? Is it music? Like, what is it? Hang on a minute. It's like I'm pretty sure outside...
Have a little look in there. There's a couple of paintings in there that we can see, Medics, thank you. The other stuff's all covered up, so it's sort of difficult to say what it is.
Yeah, well, paintings aren't really a memorial, though, are they?
Maybe it's... I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of hidden... I don't know.
What's another funny one that I don't understand? Have a think. Blue. There is definitely another one I can think of. I just can't remember what it was. When it comes back to me, I'll tell you. We'll have a talk about it.
Round 7, we've got Wolves on the attack now. They're going to be going in with the clutch drone, not having enough time to be able to capture the default cam there. P4 might give it another go, but I imagine that space is going to be watched quite closely. Mowgli sends a drone on just very briefly into sight, I think, just to have a little look at the setup. Going to see that there's a man at the top of main stairs as well. So at the minute, Wolves just using those drones, just as you say, teasing him a little bit, trying to just see exactly what the setup is. Deadshot manages to get in with a kill onto Nello. A couple of times he's been able to best him so far on this map. Solotov manages to get one of his own onto Mowgli, though, leaving us 4 versus 4.
He's now holding across towards the south study balcony as well. Shinka's managed to get himself around to the east one as well, so he can contest on towards main stairs. That crossfire being established somewhat inside a study, assuming, of course, someone gets back on that south wall. But Solotov, for now, is largely unbothered. You don't have the angle from the window to be able to get the player sat in behind the shield, behind the map's table. So it's slow going for Wolves. Still wouldn't half the round to play, though. I wouldn't feel too beat up about that. Still lots of time to play. And 3 Roteros in back pocket for Shinka, one of which I'm sure should be dedicated towards getting rid of that shield that is sat inside of Aviator itself.
Nerf just holding the angle to try and cover anybody coming in from that study door at the minute. Very lucky not to lose his life there as bullets whiz past his face. But Solotov, he manages to take down Deadshot, giving M&M the advantage on the defence here. 1 minute left to go, and Wolves maybe back to the drawing board a little bit. Finally get the deployable shield on maps, and that's just going to force Solotov to drop a little bit deeper, but that doesn't help them but at all, Des, as Solotov manages to find an absolute beauty. Shut down before he can find the 4K, though. It's all up to Bibu as he moves on into sight. He's going to be challenged from a number of angles here. This could be dangerous. There's a man in vault. Out comes the smoke canister and takes a little tickle of damage away from him.
Yeah, shot in the backside there as he ran it back out inside a study. I think he's moving out here to try and find a better angle, but no one's giving him an inch. And why would they? There's 3 of them left. The clock's down to 20 seconds. He can do almost nothing here by himself. No diffuser in hand either. Doesn't want to grab it either. I think expecting to know that he's got to win some gunfights if he has any chance of winning this round. He does not. M&M regain the lead up to 4-3.
I think Bibu was lucky to be alive for as long as he was there. As you say,
I just remember to call out.
Go on.
So, you know, people call it all kinds of different names, but like mining/wheel on Cafe.
Yeah.
The room towards red stairs.
Mining and wheel. Do you mean multiple
Mining.
names for the same thing?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
I'm not saying no. That I'm trying to get you a point of reference.
Mining and fireplace being
the
the actual
small,
site.
the small hallway above it is called museum.
All right. Okay.
That's a weird one.
Yeah.
Doesn't look much like a museum to me. The in-game call-out was museum.
Above it.
Yes, you know when you go towards red, you go through wheel, through the double door,
Yeah.
then walk down towards red. That whole thing is called museum.
Right. Okay.
I don't know why that's.
Sorry, it was the description of being above it that confused me.
Yeah. Okay. Above it, fine.
I thought no piano.
I'm thinking when I'm looking top down and saying above.
I thought piano and red stairs are above it. That's
How else would you describe
it?
Next to. Well, you say next to it. It could be any room, because they're all next to it.
Yeah.
So what would you say? You could say north of it if you wanted to.
Yeah, maybe. Even the corridor outside would have been difficult because there's still two. Depends
Exactly.
which way you go out. There's
Yeah,
two double doors.
that's why I said the corridor above it.
Yeah.
If you're looking at it top down, it is actually.
If you're looking
above
at it top down,
which is
one
how we
towards
spend
red
most of our
stairs.
time looking at the game.
Yeah. It's fair,
No.
but it just confused me a bit. 'cause
Yeah, I just don't know why it's called museum.
I thought 3D.
Why do you think it's called museum?
I was in the third dimension.
Very good. That is.
I don't know why it's called museum. Does.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
I don't know.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
We'll have to if we meet the level designer at any point. We'll have to ask.
That's a great. I wonder if I've got like a level design at ubisoft.com that I can email.
Just email and ask why call-outs are there.
Yeah.
P4 is going to take down users as the entry to kick things off. 5 versus 4. Wolves getting a better start this time on the attack. Nice early man advantage. They need to build on that. Let's get inside the map quickly, Wolves. Get things going, take control, get them... Don't drive into the mute jammers.
Solid guidance for life, that.
You know,
the drone.
The drone disablers.
That's the one.
We saw the Flores drone disabled there, and that's going to be one lost for Bibu.
Now staring down the barrel, or down his barrel to a laser gate. This is between Bibu and away inside of the building here as well. But for now, they'll be able to burn through that. I'm sure he's got flashes sat in back pocket. He's got 3 of those. For now, back onto the Roteros and looking to chew through some more. Nath was taking a little bubble bath there, but now the steps way across it towards playing inside of Cubby, just to try and get rid of some of those X-Caros that were scattered onto the bathroom wall.
Again,
they look undeterred so far. M&M.
Yeah, M&M are pretty happy where they are. Yes, they're a man down, but Wolves just feel like they're stalling out a little bit. We're halfway through the round, still not a foot stepped inside the map. You can see from here all 5 players are still outside on those balconies, on the rappel. I don't know, it just feels like they've stalled out. Maybe, try and push somebody up red stairs, try and push somebody in through study, just try and mix it up a bit, or wait for Nath to just give himself away. I don't know, whatever you want.
A couple of freebies being given, but I think the actual setup is pretty rock solid from M&M. 2 castles coming down, the laser gates, you name it, frost mats, anything they can to try and impede the other side, all working wonders at the moment. C4 comes out, half HP taken away from P4.
Solotov just holding that position, so... synonymous with Alamau now. We've seen him do it with the army so many times. Solotov not able to really have the same sort of impact from there, as ultimately it's Mowgli who's going to be able to cut him down. 5 versus 2, 4 versus 2 as Tyrant finds Bibu, but that will be all he does as P4 moves in with his third of the round. There's a 4K possible for him. It's Nello that's the last alive, coming around the corner, taken down by Mowgli, and Wolves are going to level things up 4-4 on the scoreboard, and neither of these teams want to give an inch, and I'm finding it actually pretty enjoyable so far. We're into a little bit of a war here, and we're getting some big moments.
4K, 3K in the round, sorry, for P4 as well. I think what I liked about the attack coming out of Wolves was it was slow. And that sounds weird to say that you like an attack that is slow, but it was more just like, look, we haven't got to go bananas here. We've got 2 or 3 of us trying to work on Master Bedroom. 1 of us sat on the Astro Rappel, and we just wait and see what happens. We send a Rotero and we blow up a Castle Barricade. We see who moves. We capitalise as a result. And realistically, Wolves found 3 kills just playing that very patient, slow game. So full commendation to them there for not trying to rush things, not panicking, just letting M&M be the ones that move into them and picking up the freebies as a result. Down we go into Dining and Kitchen, and M&M is still sticking alongside this castle, really liking the capabilities that he's bringing into the team. Namely that it can indeed slow down attackers if they don't have things like the Ash or a Sledge on side to clear through those. There is an Ash on side, but no Sledge for the side of Wolves.
Yep, no Sledge. A couple of nades in the hands of Deadshot, which can be used to take out those castle barricades as well. We've got Shinka. It would be slightly overkill, really, to be using Selmas if you can avoid it, but still an option nonetheless. Tyrant stood right up at the window there, looking to get aggressive potentially. Eminem, whilst nothing rides on this, I've said it before, I'll say it again, Des, winning is a habit. You know, they've got to think about the game tomorrow. They've got to think about keeping themselves with that momentum pushing forward. Don't give away an opportunity to have a win and have that confidence.
I don't think it's a lot as well when teams can sometimes get a little bit bananas about the amount of flank watch they've got here. You've got the Nomad on side, plus 4 Claymores coming out for the side of Wolves. Really not wanting to give Eminem any room to breathe. Once Wolves have taken control of some ground, down go the Claymores, the air jabs, anything they can do to lock it down and deny it away from the defenders. So again, good game plan coming in from Wolves, but it all comes down to the execution, because now we're a third of the way through the round.
Certainly are. Time burning away again. As I said last round, Wolves felt like they'd stalled a little bit, but what looked like a stall turned out to be patience. But Eminem's surely going to have learnt the lesson this time around, and not going to be giving away those opportunities for the cheap picks that Wolves were able to benefit from last time. Shinka is going to get that wall open. The impact nade that comes out to try and stop the Selmas will be unsuccessful the first time. The second will do a job, but the damage is done. The line of sight is there. It's not about gaining access to sight, isn't that wall? It is about the line of sight all the way through kitchen, and the fact that the defenders can't play in there and have got to be very careful rotating back in from Astro Stairs as well.
And they are completely out of impacts here. So that one last Salma in Shinka's back pocket, you could redirect that at the wall, and there's a very fair chance that no one on the side of Eminem can do much about it. But like you say, maybe it's just coming down to a line of sight here. Doesn't give them direct 101 access, and I mean, that's unfortunate. Doesn't give them direct 101 access. Oh, you must be joking. Had 2 players immediately springing on there as well. It wasn't just Shinka, but there was a second player pushing up on the top side as well. Shinka wins out another one. Nath elsewhere does get rid of Deadshot, but I think at that point for Wolves, you're not going to complain. You've got 2 kills. You brought things back to a 3 versus 3.
Absolutely. Eminem going to be trying to hold on, and holding on is not going to prove easy as P4 manages to take down user. Snaith with another one as well. He's brought the man count back twice now. Important position, important part that he's played for Eminem inside of this round. But Wolves, they're inside. They're able to start getting the diffuser down. Bibu's on the cover. Shinka's trying to get this one finished. Will be successful. That's now 2 guns inside a site that can defend this.
Wow.
We've got the direct trade between Shinka and Nello. It's all up to Bibu. He's against Nath. He manages to find that kill. Bibu just keeps winning rounds.
Whew. It's one of those days, Tim. It's just one of those days where Bibu is flying. Now, for Wolves, as we've already said, it needs to be a 7-0 to be able to fight their way back into things. They can't change the outcome of the groups, but they can at least look to end on a high. 5-4 they move up to, and this must be one of the most attacker-decided villas I think we've ever seen.
I'd agree with you. Yeah, very unusual. I mean, it was 3-3 at the split, and then now Wolves have had another 2 rounds on top. So yeah, absolutely. You know, usually we would expect to see the defensive advantage, but just not playing out that way here. We're going to Aviator Games then for round 10, and we're going to have the Jaeger setting up. Nello getting those ADSs down on main stairs, which would suggest, of course, that we're going to have somebody at least playing over there. I think it was Nath last time on the smoke. He's on that operator again, so I'd expect to see him at the top of main stairs. Not really something Wolves were able to deal with.
No. That's why I chose a northern accent for that one.
I mean, it wasn't, but I don't know why you thought it was a northern accent would be closer to the point.
No.
No. I've never said no like that in my life.
You felt like that was such a forced way of saying no out of you then.
No.
It's like when I had you say school properly.
No, because I know that I'm
You're
not
so
going to say
close.
it properly, and you're going to laugh because I'm going to put an extra syllable in, because I can't help it.
Could you say skill?
I'm not doing it.
Come on.
I'm not playing your game.
Entertain me.
I'm not playing your game.
What about bite?
Bite. There you go. You can do that.
Take a bite of that.
Yeah. Take a... School. There you go.
That was halfway there.
School.
Yeah. Now, you know, you're still saying it. You're still saying it.
No, I did that. That was me saying it normally for you.
Right.
School.
Normally.
I know there's an extra syllable. School.
School.
It's as if I spell it.
You just insert a W.
It's as if I spell it S-K-E-W-L. School.
Yeah, or S-K-E-W-U-L.
Yeah.
School.
It's not right.
It's not right. Neither are you.
5 versus 4.
No, this round for Eminem.
Solotov's going to be taken down to begin with. Not actually having a bad game so far. 8 and 9, at least getting involved. Had a few nice kills, but has taken the entry death a couple of times, I think, along the way as well. So Eminem on the back foot a little bit here. This has been actually a huge round for Wolves here. As I've said, winning's a habit for Eminem. They're going into that decider match tomorrow. Wolves are going into open quals. Like, they need the wins. They need the confidence. They need to start building. I won't say as a roster. They've still got 4 players together who've been, there for a reasonable length of time now. It's just Deadshot, obviously, that they're trying to get fit into everything and get running with, and I've no doubt that that's a challenge that they're going to overcome. But yeah, a win here ahead of those open qualifiers would be absolutely fantastic for Wolves, and this round would go a long way towards getting them there.
You've seen it against, for teams like Koi as well who've made a change, right? You've essentially picked out a piece of your team, or even a couple of pieces in some cases, that are so pivotal to your play style that when you bring in a new player and look at them and go, yeah, that's the hole that you need to fill. I mean, nice shot. That's the hole that you need to fill, apparently the one in his brain. It's such a big expectation on those players. If they don't play that way that you need them to, suddenly you're starting to adapt the rest of your team around them. And that's when you see the kind of chaos pour over, like you're seeing for Wolves a little bit. I think also the same somewhat coming out for the likes of Koi. They're trying to have to make such big, drastic changes that it's really just biting them in the backside.
It can take a lot of time, and I think, ultimately patience is important. I wouldn't like to see teams necessarily taking a knee-jerk reaction to stage 1. They've played 4 games. They've played 4 best of ones. You've got to give it time. Those are not quite warm-up games, but that's you starting to build your team.
Tim,
straight into the frost match. Shinka, I feel your pain. Final kill comes in from Tyrant. Solotov will be the last name on the kill feed, though, as it was his frost mat that got that final kill.
Alrighty, may have a rehost coming in. Time will tell. But it brings us all square. Tim at 5 and 5, which does suggest that overtime is on the way.
Certainly could be. Only one of these 2 teams is going to get an opportunity to close this out. We're just, I think, going to take a quick pause. Like I said, we've got a few ping issues, it appears, in the chat there. I think just waiting for confirmation of that rehost, but it looks like that will be the case. So we'll just go to a quick timeout whilst we get that done. But yeah, this is back to the point that I was making. You've got teams that have come in here as a new unit, essentially, like Wolves, a new player in place. Other teams as well. We've obviously had brand new teams. We've had teams with multiple changes like Koi. And ultimately, this group stage allows for 4 top-tier games. And those top-tier games are extremely important in learning, in gelling as a team, in, refining exactly what you're doing. So, yeah, I think as these teams get more games under their belt, I think they'll be absolutely fine.
Really important question for you, Tim.
Go on.
Who has got the best background?
Who has got the best background?
I'm kind of biased towards P4 because he has a one-piece background poster.
Okay.
And also has the little monster.
I'm not familiar with that.
I know you're not. Don't worry.
I don't. Ooh. So Usus looks.
To be fair, if I lean back, because obviously when you lean forward, the screens get darker. If you lean back and look at Bibu's, he's got sword. What else he got?
Yeah. So Usus looks quite spacious, so it looks quite comfortable in there.
Yeah, I thought that a little bit about Shinka. I'm actually half convinced. His head keeps getting in the way, but I think he's got some glasses on the table behind him, which makes me think it's a dining room.
Could be.
Or a dining room, as you'd say.
Exactly that.
No, there is glasses there. Yeah, that must be his dining room. Solotov's curtains aren't exactly opaque. So I imagine there's a world there where if someone was smart enough, they could watch through his window and see him play.
I mean, that'd be some lengths. That'd be some lengths to go to, wouldn't it?
It'd be impressive.
That'd be some lengths for a stream snipe.
Wouldn't it just? We'll find out what's going on in just a moment, guys, and keep you updated, as we said.
Yeah, I think
In fact,
we'll just be getting, I would guess, a remake of the lobby, and we can get everybody back in and get underway.
Waiting for the lag to
five. If you've just joined us, you're quite late in joining us. Where have you been? Is the first question I'll ask you, because this is our last game of the day. It's Wolves versus M&M. It's 5-5 at present on the scoreboard. So only one of these two teams is going to get an opportunity to close this out in regulation, but they've been so close that it really wouldn't surprise me to see this go, as you said, to overtime.
Yeah, we heard Doki getting very excited that he hasn't got to play Virtus Pro, and if for those who are wondering, tomorrow we have 2 best of 3s, as we've already touched on. Those are Heroic versus M&M.
Ooh. That's good. That's a good game, that.
And Secret versus Virtus Pro.
Another one. 2 good games there.
That second one could be really interesting, you know.
I think it is.
Because I think we've been shown today by BDS that it is very possible. Look, they're excellent gunners on Virtus Pro, but as has been the Russian curse in this game since 5 years ago, they're just very slow.
Time.
Excellent gunners, very, very slow. And for teams that play around that and learn to beat it, they're the ones who look great. Now, the winner of that game goes on to face Wild, which will be on Monday next week. Yes. And the winner of Heroic versus M&M, you poor unlucky souls, have to play against G2.
And I don't think anybody's going to be too keen at the prospect of playing G2 at the minute.
No.
Doki touched on it himself, said that he felt that they'd played, a little bit poorly after the win at SI, but were now improving. And we saw that out of them today. It wasn't, I know that they played TT9. I know TT9 didn't play the best game. But the manner, how casual it looked for G2. Players like Benja just, going around and just taking one after another, sort of easy kills. It was so casual and easy for G2 that I really wouldn't like to be playing against them. Yes. Yes. Finally.
I got myself. I was going to say, Benja never really looked like he dropped off. The team at large, I'm not saying individual players, but definitely as a team they did a little bit. But that was the curse that we always asked ourselves coming out of SI is, do G2 full foul in exactly the same way that every other team that has won an event has done? Looking back even at majors, teams generally haven't bounced back. I think FaZe came pretty close after winning Sweden, but fundamentally, as we know, just couldn't quite go on to do it in like Berlin, for example. Couldn't do it at SI, but take, for example, Koi. Didn't get super far at SI when you look at how some other teams did. Same story for BDS, who won the major in Jönköping back in November. G2 really, it's going to be the big test for them is, can they win the SI and then go on to win the next major? That'll be the big question, I think, on many fans' lips, given the popularity of that org.
I mean, there's, of course, the regional question as well. EU have been so dominant now for
3 in a row.
Months. Realistically, I think I can, at this point, use the word dominant for EU. 3 in a row, 6 months. It's time, surely, for another region now to be stepping up and saying, right, okay, enough's enough. It's time to change the guard, so to speak. And it's just a question of who that is going to be. Which region is it likely to be? Do EU come out and win another major? It wouldn't surprise me. Some of these teams are definitely capable, but I know there's going to be a lot of other region teams that are looking at that and thinking, no, that's it now.
I think we need to win another one, but have it be a different team. So we have 4 event winners in the space of 12 months. Filthy. Bit of pressure coming in then. Straight away inside of Master's Mowgli is the one starting to fish around. You see a player holding nice and close here. As that shield now being taken away means that Solotov has to leave. So it's like playing chess. The movement of one piece forces all the others to readjust and balance around them as well. And here comes a pretty fast movement as well out of the side of Wolves. Not wanting to take this one slow as they that gun sounds horrific, by the way. I do not like that sound in my ears.
We are starting to see a little bit more gridlock.
Stop.
Of course, worthwhile utility with the smokes, also able to shut down the
It's not even gridlock, it's Ying with the alternate gun.
Oh, sorry. It's a very similar operator icon.
It's late at night.
And it's late at night. It's a very similar operator icon. I just saw the spiky bits on the side.
I'm glad she's dead, so I haven't got to listen to it anymore.
There you go. Tyrant is going to take down Deadshot. Solotov's gone as well. 4 versus 4 as Wolves look to, again, get themselves established inside of the map. They start to try that process, but now he's going to slam the brakes on. He's going to send them off the rails there as he manages to find a kill onto B4, and and that's going to be Nello with another Nello on a big round, looking to give M&M the advantage here. They want that map point opportunity, and right now Wolves, they are on the back foot. They're in master bedroom, but they're going to have to fight their way out.
This is the big one for them as well. I mean, 4 versus 2. You'd love to get excited, but we know M&M. We just know how this seems to play out every single time. As it stands here, Wolves taking things at least a little bit slower, both down to about that half HP mark is why it doesn't look particularly pretty. Bibu trained. He knows that someone is there waiting. And there we go. That's the cross they were looking for as Mowgli falls before his very eyes. And he's the last man left standing. There we go. Gets one for himself, but 3 more to go through in 25 seconds. It simply is not happening.
Bibu managed to take out Naif there. I think he knows that there's somebody in behind the boxes. He's just trying to bait it out, but as he steps around the corner, it's ultimately going to be Tyrant from inside a site that's able to take him down, and that's going to be M&M going 6-5 on the scoreboard. They have the opportunity now. They're on defense. This really is in their hands to lose.
I can't decide if I didn't like the sound of that T95 because of the headsets and the way I've got them like turned up or down, or if it was just like I've never played with it with a suppress. What I've ever done to make it not sound like that?
I don't know. I can't say as I've ever...
It's like one of those uncomfortable sounds that just makes you feel a bit on edge.
Yeah, I can't say as I've ever had an issue with it. It's
no,
never been like nails on
that's what I think is I play Ying. That's why I'm kind of confused.
Yeah.
I don't know why it got me so much, but it did. It bothered me. Deeply.
I can see. Right, Des, we're going to be playing just on the side of Memorial this time. Memorial.
Why is it called Memorial?
Has been prepared off to the right-hand side.
Red light, let's take a look at this room. Why is it called a Memorial?
Just have another look at Memorial, and if I say it enough times, it might stick.
Mausoleum.
That's Memorial. I don't know.
But why?
The thing is, there's a lot of stuff under sheets in there that we can't really see. So, you know, we don't necessarily know exactly what is there.
Let's just call that living room then. Could be a sofa under there. Could be a storage cabinet. Call it living room.
Could be a car.
Could be a TV. A very weirdly shaped one, but it could be in there.
Could be anything.
So why call it Memorial?
I don't know.
Why don't we just call it the mystery room?
I can't give you an answer. I'm sure that there
What's
is
under
one
the
there
sheet, Tim?
somewhere,
Ooh.
It's like there's a little hidden Tachanka for anybody who doesn't know on this map as well.
Yeah.
Go and find him.
Yeah, there's also the...
Give you a clue, you've got to shoot something open to find it.
And the Assassin's Creed
There is
logo.
an Assassin's Creed logo on the fountain.
It is a very Assassin's Creed themed map.
It is. It's
great.
It's in the sort of right region for it and everything else. We're going to have the impact trick coming out from Naif there as the Selma Chargers were on the pantry wall there, just trying to open up that line of sight that we spoke about earlier. Naif's got another impact nade in pocket, so they really do need to deal with him because at the minute, they do have another opportunity to try and get the Selma charge on the wall, but Chinka's only got 3 of them. You know, you can't keep just burning and burning them. And if he loses another one, he's then got to make a choice. Does he open that line of sight or does he open the triple wall in Master to get vertical control, for example?
Well, once he's out of impact nades, Tim, he has to become the impact Naif to get his team over the line, 7-5. Just a reminder again, this does not change the standings for either team in any particular way. M&M will stay in second place. Wolves will stay outside of the top 3 and have to fight their way in through the open qualifiers, which I believe are this weekend, are they not?
I think so.
Fresh. When are the next open qualifiers? This weekend? There you go, Saturday.
Yeah, I thought they were. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to... I always like open qualifiers and as such, just a real opportunity to, have a look at those new teams, new players, get people on a bit of a stage and just see what they're capable of, and obviously get an idea of what we might be seeing in the last chance qualifiers as well.
I just like the upsets, I do.
Yeah, this is it. I'm sort of here for all of it. I really like open qualifiers.
Used to run some chaotic community broadcasts for those. 10 people on a call, all with the webcams on. It was brilliant. Sheer chaos. Not much chaos in this round so far. As you can see, no one has gone down on either side, though. M&M, 50 seconds to hold out here for them to be able to claim this one as a 7-5 win. Wolves, no doubt, looking to keep it going. And, just wasn't quite ready for the gunfight. Didn't expect to see someone there. Moore was just admiring the patchwork on the stairs, but Solotov was there ready and waiting and strikes back. C4 up into Astro. No one to be found. Shots going back and forth as both Shinka and Mowgli go dangerously low. One of them now taken out.
Pretty one-dimensional push this is turning into now, just having
One's
to go
down.
into sight, but P4 manages to take down 2, make it 3. Does Sid take some damage though? Look at Shinka, look at P4. Shinka is going to be taken out first, leaving us now 2v2, and Solotov has managed to keep hold of the vertical, and that could be a real danger. Sorry, it's Tyrant that's actually up above. Solotov is waiting, ready to pounce. That's exactly what he'll do. Bibu, no real option but to stick it. Tyrant finds the final kill, and it's going to be M&M taking the win into tomorrow's decider match, and a great finish to the group stages for them.
I think an expected result in terms of the 3 points. Maybe not expected it to be that close either. Like, I think Wolves, given the stage they've had, they still remain winless. They've only lost in overtime twice to have 2 points. So for them to battle back and be, I think, at a 5-round loss is far from the end of the world. M&M, though, doing what's expected of them.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was entertaining, quite hard fought. Both of them came out and did everything they could to get the win, but ultimately M&M able to take it and continue that momentum. Wolves, it's back to the drawing board a little bit at the minute.
It is. I mean, again, Open Qualifiers is... I don't want to say it's a good testing ground, because it's not a testing ground. It's a qualifier for a major. It's arguably some of the most important games you'll play, but there is definitely the ability to warm up in there, really get the feel back again. Remember what winning feels like, Tim.
I think that's
It's
the key.
been a while.
Now. Yeah, that's the key. They've got to get a foundation to start building from. Like I say, we have to remember through this group stage, the teams with roster changes, the new teams, they've had 4 games to play. They need to get more under their belt, and that's the sort of environment where they'll do that.
Absolutely. And with that, group stage is over. Woo! We did it. Tomorrow, straight into playoffs, though, which is a real crazy thing. 2 best of 3s to come tomorrow. Looking forward to casting that. But don't close your stream just yet. There's packs to collect and there's a desk to listen to. Back in just a few minutes.
It's a really cool map. It's on top of Japanese style building.
The map's a 2-floor map. You have a lot of windows where you can enter.
The bomb sites on Skyscraper are Karaoke and Tea, Barbecue and Kitchen, Armory and Office, and Master Bedroom and Bathroom.
On this map you have to do everything fast. The team must be coordinated, be fast to rotate around, and be fast to enter inside the map.
Opening breaches and playing from outside as an attacker is very important, and as a defender, when they open these breaches, not exposing yourself and losing your life is vital to winning defense rounds.
You always have one lurker that can surprise defenders from the other side, because it's hard map to attack, so I think you need to have that surprise factor.
My big tip for Skyscraper is making sure that when you push, it's timed with the rest of your team to make sure you have key areas of the map and key angles to trade out gunfights.
Theme Park is a 2-floor map.
The map is big and there are 4 bomb sites on Theme Park. There is obviously the throne and rock lab on downstairs, and then upstairs there is daycare bomb site and the office bomb site.
Attacking Theme Park, it's really important to make sure that whatever the enemies contest, you ignore and you take the other parts of the map that are free.
If you're a rat on defense, it definitely favors you, because if you hide the corners, make the enemies to drone every single corner, waste time, then it's definitely gonna favor the defensive side.
I think the hardest part to play is top dragon area. You don't have space to move, and attackers have a line of sight into you.
Essential operators on Theme Park for defense are up bandit and impacts to deny breaches that the attackers might go for. Operators like Jackal and like Dokkaebi are very helpful to the attackers to take map control and make it harder for the defenders to roam and hold map control.
There are 4 bomb sites on Villa. There is the main AVG one, then the trophy one upstairs, and then downstairs there is the kitchen bomb site and the living library bomb site.
At the start, Villa was mostly like Oregon, like very defender-sided, but right now I think it's almost balanced, because people learned like some really good attacks on that map.
I think the best way to attack on Villa is obviously try to get early info how the defenders are set up in their defenses, and then figuring out is it worth to push them directly or try to push from the other side.
As a defender, my favorite is one where you play a lot of strats with utility. Can be really enjoyable even to play with an aggro playstyle and try to deny the entry point of attacker. That can be really different because there are a lot, and I enjoy play there.
Villa is a really good map, one of my favorites actually.
Welcome back, friends. A grueling matchup, I want to say, to finish up our day, but we are done with it. Victory for M&M Wolves, unfortunately unable to qualify. It's got to leave a sour taste.
I think so. I think, realistically for Wolves, they're not going to be happy at all with the way that they've played across the group stages, to be honest. You can call it teething pains, you can call it whatever it was. There's clearly some issues that they've got about 4 or 5 days to figure out and then get into the open qual playoffs. For M&M, it was, again, I don't know, it felt a little bit like an exhibition match when I was watching it at times. And I mean that without the disrespect that might be taken on that. But, I was looking for M&M to fix some of their issues from when they beat Secret. Again, it wasn't a convincing win, or as convincing a win as it could have been.
Yeah.
No, they won the same amount of attacks as they did against Secret, but then on defense, they actually performed worse than they did against Secret, because then they won the first 4 rounds, and now again they won 4 rounds, but it was... they still lost 1 more round on defense than what they did against Secret. Again, the entries for M&M, not really the greatest. Wolves have been getting the entry out of 8 of these rounds, as you can see with the first skill. But then again, the entry conversion on the side of Wolves seems to be a lot less. It's only 50%. That is not the greatest in converting your opening kills into round wins. And that's where we can see that it lacks a little bit of guidance, a little bit of structure. Because if you get the opening, it's a massive win condition. But then you have to also convert it and make sure you play out the round in a structured way.
Definitely enjoyed this Bibu versus Tyrant matchup, but who would be the MVP of this game? Let's put it up on the screen. Bang, it's Tyrant. Surprised?
Not really.
Okay. Interview's ready. Let's have a chat. No, really, I'm not joking. Interview's ready. Let's go. Interview ready. Let's go. Hello, Julio. Congratulations on the win. How you feeling?
Thank you. Feeling really good. I didn't even know I was doing the interview, so I just put a cap on because my hair was a mess. But
I'm having a bad hair day too. I feel you, buddy. We're getting old. I know what it's like. But how did you not know you were the one doing the interview? It's always you.
Yeah, because like each day someone do the interview, but they put me today, so it's fine. I like to talk, practice my English. It's all good.
Yeah. English is great, Julia. It's come a long way since, 2014 since then. But if we talk about this matchup, Yanis, we're talking about this, that wanted to see some improvements from the previous matchup into today. Obviously, you had a bit of a tougher game still against Wolves. What do you chalk that down to? Why was it a tougher game?
I think it was really good. It was not like the G2 TT9 game. Even that we won the first round, it didn't matter for them. For us, we played series, because it's not. We don't play tournament matches every day, so we always learn something, and it was a good experience. They played well. We played well again. I think the tactical, the timeout that we had, it was good for the mains, because the match was 50-50 and then took the control. But overall, it was really good. We already played Villa this season, so it's okay. We played like 2 maps in 4 games, so we didn't show a lot of stuff for the playoffs, and we are in the playoffs. So yeah, I think it's all good.
Well, why the alibi ban? Is it just a filler op?
I studied them, and I think they played alibi in 2 bomb sites, but my boys, they had info like let's ban alibi because they always play alibi. They like alibis, so someone took the call. So yeah, just
Were you surprised by the Dokkaebi and Pulse ban from Wolves?
I think I'm not surprised at all. Like, Pulse is a really good operator on this map, and Dokkaebi is a really annoying operator. So I think they were trying to get the 7-0, and like Dokkaebi is a really... It's that operator that you can just call and get around, So I think they were just trying to get 7-0, and Dokkaebi was a key operator to this.
And now that you're victorious, we know that things are set in a quarterfinals. That'll be starting off tomorrow in the playoffs, and you're playing against Heroic. How do you think that game's going to go?
I think it's going to be a great game. And now it's better because it's best of 3. And then if you win against Heroic, we have like a match to qualify for the major. And then if you lose, you go to the loser bracket. So now it's better, because it's best of 3. Best of 1 is like 50-50, you never know. But now it's best of 3 where like, it's better.
What do you think is your team's and your players' biggest strength going from BO1 to BO3 then?
I think we have a good map pool, and what I like when I studied it before I joined, they are really good best of 3 singing. Like even in practice, like our second, third map of the screens are always better. We just get better after map 1 or map 2. So I think it's comfortable, because you can try to risk more stuff as well. Because best of 1 you can do like crazy stuff because we have less rounds. And yeah, I think it's for both things. It's a better experience than best of 1s for sure.
Fair enough. And what did you like to say to Heroic?
Let's have a good match, and just like this. I hope we can have a good match, and yeah, that's it. Let's go. I'm ready for anyone, like for Heroic, for G2. Let's go. My team is ready. They're improving every day. I'm improving with them. I'm learning with them. I'm teaching them stuff. We are improving a lot. So yeah, let's go. We are ready. We're confident as well.
There you go. You've chosen wholesomeness as your answer, which is perfect because now you're part of Europe League. It all fits together. Julio, thank you again. Congratulations for you and M&M. We'll see you tomorrow in the playoffs. Anything to say to the fans?
Thanks everyone. Cheer for M&M from Brazil, for all over the world. This is a team from Brazil, from my city. The best one, Figueirense, better than Avaí. This is for JV. So just this. Thank you guys.
Are these the teams in Sao Paulo?
No, this is Florianópolis. It's a city in south of Brazil.
Ah, okay. Well,
this is a football team.
Okay, we'll have to learn more and more about Brazilian football. Then hopefully we'll get to qualify and have a chat about it because I know Brazilians love everything there is about competition and the local teams. I know that ended. Who was it? Like a few weeks ago that the season ended. Anyways, that on the side. Julio, thank you very much. Congratulations on the victory. We'll see you tomorrow in playoffs.
Thank you guys. See you tomorrow.
There it is. We had our interview. We got to hear it from Julio. He's comfortable that, you know what, made some mistakes, but it's fine. We wanted to fix some stuff tomorrow. It's playoffs. We'll have a good game against Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good to keep in mind that they've only played 2 maps, and as Julio said, they have a really good map pool. It'll help them to get into that best of 3, which will obviously bring them some confidence. Though for Wolves, they were one of the 2 teams last year that attended every single major. And now they're looking at a spot where they might not even attend the first major of this year. That's a bit odd to think about with their consistency of last year. They have slot themselves into the 4th spot of the group, though, because of their round differential now. They're placing above Koi. Might help them going into the Open Qualifier playoffs, but still, it's a really dire spot to be in.
Look, Jack, we have to lay it out. Imagine you're a team that just got out of Open Quals and you're like, yo, this is going to be sick. How cool is it going to be? And you have a team like BDS, Wolves, Koi that'll slot into Open Quals to play against you.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I think, everybody's expectations at the start of, let's go back 2 weeks ago today when we opened EUL Playday 1 and we were like, oh, Koi, they've obviously got a new roster. We still expect them to be strong. Wolves look like they've improved. BDS, good run of form, won Jönköping. None of those teams, they're going to have to play through the Open Qual playoffs alongside TT9. Oh, dreams are going to be just crushed.
And the crazy thing is as well, there's only 1 team out of those 3 and a lot of other teams that will potentially qualify to the major, right? So Koi, who part of that team won the Berlin major, then BDS won the Jönköping major. That's the last 2 major winners of Europe, and there's potential that one of them or none of them qualify to the next major to defend their titles.
Those 2, probably one of the most consistent teams, like you mentioned. Wolves, now not part of it. I mean, how many teams are also through from the Open Quals? You talked about it earlier on.
So the way that the makeup of the Open Qual playoffs works is that there's 11 teams through from the Open Qualifier systems. So that was 3 consecutive weekends that were played. M&M Academy, Makers, some of the more prominent teams coming in there. You've then got X10 Star from second place CL last year will join them. That'll be the 12th team. And then the 4 EUL teams that we know, there's going to be Wolves, Koi,
16.
BDS, and TT9. 16 team, I believe, and don't quote me on this, I believe it's a single elimination bracket where the top 4 teams go to LCQs, and they will then join Dunlimited, who won last year's CL, and the 3 EUL teams that lose out from the deciders phase. And that will go into an 8-team single elimination bracket, and 1 team will make it through to stage 1, of the major. So even if BDS or Koi get there, they're going to have to play through stage 1 of the major as well.
Like 3 qualifiers, a league phase, another qualifier, another qualifier.
They literally play every format that ever existed.
I mean, the open qualifier players are already 4 matches, so you'll have to play through that at minimum. Because if you drop, you have like
BO1s.
Oh, you can't drop. Sorry.
BO3s. All of it.
All of it. This Saturday.
Ouch. Yeah.
Yeah, it's potential 7 matches. Yeah, 7 matches you gotta play.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
You have to win all of them to even
Yeah.
Can't lose
because
now.
you have to win all of them, and you'll be the only one out.
Yep.
All right. Honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing who can make it, because if anything, that is a true test of the team and the individuals, and also the support staff's mettle, really, to see if they can actually go through this gauntlet. It really is. But this is the advantage afforded to the top teams in the group that move on into the playoffs bracket and actually qualify through to the major. We just get more competition. And as Tim says, true winner is always the viewer, us. Anyways, let's have a chat on how our day went through today. Here's our schedule. Bring it up. 4 matches, best of 1 series. Team Secret taking down Koi 7-4. VP, well, they take the L against BDS 7-2, but some would say BDS took an L of their own, not being able to qualify to the playoffs. 7-1 G2 versus TT9. A good scrim for us to watch here on the broadcast. Then M&M versus Wolves 7-5. Dragged on way too long, but M&M was able to clear it up. From then on, here are our 2 groups, A and B. Let's go one by one. First up, G2 at the top. This is how it is. G2 with 10 points, 7 for VP, 6 for Heroic, 6 for BDS, because of tie breaks and all of that. BDS and TT9 at 1 point. They are eliminated. We'll be putting with G2, VP, and Heroic at the top. Yes, what?
4 teams in that group have a positive round difference, and TT9 are just bearing the negative 21.
TT9, more like TT8.
Yeah.
Anyways, Group B, we're cycling jokes here. We're all about sustainability on the broadcast. 12 points for Wild, 6 for M&M, 5 for Team Secret, 2 for Koi, and 2 for Wolves. 2 teams that a lot of people were expecting to be in the top 3 to move on to playoffs. Well, they are not having that opportunity. They're going to have to play through the open qualifiers like the rest of us. So let's open it up to our final bracket, if it's been updated, that will show all of our teams and also our wonderful commentators, Dez and Ace. Put up that bracket. Come on. Tell me you got it. You got it. There it is. So here's how it works. A bracket, we've got 8 teams that are already here. Wild and G2 are top of their group, number 1, which means they have a bye. Tomorrow, which is when this bracket commences, it'll be VP versus Secret, M&M versus Heroic. Wild and G2 will not play until next Monday. That's the advantage afforded to them by the fact that they are top in their group. And also on top of it, they need to win 1 match. Anybody that wins in the semifinals, i.e. potentially Wild or G2, advances on to the grand final. They're already qualified. That's how it works. We'll have to focus on the semifinal losers bracket, the lower bracket. The winning team of that will get the 3rd and final spot for Europe, moving on to phase 1 of the major, whereas the top 2 teams immediately make it to phase 2. They'll be pretty comfy. They'll have a few days where they just watch everybody else and scrim and see how things are going. You get the opportunity to hide strats. You hear that, G2? There's potential. So turn to my fellow commentators. Now some VP Secret, M&M Heroic. How do we see that going? Yeah, indeed.
Honestly, who knows? I'm really looking forward to Virtus Pro Team Secret tomorrow. I think Virtus Pro maybe have been found out a little bit today. BDS very solid against them, and Sean, waste time and you'll get rounds. Team Secret, I'm sure, will pick up on that quite quickly. But I think it's going to be a good game.
Yeah, I think given what we saw from Secret today on Border, given they were just wasting so much time, so many hurdles, castle barricades, constant moving back from step to step to step to step to step, that's what you need to beat Virtus Pro. Can they do it on every single map? That's the uncertainty point.
BO3s, they're another beast, Jack.
Love them. Absolutely love them. So glad we're done with best of ones. Literally,
I
5
agree.
days in, best of ones are done, best of 3s until the rest. Like, literally, even the major. Just all best of 3s is great. Oh, well, mostly.
Most of it.
Yeah, because then we go to Swiss.
Yeah,
and
then we've got a bit of Swiss, but that's fine. Best of one is fine.
Swiss, when there's so many teams and all the regions mixed together, is still.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
I love it because it's just fun and pure action.
Exactly.
Very action-packed.
I will accept best of ones in Swiss. But yeah, so happy best of threes. I think, there's teams that'll be worrying a little bit about map pool going into probably tomorrow. And there'll be teams that'll be quite fancying, attacking map pools of other teams. So it's going to be great.
And it shows obviously which team will be more consistent over multiple maps. And yes, you can just cheese away a best of one sometimes, but a best of three to actually win 2 maps with that is you'll have to be a lot more
You
consistent.
need all the other toppings, not just the cheese.
You don't like cheese.
I do if it's melted and on a pizza.
What kind of cheese?
Hashtag
Actually,
oddly
anything.
specific.
Yeah, but that's a
I
lot
like
of
a lot
people
of
that
cheese.
say they don't like cheese unless it's melted, which I'm ready to
well,
fight.
I know. The
Hang on,
Dutch.
Anne, who's they in this? The Dutch say that, did you say?
Well, there are certain Dutch people that say that they don't like cheese unless it's melted, and also Jack.
I am
saying
but-
like British people, and I was like, hang on a minute.
I am.
No,
I
there's
am
a lot
being
of
with
people.
I am learning to like cheese.
Let them cook.
I bought some quite nice cheese
What
from a cheese
type
shop
of
in
cheese?
central Paris. It was just a cheddar with like onion and black pepper in it, but it was really nice.
Okay.
Then cheddar is.
I did melt it on a
melts
burger.
cheddar. Yeah, I was just gonna say you melt cheddar and other types of cheese you don't melt.
I mean,
Oh dear.
since we're in the post show, we're going to talk about cheese today.
Take for a nice camembert with dipping bread.
No, you
Amazing.
see, awful.
And brie.
No.
Oh no, not
whoa,
brie, not
whoa.
brie, not brie.
Brie
not
is
No.
great.
Yeah, it is.
What's wrong, what's
honestly,
wrong with either of those two?
I love the combination of having
We'll talk about it off
melty with a bit of crust.
Yeah,
And I think
yeah.
brie fits well, camembert
honey.
fits very well with it.
What did
Green
you just say? What did you just say in a really French accent? Mate?
Gorgonzola with honey.
Camembert.
Have you ever had a port salut?
No.
Okay, you should try it. It's
Actually.
very good. It's
Oh
a
my
very
God, they're
soft,
both putting
sweet
the
cheese.
accents on.
Try gorgonzola with, or any blue cheese like Amsterdam Blue with
Yeah.
honey, even if it's on the pizza. Oh, fantastic. What were you saying, Des? We're caught up in cheese.
Don't worry about it.
He's got an apology to do.
I do.
That's true.
We'll shut
Des,
up about
first
our,
of all, what are you apologizing for?
So me and Fresh had a nice little friendly bet, or wager, whatever you want to call it, a gambit that I lost. Kind of. The thing is, I was actually kind to Fresh and kind of gave him the ability to win this because he was saying that he thought BDS would win 7-0, 7-1. And I said, that is the most ridiculous statement I think I've ever heard to come out of your mouth.
And they should have won 7-1.
They came pretty damn close. And VP threw a couple of rounds, but here we are. And I said to him very kindly, I was like, if it goes 7-2, I'll still do the apology, even though technically you've lost what it was we were betting over. I'll meet you in the middle and be kind. So, Donna, I apologise for accusing your son of being wrong. Fresh is beautiful, wonderful, magnificent, and never, ever sets a foot wrong. I will never, ever discredit him in future. I'll never call him out. I will worship him until the day he dies. I love Fresh as much as you do, and Nana Fresh, we love you too.
Which means everything that he said is the complete opposite of what he actually believes.
It's all bullshit. Yes, absolutely.
Too late though.
Yeah, but I can clip and then take
It's
out the
out
bit
there.
where you
No,
said
that's
it's total
it. Look,
bullshit.
the thing is, I could have come in here and just taken the mick the whole time, but no, I wanted to be serious and genuine, Fresh. You deserve it, baby.
It was a good debate last night. That's all I'm going
Well,
to say.
I tell you what, our group chat is wild sometimes.
They should, like content, they should just stick us on the sofa.
What group
let us have a
chat is
couple of
that?
drinks and just let us
Just a little
argue.
UK
This is,
one.
this is
Where
the
we-
group chat we're not
Let us
in.
argue.
No,
See,
it's not the. This is the British.
Yeah, we're,
chat, I'm pretty sure.
we're
Yeah.
We're not
foreigners.
part of it.
Foreigners not allowed
It's
in.
the British. It's the British. It started out as travel because we all travelled roughly around the same time. Then it actually
From
got
the same place.
Then we carried it on because we had the Euro finals and a bunch of us went to go and watch it and we bitterly lost. It sucked. And it's just kind of always carried on since then. And normally it's a
coming home.
battleground for me and Fresh to have massive arguments in.
Yeah, we just disagree, basically.
Yeah, I love it.
To be fair, I have all groups muted, so I'm very sorry for all of our friends that put us in groups. And I think I have only one that isn't muted. but
Are you the
that's-
kind of guy that leaves Discord groups though? And so someone opens Discord to like 27 notifications of things that you've left.
No,
Oh, I hate those
The people that
I-
add everyone in Discord.
No, those are bad too.
Yeah,
but this,
yeah.
this is when you've been in a group with someone like 5 years ago. Let's have random little groups, and they just leave every single one, and you get like 30 notifications. that someone's left
I'm
the
probably
group.
still in them.
That don't matter. They're at the bottom of your list. They're irrelevant.
Yeah,
like, they don't matter.
yeah,
You
it's
can't
true.
close it. No.
No, that's it. You can't. That's
Yeah.
kind of annoying in itself. Discord, please fix that. But other VoIP systems are available. But by the same token, it just irritates the hell out of me opening up to like 27
Yeah.
notifications that you have to then go through. Then you leave them. Then someone else is getting pinged. And it's just a mess.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just leaving all the groups.
You remind
I
everybody.
hate this so much.
You remind everybody of like the mid 2016 stack that you had, or like
Yeah.
the one Hanzo player that actually joined your group back in the day.
It just leaves like you
that
and
was
one
me.
other person in the group, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've literally just left 3 or 4 groups just to piss you off.
This generation.
I hate you so much. That is a really random group to leave.
Yeah, I know. I just saw that.
Anyways, Des, what's your favorite kind of cheese? We are in France. Be careful.
It depends on the context. If I'm going to a restaurant, I love a shared camembert starter.
Let him cook. That's right.
Yeah.
I see his point.
Yes,
Go ahead.
It depends on the context, Anne. You uncultured swine.
Whoa! Hey, Anne's precious. You don't do that to Anne.
So you can have several of these cheeses together all at once at like Christmas on a Christmas board.
Yeah.
Cheese boards, you get like crackers, grapes, whatever else, wine. Wonderful. If you're going out for a meal and it's a shared starter, it's camembert. Brie is an all-year cheese, but it's extra special near Christmas.
I see your context.
Cranberry and brie is like...
Yeah.
The French will say you can eat it
if
whenever.
If comes to the UK, Anne, let's go to Handmade Burger Co. They do a brilliant... Other
burger chains are available.
God, I hate saying it so much. You get the like turkey, brie, and cranberry burgers, and it is divine. Oh my God, it's so good.
Turkey?
Yes.
Is it like battered?
Yes. You can have it. No. It's just like turkey. You have it together. Oh my God, you've never had turkey, brie, and cranberry?
I've been to one Christmas evening my entire life.
Okay, come to the UK sometime. I'll take you for that as well. I'll show you guys a real Christmas meal. It's amazing.
I've only had one when I was 16 years old in Lebanon. That was the last time I had a Christmas anything, really.
We've got to do Milosh a big Christmas dinner at some point.
Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind. I'd cook you something. I'll bring the hummus.
Sure. A classic Christmas.
I throw that on top of
Hey! You think we don't do that in the Middle East?
Oh, what about Bubble and Squeak? Do you like Bubble and Squeak, Tim?
Bubble and Squeak is actually mwah.
Oh.
Like, I don't like a lot, but Bubble and Squeak.
These two are both just like, you got no idea.
They don't know what it is, do they?
They don't know.
I'm not a fan.
Bubble and Squeak's where like you get all the stuff that's left over from like...
You just fry it.
Yeah. You
How
just,
many
like,
days?
Fry it.
Literally chuck it in.
It's normally the
pan
day
and
after
fry it
Christmas. Anything that's left over, like Boxing Day we have where we just chill out and watch
Boxing
sports
Day,
and that's about it. Bubble and Squeak is the go-to.
They fight one another the day after Christmas?
See, funnily enough, there is always sport on, sometimes boxing, but it's because things are being boxed and put away. We just take it as another second holiday to chill.
I thought it would be Unboxing Day.
No, that's Christmas. Christmas is when you unbox things because you take it out. Boxing is when you put it away in boxes and put it in your loft or whatever.
Are you supposed to stay at the other people's place overnight after Christmas Day?
What?
What would you stay overnight?
Because you're
at people's
boxing
places?
things and going.
No.
Because if you're at your own house, why would you box?
You're putting them in a box. Like empty boxes are going up in your attic or your loft or whatever you guys call it. What do you call? Do you call it an attic or a loft? What do you call it?
I live in the attic, so I don't know.
A Zolder.
If you
a Zolder.
That is a much cooler word, to be fair.
A Zolder?
I'm going up into the Zolder to go and get something down. That's crazy.
So you're a Narnia.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
You're
Fair
always
enough.
so quiet in these post shows. Why?
What's your
you
favorite
talking to
cheese,
both of
Tim?
us.
That's true.
Tim, are you a cheese kind of guy?
I'm really not, to be
What?
fair. I get that reaction quite a lot.
I'm offended.
I don't really like
Me and you
a
both.
strong cheese.
Just when you think you know a guy.
You know, honestly, it's okay. Like you don't need to just because it's you, Tim.
You know, I
like,
don't. You know, I'll eat-
What's the food that you're really into then?
Chicken
It's like got all
wraps.
kinds of
chicken, rice, and broccoli.
chicken.
He loves
The
a
man,
chicken wrap.
He's being
Love a good
healthy.
chicken.
But no. Like, what do you love that's like got a lot of variety to it or different kinds to it? It's
I
something
like
you're really in
I like
depth on.
barbecue food.
Okay.
So yeah, you got like your ribs, you've got your different smoked meats, you've got like
Okay.
I like that sort of stuff.
Main
What's your
deli,
favorite-
Main deli did that to you.
Yeah, man.
Hey, what's your favorite vegetable?
Carrot, nice and simple.
Really?
Bit sweet. I like carrots. Parsnips.
Parsnips?
As well.
I was gonna
really
say,
like
yeah.
parsnips.
Roasted?
honey glazed parsnips.
It roasted parsnips to the point where they've just
Gonna be
blackened a
Christmas,
little
yeah.
bit. Yeah.
Yeah, with honey though as well.
Or with the carrots
little bit
also.
of honey on
If
there.
you don't want the extra sweetness, just roasting the carrots
You know,
and the parsnips
really
this
together.
might be controversial, but broccoli.
Broccoli's great.
Yes, actually.
Cauliflower is
when we
great.
were in
Fresh is
Montreal,
there, like, what are these vegetables they're talking
No.
about?
No, I was on board with the carrots and the parsnips.
when we were in Montreal, I was actually surprised
Broccoli.
that purple broccoli.
Yeah,
exists. I might be
it was dyed
uncultured than
purple.
this,
Yeah,
but
it
we
was
got
dyed
purple broccoli.
purple.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Montreal.
Have
yeah.
you not had the purple broccoli in
The
Montreal?
only thing purple I know is because we do this in the Middle East, we like to quick pickle, and one of them
Quick
is
pickle?
yeah. So it's like an overnight pickle.
Oh.
Japanese do a lot of it, and Koreans also,
it.
but
Okay.
it's a big thing in the Middle East also, and it's cauliflower that's pickled overnight, and it also turns this way because they put it with like other vegetables in the same jar, and they kind of intermingle and they get colored in that way. But it's not
interesting.
like, how do you purplize the broccoli?
I assume food dye.
I googled it. It just existed.
I thought
I
you
don't know how
tried
to
it.
make it though.
Where was it that you
In
had?
Montreal,
Yeah, but
literally in the hotel restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did have it, yeah.
Oh,
It was interesting.
surprised nobody got any food poisoning or something.
A little food diet. will give
Anyway.
you food.
Food dye's not going to finish you
Yeah.
off, is it?
Well, it's gonna have to try a bit harder.
And are there many varieties of stroopwafel or whatever it's called?
Not necessarily. I guess it's
just that.
Well, you have them where you can add different toppings on it. Though.
Yeah.
Actually, I saw a tweet from Blue who got some
Yes.
stroopwafels.
And you were just like, you didn't put it on top. Then he's
Yeah,
like,
oh,
well, actually, here's the picture of where I had it on top in the
No, 'cause
first place.
I got a bit angry about it because you can dip it into the liquid, but like
The thing
it's
is,
so much
I
better.
could tell she was seething the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, you mean you bit into it and then dipped it in there?
But it's so
dare
much
you.
better if you put it on top of the beverage so it gets warm and like
Yeah.
the caramel inside gets like liquidy.
Yeah.
Just
Remember when Hap first brought it out here? It was great. Yeah.
So when I travel home, because I don't fly direct to the UK, I go via Amsterdam every single time.
I wonder why.
And I pick up like
You love stroopwafel.
it's probably expensive, but I pick up
It
three,
is.
three different flavors every
Yeah.
time.
It is.
It is. It's very expensive.
Yeah.
It's free for €12, which is
I get like I get like
Like
one
three
box
packets.
of
I
10.
was about to say, I thought you meant three
no,
individual
for
stroopwafels.
three
I was
packets.
like,
so you
what?
get like 30 stroopwafels, but it is like
I can get that for €3 at my supermarket.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
It's like a luxury biscuit.
Yeah,
but
they've got all sorts
at
of
the
flavors, it's
airport. It's not like they can farm stroopwafels from the stroopwafel tree.
they don't grow on trees.
I
What?
like going to Amsterdam Airport.
I lived in Belgium. I'm sorry, but in Belgium we grow them on trees.
Okay, nice. Today I learned.
I know we kind of stopped the Siege podcast, but we need to do something like this more. Just talk
Honestly, I agree.
crap.
Talk about stroopwafels.
For
Yeah,
for those out there, we all love Siege. We love everything about it. We talk about Siege
I ain't
literally
fresh.
all the time. Fair enough. But hey, you promised you don't. But
Promise his mum, not him.
okay, fair enough. I do enjoy just sitting down and, as the saying goes, chat shit about
Yes, yes, Mila.
all of
We are chatting shit right now. You're absolutely
Speaking
right.
of, I've just had a message from Fabian. Stop talking about cheese and come home so we can play ranked in capitals.
All right, chat. I think Lord Fabian has spoken. What is your favorite kind of cheese or sweet? Let us know. What? Morbier. There you go. Our production teams, at least Mr. Hamidi.
Can we carry
really
on
likes
just to
his
wine Fabian
Morbier.
some more? Oh, the music started. That's
Oh,
a shame.
we can't continue. Fabian did buy us a cheese board.
He did. He did.
and I ate nothing on that.
I wonder why that is, because you hate cheese.
Honestly,
you sick human being.
Cheese, VP apparently. What else do I hate?
VP?
Yeah. Apparently I hate VP.
What is? Yeah. Okay. Like
You
food. What is it? My brain just automatically went to food.
A vegetable
Sorry, it's Ramadan.
pizza.
Food is on my mind.
Purple broccoli on pizza, vegetable pizza, VP.
Look, the amount of disgusting combinations of
I'm trying to fit it into Milosh's head. It's fine.
the amount of disgusting pizza combinations that Parker and I pulled off when we lived in Katowice. It was like a 3 a.m. pizza with 4 types of cheese, jalapenos, pineapple, no mushrooms because he hates mushrooms. I love
Sorry,
mushrooms,
Joshua,
but
it's not true.
he uncultured. Whatever. We'll leave it at that. Canadian, not just Canadian. Toronto.
Ugh.
Whatever. Toronto, as they say.
Toronto.
Yeah, and it's just with broccoli on top, with whatever we could really stuff on there with a cream base.
I don't like cream-based pizzas.
Really?
Tomato base only. I can see Fresh starting to twitch because he really wants to go and play ranked.
No. I'm good to talk.
Are you? Just to annoy Fabian?
I'm being paid by the minute. So.
Fabian's
No, we're not.
No, he stopped.
Wait,
him.
you're getting paid?
Oh, we're getting dimmed out.
Get paid.
Production want to go.
Production, we're not leaving.
I'm not leaving.
Where are you?
All right. Let us know what your favorite
tomorrow.
cheese is. Make sure you tweet at us on Twitter and tell us which one it is, because I'm
As
actually
opposed to Instagram. Tweet at us on Instagram.
Maybe make a Discord group with all of us and then leave it so we all get a notification.
Yes. Sir.
Anyways, we'll see you tomorrow for playoffs. We love you very much. Good night.
Bye.
I like cheese.